Chapter 4180. The battle that ended quickly made countless ordinary Earth immortals know the name Long Yang. Yes, a man who did not look tall but was so handsome that it made people want to scratch his face. If that was all, perhaps he would at most be a little envious. However, he was an expert at courting death, a guy who would stir up trouble whenever he had nothing to do. Such a person, no matter where he was, would probably not be quiet. However, there were few people who felt that such a person was truly normal. There were people who were envious, jealous, and even more people who hated him. However, there were very few admirers. It was really because if you admired such a bad character, wouldn't it make you seem abnormal? All of them began to arrive at the square one after another. It could be said that there were many young people who succeeded this time. 10,000 people took one path and more than 7,000 people succeeded. Such a ratio even in the previous Cloud Mist Island was not small. As for those who were eliminated, either their strength could not keep up, or their temperament could not keep up, and they were afraid of suffering. They had already been directly driven out by Cloud Mist Island. Those who were able to stay were not all geniuses, but at the very least they met the standards of the entire Cloud Mist Island. Just this alone was enough to make countless people raise their eyebrows. Long Yang, who was standing in the front row, actually did not have much change in his heart even until now. After all, many of the things that happened here could be considered as his face. If he really did not have this little bit of determination, he would not have made it to where he was now. As an immortal, he didn't even fight for the things that he should fight for when he was lacking resources. He only thought about accumulating strength and not attracting attention. Although most people were willing to do so, such people in Long Yang's view were destined not to achieve great things. Keeping a low profile also required capital. In fact, many times, those who kept a low profile were ordinary, mediocre, and there was nothing to say. Didn't you see? Long Yang, who originally did not show his talent, was now standing in the front. This was the result of his struggle. Could it be that at this time he still doubted whether what he did was right? However, there were many existences in the first row that were looking at him with ill intentions. Some of them were people he recognized, so it was normal for Long Yang to feel uncomfortable all over. This time, the one who left the most was a genius from the demonic Immortal Island. 660 steps. It was a number that was still deafening to this day. Of course, they were not from the Long Yang pit. How could a truly determined and dazzling existence like Long Yang join in the fun like that? Therefore, although Long Yang had shown his face here this time, in terms of talent and strength, he was actually not at the top in the true sense. The Endless Sea domain was lacking in many things, but the one thing it didn't lack was geniuses. Long Yang was clear about this, and so were some other people. Now, except for the 100 people in the first row, everyone else follow me. Before the chaotic square could completely quiet down, a loud voice rang out. An invigilator said in an unquestionable voice. For everyone to be able to reach this step, it could actually be said that they were official disciples of Cloud Mist Island. However, even if they were official disciples of Cloud Mist Island, the places they were assigned to were completely different. Most of the disciples would be arranged to cultivate in the various prefectures of Cloud Mist Island. The entire Cloud Mist Island had an army of millions of immortals. Everyone in the army was a true disciple of Cloud Mist Island, and they were separated from ordinary people and aristocratic families. It could be said that once one became a true disciple of Cloud Mist Island and a member of the army, one would have a higher status on Cloud Mist Island and become a member of the privileged class. The remaining few, or geniuses, would be assigned to the 3 peaks and 4 academies. They were the true elite members of Cloud Mist Island. Almost every one of them was a genius of Cloud Mist Island. Whether it was talent or strength, they were completely incomparable to ordinary disciples. They were also the true elite army of Cloud Mist Island. In fact, many people said that strictly speaking, the 3 peaks and 4 academies were the true members of Cloud Mist Island. Although this was a bit biased, it indirectly reflected the true status of the disciples of the 3 peaks and 4 academies on Cloud Mist Island. Those who remain are all Earth immortals above 550 steps. I believe you've done your homework before coming here. 3 peaks and 4 academies. You should be familiar with this name, right? The invigilator immediately revealed his purpose. In fact, everyone already had an idea in mind. Everyone who remained was a so-called genius. Since that was the case, it was reasonable for them to become members of the 3 peaks and 4 academies. How many people had come here just for the 3 peaks and 4 academies? How could they not have done their homework before coming here? It said that the true combat power of Cloud Mist Island is the 3 academies and 4 academies. All the resources needed to break through to the Sky Immortal level are almost free. The treatment ordinary disciples can't even imagine. They can even punish ordinary disciples of Cloud Mist Island at will. It's the true gathering place of elites, and in a real sense, it's the highest level of disciple organization on Cloud Mist Island. Many people began to read this out loud as if they were reading a textbook. Even Long Yang, who didn't know about the 3 peaks and 4 academies, was a little surprised at this moment. All the resources needed to break through to the Sky Immortal level were almost free. Just this alone would cost thousands of low-grade spiritual stones. This was almost equivalent to saying that everyone could become a Sky Immortal. How many people could resist such a temptation? Even the geniuses were the same. One should know that there were countless young geniuses in the endless ocean, but there were still very few who succeeded in becoming a Sky Immortal. Not even 1 in 10,000 was considered a lot. The Earth Immortal level and the Sky Immortal level were completely different and could not be compared. In terms of combat power, a real peak Earth Immortal would have an explosive force of more than 50,000 kilograms. But even if you were a Dao disciple, you would never be able to break through 200,000 kilograms in the Earth Immortal level. But a Sky Immortal was different. Even a half-step Sky Immortal would have a terrifying force of at least 500,000 kilograms. This was a qualitative leap, and it was also the dividing line between a real Immortal and a powerful Immortal. It was almost guaranteed to become a Sky Immortal. This alone was enough to make countless young people jealous. Cloud Mist Peak, Hanging Sword Peak, Green Phoenix Crevice, Demon Slaying Academy, Solid Rock Academy, One Mystery Academy, and Heavenly Dao Academy form the 3 peaks and 4 academies. Chapter 4181. In fact, many people had learned about the 3 peaks and 4 academies before, so they naturally had their own considerations for the place they wanted to go. Of course, this didn't include people like Long Yang who had only heard of them but had never come into contact with them. Right now he was in a very helpless state. He didn't know what these guys were talking about and which of the 3 peaks and 4 academies was more suitable for him. As a genius recognized by the Cloud Mist Island, the people here naturally had the right to make their own choices. This was a two-way choice. If you had the ability, you could choose any of the 3 peaks and 4 academies. Similarly, if you barely passed, then you could only be chosen by others. To be honest, Long Yang still didn't know how his talent and combat ability were. He didn't have a clear measurement. Naturally, he had some other ideas about the things he had done and the methods he had used. However, these weren't the main points. The main point was that he could enter the 3 peaks and 4 academies, which was something he didn't expect before. After all, in the Cloud Mist Island there were very few people like him. There were more than 10,000 members and now there were less than 100 people left. One could imagine how high the elimination rate was. To put it bluntly, it was already an incredible miracle for someone to be able to stay in the 3 peaks and 4 academies. Naturally, there might be a certain chance of success if you went to hide and fight for something else, but under such an unknown premise, it was still a little risky. Why do I feel that there's something unusual about this? It's like entering the 3 peaks and 4 academies is even worse than entering the ordinary army? Long Yang frowned and he didn't know why. There was a very indescribable feeling in his heart. Logically speaking, being able to enter the 3 peaks and 4 academies and enjoy cultivation resources and treatment that you didn't even dare to think about yourself, no matter from which angle you looked at it, it was a great thing. Whether it was in terms of status or other aspects, there was no comparison between the two sides. But why did he always have this feeling in his heart? At this moment, Long Yang really began to feel a little overwhelmed. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he was in awe of the unknown. Especially when he saw how serious those so-called invigilators were, Long Yang's mood became even heavier. It was as if what he was about to face was completely different from what most people had imagined. What exactly was different? What kind of secrets were hidden inside? Long Yang didn't know, but he had a hunch. Long Yang, are you willing to come to my demon slaying academy? After a while, the proctor who had been optimistic about him finally asked. To be honest, although Long Yang hadn't been in contact with this person, his impression of him wasn't bad. Before the exam, he also told him about the importance of the exam. Although he didn't explain about the 3 peaks and 4 academies, it was also a good choice for Long Yang to be familiar with him. Wow! Many people started to be shocked at this moment. 3 peaks and 4 academies, 3 peaks and 4 academies, these were the 7 relatively powerful forces on Cloud Mist Island. However, there was still a certain difference between them. The three peaks were the strongest forces on Cloud Mist Island. In contrast, the four academies were slightly inferior. However, the Demon-Slaying Academy had always been the leader of the four academies and had always been extremely strict in recruiting disciples. Long Yang was only in the limelight during the exam. How could he enter the Demon-Slaying Academy to cultivate? Many people had expressions of disbelief on their faces, and even Long Yang felt that it was inconceivable. In that case, did he have a choice? Alright, this guy had always thought that he had just sneaked in. Even if his talent had really reached the level of the Cloud Mist Island's Heaven's Favored Ones, he would still be at the bottom of the Heaven's Favored Ones. He couldn't be compared to the true elites of demonic Immortal Island at all. However, it seemed that the three peaks and four academies were not the only ones who could choose him. He also had a choice. At the thought of this guy's heart began to float. That kind of affirmation of himself. No matter where he went, he could really be happy. In fact, people like him were indeed not as utilitarian as those old monsters who had lived for thousands of years. However, it was still a very good thing to be able to show his face. Right now, Long Yang had fallen into a state of elation. If I join, can I make a small request? For example, immortal stones or something. I don't need a lot, just a little more will do. Long Yang raised his hand. His smug look made people want to press him to the ground and give him a good beating. Suddenly, the Invigilator's calm expression turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Damn it, this guy is indeed a guy who will shine brightly with a little sunlight. He's simply inhumane. At this time, I'm already giving you face by asking. I'm treating you like a true elite, yet you still dare to make a request under such circumstances? How greedy must you be to think of such a way to court death? If it wasn't for the fact that the Invigilator was a more serious person and was unwilling to fight with the younger generation, Long Yang would probably have a bloody nose and a swollen face. However, even so, it was impossible for him to throw away his face and force Long Yang to join. The Invigilators here were all elites of the three peaks and four academies. They had an insufferably arrogant identity. Sometimes they still had to maintain their dignity in front of others. Long Yang's cheap mouth had completely lost the benefits that he should have. Even now, he still didn't know in his heart. As for the others, they were completely speechless. They really didn't expect that this money grubber could actually do such a thing in such an environment. This was picking up sesame but losing watermelon. He usually looked so shrewd. Could it be that he was really so smug that he didn't care about anything else? Some of the people who wanted to recruit him had no choice but to reconsider at this moment. Chapter 4182. All of a sudden the atmosphere became awkward. They knew that Long Yang was a troublemaker. He could even do things that you wouldn't even dare to look at when you didn't expect it. He was a weirdo. However, there was no weirdo who could walk further and further on the path of seeking death. Now even his future was ruined by him. What was this? Could this guy still act like a genius? It seems like I've embarrassed the geniuses. But I'm right. Since I can choose, of course I'll go to whichever place offers better conditions. Long Yang was still unable to extricate himself from his thoughts. What a joke. If he didn't even fight for the most basic things, then wouldn't he become one of the commoners in the three peaks and four academies? Perhaps this was already dazzling enough in the eyes of others, but for someone like Long Yang who wanted to stand out and had seen a lot of things in the demonic Immortal Island, it was still far from enough. Everything needed to be fought for and worked hard. Under such circumstances, Long Yang was actually under a lot of pressure. However, this was not the demonic Immortal Island, nor was it the place where everyone looked down on him. On this point he began to have some ideas. No matter what, this place is a good place. If he can really take root and live here or even do something of his own for the current Long Yang, this is also a great thing. Then come to our solid rock courtyard. But let me say this in advance, there will be no preferential treatment. The Invigilator looked at Long Yang speechlessly. He really had the urge to slap him. But no matter what, no matter how good this guy was at courting death, his talent and strength were not bad. Even if he came to the solid rock courtyard, he still had a certain amount of room for development. Recruiting disciples, living to enrich one's strength, all of this was based on strength. An existence that frequently courted death was more likely to become an expert in the true sense. At the very least, in the face of danger, he still had a certain amount of ability. This was much better than those who had not experienced such things. Although his talent and strength were not too outstanding, it was enough for those people in the solid rock courtyard to mention him. Alright, Long Yong, who was depressed just now, didn't say anything at this moment. He knew very well that with his innate talent and ability, the 3 peaks and 4 academies would definitely not give him any preferential treatment. Since that was the case, it didn't matter which one he would choose. Although the Solid Rock Court wasn't considered the strongest among the 4 courts, it was still much stronger than the other armies outside of the 4 courts. Sometimes it was better to take things as they came. If you didn't have the ability or potential to do so, even if you did get a certain amount of support, you would only become the target of jealousy. Come on. This person will follow me from now on. Even though I might not accept him as a disciple, but my Heavenly Dao Academy will accept a piece of trash without a problem. These words caused Long Yang's gaze to shift towards that person. It was a familiar rebuke, a familiar voice. Wasn't he the middle-aged man who had increased the difficulty level for him earlier? Long Yang felt bitter in his heart. He didn't expect this person to be one of the invigilators. Before, he was still thinking about how to avoid his gaze. Now it seemed like this middle-aged man had been eyeing him since that time. Thinking of this, Long Yang felt as if he was falling into endless darkness. A voice came out from his heart, "Don't go with him, don't go with him." He didn't know if it was the voice in his subconscious or something else. "What? You look like you're unwilling? Are you looking down on me?" Turning his head, this slovenly middle-aged man stared at Long Yang casually. Long Yang felt a knife-like gaze coming towards him. Then his entire body felt uncomfortable. It felt like thousands of ants were crawling on his body. He hadn't felt this kind of fear in a long time. The more it felt like this, the more Long Yang made up his mind to not fall into this person's hands. Boss Jiang. The expressions of the invigilators changed. They wanted to say something but stopped as they looked at the slovenly middle-aged man. Others didn't know, but they clearly knew that over the years, most of the people recruited by Boss Jiang were dead. Among the 4 courtyards, almost every courtyard had such a group of people. They might not be the most talented, but they definitely had great potential. But because of this, a group of people could never be full. Every time they recruited disciples, they would pounce on them like hungry wolves. Almost every time they recruited someone, it was equivalent to a death sentence. Surviving for no more than 5 years had become a common characteristic of those few groups. Although if you really survived and didn't die, your strength would truly be incomparably strong. Logically speaking, this kind of thing was not something they needed to care about. But thinking about it, this guy wasn't that annoying. It was really a pity that he died in the hands of Boss Jiang. Have you forgotten the rules of the 3 peaks and 4 courtyards? Don't force me to make a move. Kid. Come, I'll take you to the Heavenly Academy to familiarize yourself with the place and find a place to stay. Turning around, the middle-aged man called Boss Jiang waved at Long Yang. Long Yang still hadn't recovered from his shock. You've already decided where I'm going? What if I don't want to go? Even if I'm a so-called genius, I don't have any human rights, right? Now he knew that the guy in front of him was definitely not a good person. Especially when he saw the other invigilators looking at him with sympathy, Long Yang immediately knew that something was wrong. This was the rhythm of dragging him to his place. If it was before, no matter what happened in the 3 peaks and 4 courtyards, it wouldn't matter to him. Even if he really entered the Heavenly Academy, would there be any other changes? To him it was definitely not a bad choice. But what's with this inexplicable panic? It seems like I'll be in danger the moment I go in. What's with this premonition? Can I not come? Even if I have to withdraw from the Cloud Mist Island Disciple competition, I won't go with you, okay? Subconsciously, Long Yang took a step back. He really had a premonition that he was going to die. Chapter 4183. Can I not go? Long Yang said carefully. He really didn't want to get involved with this so-called Boss Jiang. One look was enough to tell that this guy wasn't a good person, but now it seemed like he had no choice at all. Didn't you hear what he said before? He didn't give you a chance to refuse and let you go with him. Thinking of this, Long Yang wanted to turn around and escape. Too scary, this place is too scary. Bang! He felt a heavy blow on his back. Before he could calm down, Long Yang felt dizzy. After that, he started to become blurry and only saw a figure appear. He grabbed his ankles, which was like dragging a dead dog. Speechless, almost all the immortals and cultivators were speechless at this moment, looking at the 2 people who were playing tricks in front of them. Yes, that middle-aged man was also playing tricks. They heard of people forcefully taking people. This kind of thing might not be uncommon in this place. But there really wasn't anyone who would force someone like this. who would directly beat someone to the point that he couldn't resist and directly drag him away. Many people began to feel sad for Long Yang. You have nothing better to do, so you courted death here. Now look at you. Someone finally taught you a lesson, right? Evil people will be tortured by evil people. Don't do anything shameful, otherwise if you meet someone stronger than you might end up like Long Yang. It might seem like you are in the limelight, but in the future you might not be able to bear such a thing. Thinking of this, many people began to shake their heads. It's better not to think about it. This guy's ability to court death was stronger than all the new disciples here combined. What else could he say? Long Yang, who wanted to cry but had no tears, was dragged into a huge courtyard. This was where the headquarters of the Heavenly Dao Academy was located. Along the way, many new disciples were surprised when they saw him. This guy's entrance style was quite unique. He was dragged in like a dead dog and his face was full of reluctance. Since when did the Heavenly Dao Academy become like this? Some of the older disciples were already used to this. Others might not be able to do such a thing, but Boss Jiang, what kind of things couldn't he do? It wouldn't be strange if they dragged in a new disciple today and a super prodigy tomorrow. He directly threw Long Yang into a single suite. This guy didn't even look at Long Yang. With a wave of his hand, a token and a storage bag appeared in Long Yang's bosom. He said, "This is your identity token at the Heavenly Academy. Your identity information and your contribution points at the Cloud Mist Island will all be issued through this token. There are basic Earth Immortal cultivation methods in the storage bag, plus some scattered spirit stones for you to use. If there's anything you need, go to the straw hut in the backyard to find me. Of course, if you ignore me, you still have to report to me 3 days later. If you don't, you know the consequences." It was just a simple smile, but Long Yang's hair stood on end. It was his bad luck to meet such an unreasonable guy. After some simple messages, Long Yang finally accepted his fate. He had no choice but to accept his fate. In such an environment, he did not want to be beaten up again. He was not as strong as him and he was as shameless as him. What else could he do? Such a person could easily take your life in a matter of minutes if he found you an eyesore and caused some trouble. Just bear with it. At least it seemed that Boss Jiang didn't have any bad intentions towards him. When Long Yang's spirit entered the token, he immediately felt the message inside. So far, he didn't have any contribution points. This was something that could only be obtained by accepting missions or exchanging at the Cloud Mist Island. 100 low-grade spirit stones for 1 contribution point. What a scam. Thinking about it carefully, his 500 low-grade spirit stones could only be exchanged for 4 or 5 contribution points. Long Yang realized that he was still very poor, very poor. I have to find a way to earn money. Subconsciously, he began to think of many ways to earn money. It was not so easy to get his hands on such a thing. But on second thought, in a place like the Cloud Mist Island, the new disciples might not have a lot of low-grade spirit stones, but the old disciples probably had a lot. With a little bit of effort and some tricks, it wouldn't be difficult to earn low-grade spirit stones or even contribution points. He threw the token down and began to open the storage bag. Well, there were a few sets of cultivation techniques for Earth Immortals and some basic resources. Not even a single hair more. It seemed that this guy was really as stingy as he had shown. Bone tempering technique? He picked up a cultivation technique and began to read it. Generally speaking, there were very few fixed and rare cultivation techniques before the Sky Immortal level. Human immortals absorbed immortal chi. As long as they understood the rules and routes of the immortal chi in their body, everyone's cultivation method was similar. Cultivation techniques that had been made public would naturally not be precious. As for Earth Immortals, they were mostly bone tempering at this stage. Naturally, this bone tempering technique was also not rare. Only when one reached the Sky Immortal level and began to understand Dao and have a rapid increase in combat power would each immortal choose different cultivation techniques according to their physique and cultivation methods. Bone tempering techniques were essentially the same. Even though there were some differences, the effects were not that different. Of course, if one did not have the slightest background and focused on building a car behind closed doors, especially when there was no bone tempering technique, it would be very easy for one to go berserk. The cultivation method of immortals is to transform into a human body and start to cultivate. The entire human body has a total of 206 bones, which can be roughly divided into 4 major categories: limbs, torso, spine, and skull. The method of bone tempering is similar, but the order is different. Generally speaking, the order is limbs, torso, spine, and finally skull. Successfully tempering one of these major categories means that you will be promoted by a small realm. Those who successfully temper all the bones are the limit of an earth immortal. However, there are very few who can temper all 206 bones. There are only a few in the entire Cloud Island. It seems that the cultivation method of this earth immortal is really a bit special. Long Yang murmured to himself. Which one should I start with first? Right now my signature move is the Iron Head art. Should I temper my skull first? Can I exert the greatest power in this way? He did as he said. He began to mobilize the immortal chi and his own chi according to the operation method in the bone tempering technique. Little by little it entered the skull. Suddenly, his head began to burst out a ray of golden light. Something unexpected happened. Chapter 4184. Snatch it. Old Man Dumia was the first to fly out. He released his poison chi which spread into the surroundings. This was a very direct method to prevent others from approaching. What Old Man Dumia released was his ultimate poison. Ordinary people would find it very difficult to approach. Even experts at the 9th heavenly layer of Earth Source like Xiaoba and AI Hui would not be willing to touch it. Even if they had the strength to resist the poison, they would have to spend most of their energy to resist it. This would lead to a certain loss in battle strength. However, Old Man Dumia was in his peak state. Under the interference of the poison, the dragon bone spear would definitely belong to him. We can't let him take such a good item. Xiaoba also rushed out. He was now like a mad dog daring to bite anyone. You dare to snatch it from me? Old Man Dumia snorted coldly. He unleashed his divine might, conjuring a huge pitch-black hand. The hand was covered in poison. It seemed to cover the sky, directly enveloping the dragon bone spear. This preemptive strike was truly amazing. It prevented others from approaching. The dragon bone spear was within his grasp. Old Man Dumia already smiled. In his opinion, as long as he obtained the dragon bone spear, no one would dare to snatch it from him. It would undoubtedly be like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. In the entire land of exiles, there was no one who would dare to snatch something from him. However, just when Old Man Dumia thought that victory was in his grasp and that he was about to obtain the dragon bone spear, a figure suddenly broke through the obstacles like a gust of wind. Even Old Man Dumia's poison could not affect the figure at all. A dragon claw grabbed the dragon bone war spear before extermination poison Old Man could. In the next moment, the figure flickered and appeared 100 meters away, causing Old Man Dumia's hand to miss. The other great evildoer's efforts were all in vain. Who is it? Old Man Dumia was flustered and exasperated. He was the first to roar. Everyone looked at the figure. Who else could it be but Zhang Chen? Zhang Chen held the dragon bone spear in his hand. The source dragon in his body became restless again. Even the dragon bone spear trembled violently, as if it was resonating with Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen could feel an incomparably vigorous energy from the dragon bone combat spear. It was the energy of origin. The origin of this energy was the same as Zhang Chen's. Without guessing, Zhang Chen could tell that this was the treasure of the cosmic dragon. Zhang Chen had a feeling that if he could refine this dragon bone combat spear, he would be able to unleash a tremendous amount of power. With this spear in his hand, he would be able to kill the 10 evildoers with ease. However, he still needed some time to refine the dragon bone battle spear. Although his bloodline was very suitable for refining the dragon bone battle spear, it was his first time coming into contact with the items of the universe dragon. He still needed some time to get used to it. Zhang Chen, it's you. Xiao Ba's eyes widened. His eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. He hated Zhang Chen the most right now. Whenever Zhang Chen's face appeared before him, Xiao Ba would lose his mind. His hatred for Zhang Chen had reached the point where he was gnashing his teeth. Little bastard, hand over the dragon bone spear. Otherwise, I will let you experience all the pain in the world. Old Man Dumia was flustered and exasperated. He was the leader of the evildoers. In this land of exile, no one had ever dared to snatch something from him. The dragon bone spear was just about to fall into his hands when a brat suddenly appeared out of nowhere. How could Old Man Dumia not be furious? Brat, this is not something you can touch. Evil Hui also spoke up. The evildoers unleashed their auras. Torrential waves of aura surrounded Zhang Chen. It was like an inescapable net, not giving Zhang Chen any chance. Damn. Has this Xianxia gone crazy? He still dares to step forward to snatch the dragon bone spear? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Right now, Zhao Ba is looking for Xianxia everywhere, wanting to kill him. If I were him, I would run as far away as I can while the evildoers are fighting over the dragon bone spear. Yet this brat came knocking on my door. He must be sick in the head. Offending Zhao Ba is not enough. Now he even wants to offend old man Dumia as well. It's over. This brat is snatching food from the tiger's mouth. He will die for sure. His actions have offended all the evildoers. In the land of exile, the prestige of the evildoers is inviolable. Whoever dares to do so will die. Xianxia has offended all the evildoers in one go. How can he survive? That's right. I don't know what this brat is thinking. He still dares to jump out at a time like this. The Dragon Palace has opened so many times. Very few people have dared to fight against the evildoers. That's because those who have fought against the evildoers have all died. Many people were shocked. Clearly, no one had expected that Xianxia would still dare to jump out at a time like this. It would not be an exaggeration to describe the situation before them as an inescapable net. In such a situation there was no chance of escape. Everyone, I'm sorry. This dragon bone spear is mine. As the saying goes, the most precious treasure of the world belongs to those who are capable. If you can't snatch it, you can only blame yourselves for not being able to do so. Xianxia boasted shamelessly, not giving any face to the evildoers. Of course, there was no need for Xianxia to give any face to the evildoers. In Xianxia's eyes, these evildoers were nothing but trash. The so-called 10 great evildoers was just a title they gave themselves. Once they left the land of exile, they were nothing. Furthermore, they were fundamentally different from the innocent people who came in. They committed heinous crimes outside and were guilty of many crimes, which was why they were exiled. To put it bluntly, even if the door to the land of exile was opened, none of them would be willing to walk out. Instead of being beaten up by everyone outside, they would rather live a carefree life here and be high and mighty kings. Little B****, do you think that you can have the dragon bone spear just because you have it? It seems like you don't understand your own strength at all. Evil Hui said. Brat, give me the dragon bone spear. I guarantee that you will not have to worry about anything in the land of exile. Old man Nye Poison extended his hand. His expression changed faster than the flip of a book. Just a moment ago he was gnashing his teeth at Xianxia. Now he was offering an olive branch. Give it to you? Old Poison, how can trash like you be qualified to have such a sacred item? Xianxia sneered, not giving any face to old man Nye Poison. Fine, I gave you a chance but you didn't want it. I'll kill you now. Let's see how you take the dragon bone spear. Old man Nye Poison's expression changed once more. His fury soared. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. He wanted to see just what gave this reckless fellow the guts to be so arrogant. Even if he didn't have the dragon bone spear, just what Xianxia had said was enough for old man Nye Poison to kill him. Chapter 4185. Old Poison extermination. Let me kill him. I won't let you snatch this battle spear away. I only want his life. Zhao Ba was the first to attack. His hatred soared to the heavens. As long as he could kill Xianxia, there was nothing else he desired. A monstrous aura floated in the void. Zhao Ba attacked using all his strength. He had seen how powerful Xianxia was and knew that Xianxia had a way to escape. Therefore this time he didn't want to give Xianxia the slightest chance. Haha, I'm done playing with you. Xianxia laughed, not putting Zhao Ba in his eyes at all. After all, with a heaven-defying divine tool like the sky-ascending stairway, Xianxia couldn't find anyone to fear. Only Star Lord level experts could restrict his movements. Xianxia naturally wasn't a match for Zhao Ba and Old Poison extermination. After obtaining the Dragon Bone Battle Spear, he immediately used the sky-ascending stairway, wanting to escape. No matter how chaotic this place was, it had nothing to do with him. However, when Xianxia used the sky-ascending stairway, his expression suddenly changed. The sky-ascending stairway that had always been successful in the past had lost its effect at this moment. No, rather than saying that it had lost its effect, it was more accurate to say that the sky-ascending stairway had been restricted by some mysterious power. And this mysterious power came from the mysterious dragon palace behind him. Damn, I'm going to fail miserably. Xianxia almost coughed out a mouthful of blood. Something unexpected happening to the sky-ascending stairway was simply asking for Xianxia's life. These guys in front of him weren't easy to deal with. Let alone the others, this Xiao Ba was determined to kill him. Seeing that Xiao Ba's attack was about to reach him, the sky-ascending stairway was useless. Just as Jiang Qin was about to reach a dead end, the dragon bone battle spear in his hand moved restlessly once more. A dragon-shaped pillar of light suddenly rippled out from the dragon bone battle spear. The direction of the pillar of light wasn't Xiao Ba, but the dragon palace behind him. Next, Jiang Qin was pulled by the dragon-shaped pillar of light. With a swoosh, he actually entered the dragon palace and disappeared along with the dragon bone battle spear. Rumble, powerful energy fluctuations surged out. Xiao Ba had used all his strength to attack, but all of his attacks hit nothing but air, causing the void to tremble. However, in the end he had not achieved his goal. He had not been able to injure Jiang Qin in the slightest. What? Xiao Ba turned pale with fright as he stared at the door of the mysterious dragon palace in shock. For a moment he couldn't react. In other words, Xiao Ba had never expected that Jiang Qin would be able to enter the dragon palace. Of course, Xiao Ba was not the only one who was shocked. Everyone, including the 10 evildoers, looked at the dragon palace in shock. F***ck, he actually went in. How is this possible? This dragon palace clearly has a powerful restriction that prevents outsiders from entering. Must be because of the battle spear. This guy is really lucky. It's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse. Don't forget how many powerful demonic beasts walked out of the dragon palace just now. In my opinion, Jiang Qin will be in danger once he enters the dragon palace. Many people began to discuss and express their opinions. In the face of this mysterious dragon palace, no one dared to make a firm conclusion. Most of them were just guessing. You're all wrong. In my opinion, the door of the dragon palace is really open and all the demonic beasts inside have run out. At this moment there can't be any danger in the dragon palace. There are a lot of treasures in the dragon palace. I can't let that guy get away with it. I'm going in now and all the treasures inside will belong to me. Ai Hui burst into laughter. He had to admit that some people's thoughts were always so strange and different from the masses. After saying that, Ai Hui soared into the sky and turned into a beam of light, flying towards the door of the dragon palace. Bang! A beam of light rippled out from the gate of the dragon palace. Evil Radiance left quickly but returned even faster. The beam of light hit Evil Radiance's body precisely. Even with Evil Radiance's strength, he was bounced back hundreds of feet. Barf! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Ai Hui's mouth. After being killed by the door of the dragon palace twice in a row, Ai Hui was so depressed that he almost fainted. F***c. Ai Hui rolled his eyes and couldn't help but curse. Why was he always the one getting hurt? Some people think they're infallible, but they don't know how ignorant their actions are. Someone mocked. What did you say? Ai Hui was furious. He was already depressed enough, and now there were people making sarcastic remarks around him. How could he live? What? Want to fight? That person was not afraid of Ai Hui. They were both 10 evildoers and his strength was not below Ai Hui's. Moreover, Ai Hui had been injured by the door of the dragon palace twice, and his combat power had been reduced by half. To put it bluntly, if Ai Hui dared to fight him now, he had the absolute ability to make the land of exile only have 9 evildoers left. Ai Hui was angry, but he could only bear with it. The situation was different now, and it was not realistic for him to flaunt his strength as usual. In the end, he would not be able to gain any benefits and he would even get into trouble. His life might even be in danger. In a place like the land of exile, there was no such thing as reason. In the distance, De Huang Dog saw everything and then disappeared. With his strength, he didn't dare to jump out at this time. In this troublesome place, once De Huang Dog appeared, the wrath of the 10 evildoers would definitely be transferred to him. Xiao Ba in particular would be happy to kill him. Now that Jiang Qin was not around and he had lost the assistance of the stairway to heaven, De Huang Dog was not a fool. He wouldn't come out at this time to court death. If there was anything depressing, it would be that he couldn't enter the dragon palace with Jiang Qin. De Huang Dog was also very interested in the mysterious dragon palace. Now that Jiang Qin went in alone, De Huang Dog didn't have to worry at all. He knew Jiang Qin's bloodline. Entering the dragon palace would not pose any danger to Jiang Qin. Instead, it would be a great opportunity for Jiang Qin. This opportunity would become the biggest turning point for Jiang Qin in the eternal world. De Huang Dog left, but he would secretly pay close attention to all the movements in the Dragon Palace. Once Zhou Xian came out, he would jump out again. Moreover, De Huang Dog's cultivation had already reached the 4th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. He also needed some time to stabilize his cultivation. Zhou Xian would probably not come out for a while in the Dragon Palace, so he could use this time to stabilize his cultivation. On the other side, in the mysterious Dragon Palace, Zhou Xian entered the Dragon Palace under the guidance of the Dragon Bone Battle Spear. The inside of the Dragon Palace was extremely dark, and an invisible pressure filled the surroundings. Zhou Xian frowned, feeling like he could not move an inch. Not only that, the Dragon Palace was too dark. Zhou Xian's divine sense was even restricted, so he couldn't explore the situation inside. The only light came from the Dragon Bone Battle Spear in his hand. However, the light on the spear was extremely weak, so the area it could illuminate was extremely limited. Chapter 4186. A gust of cold wind blew past and Zhou Xian couldn't help shivering. Even his hand that was holding the Dragon Bone Battle Spear couldn't help but tremble. Zhou Xian looked around. There was nothing around him. It was as if Zhou Xian had entered a frozen space. It was indescribably gloomy. What's going on? Zhou Xian frowned. The scene in the Dragon Palace was completely different from what he had imagined. At the same time, Zhou Xian's heart was filled with doubts. This place was too mysterious. There were at least 8,000 demonic beasts that walked out of this place. In Zhou Xian's opinion, there should at least be a group of demonic beasts here. However, he didn't expect it to be so peaceful like a real land of exiles. There wasn't even a strand of hair, let alone demonic beasts. Facing such an environment, the only explanation that Zhou Xian could think of was that all the demonic beasts had walked out. After all, the gate of the Dragon Palace was open just now. Buzz. The Dragon Bone Battle Spear buzzed and trembled violently in Zhou Xian's hand. Even transmitted a will. The will wasn't very clear, but Zhou Xian could roughly understand it through his bloodline. I know. The reason why I can't see the true appearance of the Dragon Palace is that I haven't been recognized by it. If I want to be recognized by it, I have to start with the Dragon Bone Battle Spear. As long as I refine this battle spear, I will be recognized by the Dragon Palace and even become its master. I don't know what the Dragon Palace is, but its level is definitely not low. This is because the Dragon Palace could confine the sky-climbing stairway. This is the first time this has happened since I got the sky-climbing stairway. Zhou Xian murmured to himself. He wasn't an idiot. His lifetime of cultivation had given him unparalleled experience. Even though he had entered this mysterious Dragon Palace, he didn't show any signs of panic. Through the will of the Dragon Bone Combat Spear, he quickly knew what he had to do next. He wouldn't allow the Dragon Palace to trap him in this place. The Dragon Bone Spear was shaking more and more violently, and the Golden Origin Dragon was circling around the spear, clearly very interested in it. Alright, I'll refine this Dragon Bone Battle Spear first and gain the recognition of the Dragon Palace. Then I'll be able to see the foundation of the Dragon Palace. Zhou Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately sat down with his legs crossed, placed the Dragon Bone Spear in front of him and began to refine it. As for what was going on outside, Zhou Xian was not worried at all. As the saying went, if it had nothing to do with you, he would just let it go. No matter how chaotic the land of exile was, it had nothing to do with him. There was no one here worth his attention. As for Big Yellow, Zhou Xian wasn't worried about him at all. This dog was an old fox, very cunning and had many ways to protect himself. If he hid himself, even if all the great warriors of the land of exiles were dispatched, they still wouldn't be able to find him. When the dragon transformation skill was unleashed, the blood in Zhou Xian's body began to boil. After the evolution of the dragon transformation skill, the bloodline in Zhou Xian's body was no different from the bloodline of the universe dragon, or even more powerful. Under Zhou Xian's control, the Golden Origin Dragon entered the Dragon Bone Battle Spear. In an instant, the Dragon Bone Battle Spear shone brightly, and its aura soared into the sky, causing the entire Dragon Palace to shake violently. The Dragon Bone Battle Spear contained the extremely noble bloodline of the Universe Dragon. This was definitely a weapon of an expert of the Universe Dragon, and its level was unfathomable. However, this Dragon Bone Battle Spear had been sealed. At its peak, it would not have been weaker than existences like the sky-climbing stairway. Because of Zhou Xian's bloodline, the Golden Origin Dragon quickly gained the recognition of the Dragon Bone Battle Spear. As a result, the first step of refining the Dragon Bone Battle Spear was very smooth for Zhou Xian. Even so, with Zhou Xian's current ability, it was not an easy task to completely refine the Dragon Bone Battle Spear. This refining process lasted for half a month. During this half a month, the northernmost area was still filled with people. The 10 evildoers appeared to be very patient and none of them left. As for the demonic beasts that escaped from the Dragon Palace, although they fled to places not far from the land of exile, they did not cause too much of a stir. That brat Zhou Xian has been in the Dragon Palace for half a month. Why hasn't he come out yet? Could he have died in there? What are we waiting for here? I'm afraid there won't be a good show to watch. What do you know? The Dragon Palace has been floating in the sky and has not sunk. This means that there will be more changes. Don't you know the mysteries of the Dragon Palace? As long as the Dragon Palace does not disappear, there is a need to wait. Otherwise, do you think the 10 evildoers have nothing better to do? That's right. Let's continue to wait. If Zhou Xian comes out from inside, I'm afraid he will become the target of the 10 evildoers immediately. This guy stole the battle spear of Crippling Poison. Crippling Poison's face has been gloomy for half a month. Many people were talking about it. The 10 evildoers were ready for battle. So far, no one had given up on the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace had long become the most symbolic place in the land of exile. As long as the Dragon Palace existed, there might be changes. The 10 evildoers would not miss it, and neither would the experts in the land of exile. After all, in the land of exile, people did not have much to do on normal days. Instead of going back and doing nothing, they might as well wait and watch the show. At this moment in the Dragon Palace, Zhou Xian had completely refined the Dragon Bone Battle Spear. Dragon blood actually seeped out from the spear. The energy in the dragon blood is so dense. This is the reward the Dragon Bone Battle Spear gave me. If I refine the dragon blood, my cultivation will rise by at least 2 levels, reaching the 5th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Also, refining the dragon blood will be a good time to test whether my bloodline is noble or the universe dragons. Zhou Xian's eyes shone brightly. The dragon blood was a treasure among treasures. Even the knowledgeable Zhou Xian could not help but lick his lips. Without any hesitation, Zhou Xian directly swallowed the dragon blood. Perhaps only Zhou Xian could swallow it so ferociously. If it was anyone else, they might not even be able to obtain the dragon blood's recognition. Just the energy contained in the dragon blood was enough to make their bodies explode. However, this situation did not exist for Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian's bloodline was enough to suppress everything. Even the essence blood of the universe dragon had to submit to it. Boom! As the dragon blood entered Zhou Xian's body, a violent energy immediately wreaked havoc in Zhou Xian's body. It filled Zhou Xian's limbs and bones. The energy of the dragon blood was extremely domineering. It wanted to display its nobility in Zhou Xian's body. Chapter 4187. Upon seeing this, Zhou Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Facts had proven that the true dragon bloodline in his body was the noblest bloodline in the heavens and earth. Even the high and mighty cosmic dragon couldn't be compared to it. In front of his bloodline, even the cosmic dragon had to surrender. This was probably the reason why the Dragon Bone Spear had chosen him. Buzz. The Dragon Bone Spear began to tremble once again. It felt an unprecedented intimacy towards Zhou Xian. The spear constantly revolved around Zhou Xian's body. At that moment, Zhou Xian had completely become the spear's master. At the same time, violent energy wreaked havoc within Zhou Xian's body. Zhou Xian's cultivation broke through to the 4th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm in an instant and continued to advance triumphantly. He broke through to the 5th heavenly layer and only stopped when he reached the peak of the 5th heavenly layer. In this state, Zhou Xian was brimming with confidence. In his draconified state, he was invincible in the land of exiles. Even the 10 great villains were not his opponent. Even the most powerful old man of poison was nothing in front of Zhou Xian. In reality, in Zhou Xian's eyes, the old man of poison was the least of his worries. This was because the old man of poison was best at using poison. Zhou Xian was immune to poison, so the old man of poison, who had lost his advantage in poison, was truly unable to withstand a single blow from Zhou Xian. Swish. Just when Zhou Xian became the master of the Dragon Bone Spear and successfully reached the 5th heavenly layer of the Earth Source Realm, the scenery in the Dragon Palace suddenly changed. The originally dark environment suddenly became extremely bright. Dazzling light filled the entire place, turning it into a completely different country. At the same time, a beam of divine light appeared. The divine light squirmed like it was alive, appearing above Zhou Qian's head before entering Zhou Qian's body with a swish. As the divine light enveloped his body, Zhou Qian's body shook violently and his mind became infinitely clearer. The divine sense that was originally restricted was also released at this moment. The entire scene in the Dragon Palace could be seen clearly at a glance. With a move of his body, Zhou Qian could walk to any place in the Dragon Palace. This was his backyard and he, Zhou Qian, had obviously become the real owner of the Dragon Palace. Roar. A tiger's roar reverberated in the void, and a black tiger covered in black armor appeared. This black tiger looked exactly the same as the black tiger that had appeared in the land of exile and had been killed by the 10 evildoers. However, this black tiger looked more realistic. With a flash, the black tiger arrived beside Zhou Qian, turning into a middle-aged man in black armor. The man carried the Tiger King's plate, and his body was as sturdy as a metal tower. The black tiger's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source Realm, infinitely close to the Heavenly Source Realm. Moreover, the black tiger's bloodline was extremely wondrous. Although his cultivation was only at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source Realm, Zhou Qian had reason to believe that even ordinary first heavenly layer heavenly source experts would not be the black tiger's opponent. Zhou Qian's face was calm. He wasn't nervous at all when he saw Black Tiger walking towards him, because he didn't sense any hostility from Black Tiger. Perhaps he would need to learn all the information about the Dragon Palace from Black Tiger. The Black Tiger stopped near Zhou Qian and bowed deeply towards Zhou Qian. The Black King greets Master. Master? Zhou Qian furrowed his brows. That's right. The one who has obtained the recognition of the Dragon Bone Spear is the master of the Buddha Prison Palace. The Buddha Prison Palace has been exiled for 3,000 years. The new master has finally arrived, said the Black King, clearly rather excited. Is the Buddha Prison Palace the name of the Dragon Palace? Asked Zhou Qian. The Dragon Palace had the word prison in it and it seemed to be a prison. It was not as simple as he had imagined. That's right. I will explain everything about the Buddha Prison Palace to Master because from this moment onwards, you are the master of the Buddha Prison Palace, said the Black King. Zhou Qian nodded and prepared to listen attentively. Zhou Qian was very interested in the Dragon Palace. 3,000 years ago, our patriarch offended the Eternal Lord and was suppressed by the Eternal Lord. In fact, the Eternal Lord was afraid of the Buddha Patriarch's talent and was afraid that the Buddha Patriarch's continued growth would threaten his position as the Eternal Lord. Therefore he found an excuse to attack the Buddha Patriarch. The Eternal Lord exiled the Empyrean Buddha Palace and it became the Buddha Prison Palace. The members of the Buddha clan were all sealed here and our cultivation was exploited. In the Buddha Prison Palace, our cultivation could not grow in the slightest for the rest of our lives. The entire Buddha clan was cursed by the Eternal Lord. My cultivation has been declining for the past 3,000 years and not long ago, it fell from the heavenly source realm to the earthly source realm. The Black King's face was filled with sorrow. The only way to break the curse is to find a new master for the Buddha Prison Palace. Today you're finally here. The Buddha Patriarch once served the Eternal Lord, and I am not a member of the Dragon Clan. I am just a soldier under the Patriarch. Apart from the Patriarch, the entire Dragon Clan has been implicated. I reckon that the Universe Dragon Clan won't have an easy time in the past 3,000 years. The Black King's eyes reddened as he spoke. He recalled how mighty the Buddha army was in the past. The 3 words Buddha army had made the eternal world tremble. But now they had been exiled to such a remote place, where they were neither human nor ghost. Although the Black King's words were vague, Zhou Qian could still understand the gist of it. This was the tragic story of an unparalleled figure that had implicated too many people. The Black King and the demonic beasts that had been sent out had all followed the Buddha army in the past, and their strength had been far greater than that at their peak. In the past 3,000 years, the Buddha Prison Palace had weakened their cultivation. In Zhou Qian's opinion, the Black King before him was most likely a Star Lord at his peak. The black tiger that went out earlier was your clone, right? Zhou Xian asked. That's right. The Black King's eyes lit up, and the way he looked at Zhou Xian couldn't help but change a little. To be honest, the Black King was extremely disappointed when he first saw the new master of the Buddha Prison Palace. The Buddha Prison Palace was so powerful and supreme, but the new master was actually an Earth Source Realm kid. But now Zhou Xian could see through his clone at a glance. This was enough to show that the person before him had some ability. Of course, how could he be chosen by the Dragon Bone Battle Spear? The Dragon Bone Battle Spear was the life weapon of the Buddha army. Chapter 4188. Zhou Xian already had some understanding of the Buddha Prison Palace. It was the treasure of a supreme expert in the eternal world. It might even be comparable to the stairway to heaven. Now that he had become the master of the Dragon Palace, he would be like a fish in water in the eternal world in the future. Black King, are you the only one in the Dragon Palace now? Zhou Xian asked. Of course not. Those who left before could not withstand the curse of the Eternal Lord and lost their souls. They have completely lost their consciousness, which is why they could escape from the Dragon Palace. This is also the only way to escape from the Dragon Palace. Under the curse, they can completely lose themselves and leave this place. Those of us who have not lost our consciousness and ourselves have been waiting for the master's arrival. Now that the Dragon Palace has a new master, the curse will naturally be removed. We have waited for this day for a long time. The Black King said excitedly. After saying that, his aura suddenly fluctuated. Rumbling sounds could be heard in the Dragon Palace. Silhouettes appeared from different directions. Some of them were demonic beasts in human form, some were in demonic beast form, and some were elves. Zhou Xian scanned through the palace with his divine sense and found that there were exactly 10,000 of them. Why haven't you greeted the master yet? The Black King said to the thousands of demonic beasts. Greetings, master. The thousands of demonic beasts cried out in unison and knelt on the ground neatly. Zhou Xian was shocked. The scene was a little too shocking. Without a doubt, these great demonic beasts were all in the 9th heaven of the Earth Source Realm. Moreover, according to what the Black King had said, their former cultivation must have been far higher than this. Under the curse of the Eternal Lord, they had been weakened for 3,000 years to reach their current realm. Black King, can your cultivation still be improved? Zhou Xian asked. His heart couldn't calm down at the moment. The land of exiles was nothing but trash in his eyes. The 10 evildoers couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. If he released all of these demons, the land of exiles would be littered with corpses in an instant, and not even the fowls and dogs would be spared. What made Zhou Xian even more excited was that if these people could gradually recover their cultivation, the army of 10,000 beasts would be of great use. If 1% of the demonic beasts here could advance by 1 level, they would be at the 1st heaven of the Heavenly Source Realm. 101st heaven of the Heavenly Source Realm would be equivalent to tens of thousands of 9th heaven of the Earthly Source Realm. Zhou Xian would lead the army of 10,000 demonic beasts to the Sky Feather Mountain. The Feather Clan of the Crimson East region would not be able to resist. Master, as long as the curse is broken, our cultivation will slowly recover. Give me 3 days at most and I'll be able to reach the Heavenly Source stage. There are at least 1,000 demonic beasts on the 1st floor of the Dragon Palace who can reach the Heavenly Source stage within a month. The Black King said casually, but one could feel that the Black King wasn't bragging at all. This number was actually quite conservative. What? Zhou Qian's eyes suddenly lit up. He tried his best not to laugh out loud in excitement. 1,000 Heavenly Source demonic beasts would flatten the Sky Feather Mountain. From now on, everything left behind by the Buddha Patriarch belongs to Master, including our lives. The Black King is willing to go through fire and water for Master. The Black King clasped his fists at Zhou Xian as he spoke in a powerful voice. Very good. Black King, let me ask you, what are the upper 8 floors of the Dragon Palace? Why can't I open them now? Asked Zhou Xian. Although the assistance of the demonic beasts and the Dragon Bone Battle Spear were already a great fortune for Zhou Xian naturally wanted to know what the upper 8 floors were since he had become the master of the Dragon Palace. If the 1st floor of the Dragon Palace already had such great benefits, he believed that the higher he went, the more benefits there would be. This subordinate doesn't know either. According to this subordinate's guess, the people locked up there are probably the powerful figures under the Buddha Patriarch's command. The people locked up on each floor should be different. As for Master not being able to open the 2nd floor, It should be because Master's cultivation is still insufficient. The upper floors of the Dragon Palace should open automatically as Master's cultivation increases, but Master doesn't need to worry. Although the experts on the upper floors can't come out right now, their cultivation will no longer be weakened because the curse has been lifted. Even if they can't leave the Dragon Palace, it won't affect their recovery. Every time Master opens a floor, the experts that come out will be directly used by Master," said the Black King. Hearing this, Xianxia couldn't help nodding his head. At the same time he couldn't help sighing. He was once the master of a plane, but his cultivation was so low that he couldn't even open the second floor of the Dragon Palace. However, Xianxia wasn't discouraged at all. The more it was like this, the more excited he was. The Dragon Palace had only opened a floor, which meant that he still had a long way to go in the eternal world. This was another path to rule the world, and this was what Xianxia yearned for the most. "Black King, you guys will continue to cultivate in the Dragon Palace. You guys can only come out when I need you guys. Without my order no one is allowed to move," Xianxia said loudly to the Black King and the demonic beasts. "Yes, Master." The demonic beasts responded in unison. Xianxia was like a sovereign, waving his hand to command the world. "Master, rest assured. You're the master of the Dragon Palace now. Without your order we can't leave even if we want to," said the Black King. Xianxia nodded. He was very satisfied with the performance of the Black King and the demonic beasts. Then he walked out of the Dragon Palace. The moment Xianxia walked out of the Dragon Palace, the enormous Dragon Palace that was originally floating above the sea suddenly shrunk rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had become a small dot of light, completely disappearing from the land of exiles. The Dragon Palace turned into a speck of dust and entered Xianxia's body. It could change its size at will and could be summoned by Xianxia at will. "Look, the Dragon Palace has disappeared. Oh my God, this mysterious Dragon Palace has been in the land of exile for God knows how many years. It suddenly disappeared as if it was never there. What happened? It must have something to do with Xianxia. Where's Xianxia? Look, Xianxia has appeared. This guy must have had an amazing encounter. Not only did he not die after entering the Dragon Palace, but he also made the Dragon Palace disappear. The disappearance of the Dragon Palace must have something to do with Xianxia. It must be Xianxia. He got all the treasures in the Dragon Palace. That must be it." The disappearance of the Dragon Palace and the reappearance of Xianxia had undoubtedly set off a storm in the land of far north. Everyone was shocked. The mysterious Dragon Palace had existed in the land of far north for God knows how long. When the 10 evildoers appeared, the Dragon Palace was already there. Now that the Dragon Palace had suddenly disappeared and Xianxia was the first person to enter the Dragon Palace in countless years, no one would believe that there was no connection between the two. Chapter 4189. Whoosh! Countless experts surrounded Xianxia, led by the 10 evildoers. From the looks of it, even if Xianxia had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still die here today. However, even in the face of such a scene, Xianxia was still calm and composed. There was even a hint of a smile on his face. Holy shit, this guy is still smiling. Why is he smiling? Is he looking down on us? Are we not afraid at all? We are the 10 evildoers. You should at least show a trace of fear and respect us. This matter concerns the dignity of the 10 evildoers. It is intolerable. Moreover, Old Man Miedu and Zhao Ba wanted to kill Xianxia. Looking at Xianxia's arrogant attitude that didn't put them in his eyes, Old Man Miedu and Zhao Ba were infuriated, especially Zhao Ba. He couldn't wait to tear Xianxia apart. "Xianxia, hand over your life," Zhao Ba roared. Waves of qi surged around his body and he was about to attack Xianxia. He hated Xianxia to the bone. If he did not kill Xianxia, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. "Wait." Old Man Miepoison stood in front of Zhao Ba. "Old Man Miepoison, what is the meaning of this? This kid is trying to snatch your battle spear." Zhao Ba was furious. He did not know why Old Man Miepoison stopped him. The disappearance of the Dragon Palace must be related to this kid. He might have obtained the treasures in the Dragon Palace. So don't kill him for now. Let me ask him. Old Man Miepoison said. He was clearly much calmer than Zhao Ba. Although he wanted to kill Xianxia, the treasures in the Dragon Palace still affected his heart. In his eyes, Xianxia's life was not as valuable as the treasures in the Dragon Palace. "Hurry up and ask. After you ask, let me kill him. His life is mine." None of you can snatch it. Zhao Balingling said. This time he had completely locked onto Jiang Chen's aura. With previous experiences, Xiao Ba knew that this guy was very cunning. This time he must not give him a chance to escape. Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head when he saw how confident the two of them were. These two infamous villains in the land of exile didn't know that they were just like ants in his eyes. Not to mention the countless demons in the Dragon Palace who could kill them, Jiang Chen himself was confident that he could kill them. Jiang Chen was confident that he could kill them. Jiang Chen, let me ask you, why did the Dragon Palace disappear? The poison extermination old man looked at Jiang Chen and asked in a condescending tone. I naturally know why the Dragon Palace disappeared. But why should I tell you? Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. He just stood there and didn't even look at old man Dumia. This had undoubtedly deeply hurt old man Dumia's self-esteem. What kind of place was this? This was the land of exile. He was one of the top 10 evildoers, yet someone dared to speak to him in such a manner. This was the first time someone had spoken to him in such a manner. Brat, I advise you not to refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. The poison extermination old man gnashed his teeth. It seemed that he had endured Jiang Chen for a long time. If it were not for the treasures in the Dragon Palace, the poison extermination old man would have directly killed Jiang Chen without Zhao Ba's help. I prefer to drink forfeit. What can you do to me? Jiang Chen's aura fluctuated and suddenly became sharp. The strength of a peak 5th heavenly layer earth source expert was released. It was many times stronger than when he entered the Dragon Palace. What a powerful aura. How did his cultivation increase so much all of a sudden? He must have obtained great benefits from the Dragon Palace. His cultivation has increased by 2 whole levels. This is too exaggerated. This is enough to prove that the disappearance of the Dragon Palace is related to him. We must make him hand over the treasures in the Dragon Palace. The 10 evildoers all moved. When they saw Jiang Chen's great improvement in cultivation base, a blazing light emerged in their eyes. It was obvious that no one could improve their cultivation base so much in such a short period of time, unless they had encountered a heaven-shaking fortuitous encounter. And this fortuitous encounter must have come from the Dragon Palace that had disappeared. Jiang Chen's cultivation increase had aroused everyone's greed. Jiang Chen, don't be so ungrateful. There are so many people here today. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you won't be able to escape. The poison extermination old man coldly snorted. He had never seen such an arrogant person before. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He looked around and saw countless people charging over. Countless experts seemed to have their own intentions towards him. Jiang Chen ignored the poison extermination old man and said loudly, I'm in a good mood today so I can give you a way out. Those who leave the northernmost area now can keep your lives. Those who stay behind will die. Don't blame me for being impolite later. I Jiang Chen never give a second chance. Now is the time for you to make your choice. Jiang Chen was like a king who ruled over all living beings. He was high and mighty and he was insufferably arrogant. He didn't put anyone here in his eyes. His words caused another commotion. However, many people laughed mockingly, especially the 10 evildoers and the 9th heavenly layer earth source experts. They treated Jiang Chen as a joke. This was because Jiang Chen's words were just too funny. Jiang Chen did not stand a chance in this situation at all. No matter how heaven-defying Jiang Chen was, it was impossible for him to take on so many experts all by himself. Basically all the experts of the land of exiled were here. What could a single Jiang Chen amount to? What an idiot. Where does his confidence come from? Shameless boasting. I've never seen such an arrogant person before. However, arrogance also requires ability. A mere 5th heavenly layer earth source dares to challenge all the experts of the land of exiled. I really don't know where his confidence comes from. Confidence? In my opinion, he's a typical example of someone who's been hit by a door. He doesn't even know his own capabilities after entering the Dragon Palace. In my opinion, he's the one who truly doesn't know his place. Amidst the endless mockery, not a single person backed down. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly when he saw this. He already knew that this would be the result. These people were all wicked beyond redemption. He would be dreaming if he wanted them to back down in the face of benefits. Since that was the case, Jiang Chen would not be polite at all, nor would he feel any psychological burden. In the distance, De Huang Dog had already appeared, but he did not charge forward. De Huang Dog was extremely shocked when he saw Jiang Chen's great increase in cultivation. Clearly he had obtained great benefits in the Dragon Palace, which was why he had advanced 2 levels. This bastard's so confident. I'd like to see just what trump card he's got. De Huang Dog shook his head. He knew Jiang Chen's abilities. Although Jiang Chen had reached the 5th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, it would not be easy for him to defeat so many experts all by himself. However, with De Huang Dog's understanding of Jiang Chen must have obtained some powerful technique in the Dragon Palace, which was why he was so arrogant. Chapter 4190. Looks like there's nothing more to say, Lung Ling said. Originally he wanted to force Jiang Chen to hand over the treasures in the Dragon Palace, but he never expected Jiang Chen to be so stubborn. Since that was the case, there was no point in talking any further. All he could do was capture Jiang Chen first and torture him until Jiang Chen begged him to hand over the treasures. When it came to torture, there were probably only a few people who were better than Old Man Mia in this aspect. He had countless poisons in his body and any one of them could make one wish they were dead. I'll kill him first. Zhao Ba's aura fluctuated as he charged forward first. He had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Jiang Chen was completely unfazed by Zhao Ba's attack. He did not even glance at Zhao Ba. Just when Zhao Ba's attack was about to reach Jiang Chen, a pitch-black fist suddenly appeared out of nowhere and collided with Zhao Ba's hand. Zhao Ba's expression changed drastically. It was like a ferocious beast. Even with his strength he was unable to block it. With a cracking sound, one of Zhao Ba's arms broke. Under the impact of this force, his entire body was pushed back 1,000 feet. Who's there? Zhao Ba bellowed. His expression was extremely ugly. One of his arms had been crippled, so he had lost at least half of his battle prowess. Zhao Ba refused to believe that the attack came from Jiang Chen. Even if Jiang Chen transformed, he would not necessarily possess such strength. Moreover, when the black fist appeared, it pulsed with a surging demon chi. It was clearly a great demon. Countless gazes looked over and saw black mist around Jiang Chen. A tower-like figure appeared. It was the Black King. Master. The Black King bowed towards Jiang Chen in an extremely respectful manner. Master. Everyone's expression changed. The 10 evildoers could all sense the Black King's strength. Although the Black King's presence was also at the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, it was many times stronger than theirs. It was not a level that was infinitely close to the Heavenly Source stage, but a level that had stopped at the Heavenly Source stage. As one of the 10 great evils, Zhao Ba was already very powerful. In the entire land of exile, aside from old poison extermination, no one would dare say that they could defeat Zhao Ba. However, even someone as ferocious as Zhao Ba's arm had still been crippled by a single punch from the black-clothed man. Half of Zhao Ba's battle prowess had been destroyed. This was too frightening. Who is this person? What a familiar aura. It's the black tiger from before. Didn't we already kill it? Why did it appear again? No, he's much more powerful than the black tiger from before. They're not on the same level at all. I get it now. The one we killed before was probably only a clone of the black tiger. This is the main body. The black tiger is a demonic beast of Dragon Palace, so it looks like Jiang Chen has already obtained the recognition of Dragon Palace. That's why the black tiger calls him master. God damn it, Jiang Chen has such a powerful helper. No wonder he's so arrogant and looks down on us. It's just a black tiger. Even if it's powerful, how powerful can it be? This is the land of exile, a place where heavenly source experts are not allowed. As long as the black tiger isn't a heavenly source expert, there's nothing for us to be afraid of. How can he fend off so many experts by himself? If that's all Jiang Chen has, he won't be able to change the outcome. That's right. It's just a black tiger. Do we have to be afraid of him if we work together? We killed his clone before, so we can kill his main body now. The 10 villains were all shocked. However, a single Black King was not enough to make them shrink back. They already had the experience of killing the Black Tiger's clone, and the 10 villains were not the only 9th Heavenly Layer Origin Realm experts present. There were at least 40 to 59th Heavenly Layer Origin Realm experts in the entire land of exile. With such a lineup, a mere Black Tiger was nothing. Even 2 Black Tigers would not be a problem if they joined forces. Jiang Chen, is this your trump card? Old Man Mia asked coldly. He remained very composed. My trump card is far from this. Everyone here will die today. There's no longer any value in the land of exile. I've already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Don't expect me to give you a second chance, Zhou Xian said indifferently. Zhou Xian said in an indifferent tone. The arrogance and confidence in his words were starting to make people feel afraid. This was because no matter how they looked at it, Zhou Xian did not seem like he was boasting. He was acting like he was telling the truth. Zhou Xian, you don't need to bluff. We didn't make it this far because we were scared, Evil Hui called out. He also gritted his teeth at Zhou Xian. His eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. He had wanted to enter the Dragon Palace wholeheartedly, but he had been hurt twice by the Dragon Palace in the past, only to fail in the end. What he had been dreaming of had ended up in the hands of someone as insignificant as Zhou Xian. How could Evil Hui feel at ease over this? Master, I'll listen to your orders, called out Evil Hui. He did not pay attention to the words of the others throughout the entire process. I said none of you can live. Leave this old man to me. Zhou Xian said, pointing at old man Miemia. Zhou Xian had always been competitive. Since old man Miemia was the strongest expert in the land of exile, Zhou Xian was naturally interested. He had reached the peak of the 5th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm through the dragon blood in the Dragon Bone Battle Spear, so it was time to test his strength. Old man Miemia was the most suitable person. Yes, master. The Black King replied before waving his hand in the air. What happened next caused the expressions of everyone in the extreme north to change drastically. With a whoosh, a black mass of demon chi surged into the sky. 109th heavenly layer Earth Source demons had appeared at the same time. What? My God, why are there so many demonic beasts? Every single one of them is at the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. We're doomed. We're doomed. We're completely doomed. Zhou Xian wasn't bluffing at all. He actually had such a trump card to subdue so many demonic beast experts. 109th heavenly layer Earth Source experts. Every single one of them is no weaker than the 10 great villains. How are we supposed to fight this? For a time, everyone's faces were ashen, including the 10 great villains. The stronger one was, the more they could sense how powerful these demonic beasts were. Any one of them would be no weaker than them or even stronger. How were they supposed to fight? They could only wait to be slaughtered. Chapter 4191. The situation began to change. This was an unprecedented turning point, the greatest turning point in the entire land of exiles. There had never been so many experts in the entire land of exiles, and they were all demonic beasts with powerful bodies. More importantly, these demonic beasts could not be compared to ordinary demonic beasts. Zhou Xian, who knew the inside story, had high hopes for these demonic beasts. After all, these demonic beasts were all once peerless geniuses. They had once stopped at even greater realms of cultivation. Many of them were even star lords. Zhou Xian, don't go overboard. We won't provoke you, so let us retreat, said one of the evildoers at this moment. Even though he was one of the 10 evildoers, he was truly afraid when faced with such a lineup. With their insight, they could obviously tell that these demonic beasts were just too powerful. There was no lack of demonic beasts among the 10 evildoers. The more demonic beasts there were, the more they could sense just how powerful the Black King and the others were. If they knew that there were not 100 but 10,000 demonic beasts in the Dragon Palace, they would probably all be scared out of their wits. They would not even have the courage to stand there and speak to Zhou Xian. They would definitely kneel and beg for mercy. It's too late for you to retreat now, Black King. Who knew how many massacres Zhou Xian had experienced? This was all child's play to him. He had already said before that he would never give people a second chance. He had already given these people a chance, but they did not know how to cherish it. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the Black King would definitely listen to Zhou Xian's orders. When he heard Zhou Xian's order, the Black King bellowed, producing an earth-shaking dragon's roar. He led 109th heavenly layer Earth Source demons and charged towards the group of people in a frenzy. Asterisk arg. Asterisk for a moment, blood-curdling screams filled the sky. Silhouettes could be seen everywhere. Many of them were filled with regret. They regretted that they didn't grasp the opportunity that Zhou Xian had given them. It was their greed that returned the favor. Who else could they blame for this? Wakaka, exciting, exciting, Lord Dog is coming. De Huang Dog cackled as he sped towards Zhou Xian. He had seen everything with his own eyes, so he naturally understood what kind of benefits Zhou Xian had obtained in the Dragon Palace. Asterisk roar. When a great demon saw De Huang Dog heading towards Jiang Chen, it immediately charged towards De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog was so frightened that he couldn't help but curse. "Stop, we're on the same side," Jiang Chen hurriedly scolded. These demonic beasts in the Dragon Palace didn't know who De Huang Dog was. They were just following Jiang Chen's instructions. If they accidentally hurt De Huang Dog, Jiang Chen would regret it. "Yes, master." That great demon was shocked. He quickly dodged and charged towards the other side. These great demons were extremely brutal when it came to killing. In fact, this was very normal. One should know that they had once followed the Buddha clan's patriarch to battle all over the place and experienced countless massacres. Moreover, their killing intent was relatively dense. After being imprisoned for 3,000 years, they finally had the chance to walk out of the Dragon Palace and have such a carefree battle. To these demonic beasts, this battle was simply a feast. Naturally, they had to use this method of killing to vent the resentment that had accumulated for 3,000 years. "Little Chinzi, this is awesome. What is this Dragon Palace? How did you subdue those demonic beasts?" De Huang Dog came to Jiang Chen's side and said excitedly. Now he no longer had to be afraid of anything in the land of exiles. With these demonic beasts as his subordinates, he could do whatever he wanted and no one could stop him. Obviously, after today the entire land of exiles would face a huge reshuffle. "I'll tell you later. Let me kill this old poison monster first." Jiang Chen patted De Huang Dog's head and turned into a dragon. With the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, he pointed it at Old Poison Monster. At this moment, Old Poison Monster was the most relaxed. Because of Jiang Chen's order, the Black King and the others did not attack Old Poison Monster. "Old Poison Monster, I'll give you a chance to live. As long as you defeat me, you can leave safely," Jiang Chen said. Hearing this, Old Poison Monster's eyes lit up. His originally ashen face could not help but ripple with a trace of splendor. "Are you serious?" Old Poison Monster obviously did not dare to believe it. After all, Jiang Chen had a great advantage. There was no need for him to negotiate. However, since Jiang Chen had given him such a chance, Old Poison Monster naturally had to grasp it. Moreover, Old Poison Monster was very confident. With his ability, he did not believe that Jiang Chen could be his opponent. Today he was under the eaves, so he did not ask for anything else. As long as he could defeat Jiang Chen and keep his life, everything would be fine. As for the treasures in the Dragon Palace, Old Poison Monster did not dare to think too much about it. With Jiang Chen's current overall strength, not to mention in the land of exiles, even in the Red East region, ordinary people would not dare to provoke him. "I mean what I say. As long as you can defeat me, you can leave," Jiang Chen said. He seemed to be even more confident than Old Poison Monster. Old Poison Monster was naturally powerful. In the eyes of others, he was an old poison that could not be provoked. But to Jiang Chen, who was immune to all poisons, Old Poison Monster's only advantage over Jiang Chen was cultivation. In terms of cultivation, Jiang Chen was currently at the peak of the earthly source realm. It did not seem difficult for him to kill ordinary 9th heavenly layer earthly source realm experts in his dragon transformation. "Alright, I hope you mean what you say." Old Poison Monster's aura fluctuated. His entire body was filled with poison chi. He took the initiative to attack. He opened his mouth and a green poison arrow flew out, flying towards Jiang Chen. The speed of the poisonous arrow was extremely fast, but Jiang Chen's movement was even faster. He stretched out his dragon claw and grabbed the poisonous arrow in his hand. "Ah, Jiang Chen, aren't you a little too arrogant? You dare to grab my poison arrow with your bare hands? Explode." Old Poison Monster laughed aloud. His face was filled with excitement. This was an unexpected surprise for him. After all, let alone a mere 5th heavenly layer earthly source expert, even a 1st heavenly layer heavenly source expert would not dare to grab his poison arrow with his bare hands. Old Poison Monster knew just too well how terrifying the poison on the arrow was. Touching it would be life-threatening, not to mention the fact that the poison arrow could explode. Once it did, all the poison would spread and seep into Jiang Chen's body. It would be difficult for him to survive. Bang! With a roar from Old Poison Monster, the poison arrow exploded in Jiang Chen's hand. The green poison spread and drilled into Jiang Chen's body. "Jiang Chen, you're finished. As long as you admit defeat, kneel on the ground and beg me, as well as hand over the treasures you obtained from the Dragon Palace, I'll give you the antidote." Old Man Miedu was completely excited. This was a pleasant surprise for him, causing the greed in his heart to immediately erupt. Chapter 4192. To Old Man Destruction. This was too unexpected. His original intention was to save his own life, but he didn't expect Zhou Xian to be so stupid as to receive his poison arrow with his bare hands. Old Man Destruction couldn't help but be happy about Zhou Xian's suicidal behavior. As long as he could control Zhou Xian, he wouldn't need to be afraid no matter how many demon beasts Zhou Xian had. Perhaps Zhou Xian had some unique methods to tame these demon beasts, and if he could get his hands on this unique method, these demon beasts would have to bow down to him. Adding on the other treasures in the Dragon Palace, Old Man Destruction felt that spring had come for him. He started to fantasize about his beautiful life in the future. If he could leave the land of exiles through the mysterious Dragon Palace, with his current strength, who would he be afraid of? Wherever he went, he would be a powerhouse. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Old Man Destruction's eyebrows danced as he laughed. He felt that he had reached the peak of his life. Old Man Destruction, it's too early for you to be happy. However, reality was always cruel. Zhou Qian's words shattered all of Old Man Destruction's fantasies. Old Man Miedu's body trembled. The smile on his face froze before it could fade away. He widened his eyes and looked at Zhou Qian, who was unscathed. Then he rubbed his swollen eyes as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. There are a total of 81 kinds of rare poisons on my poison arrow. Apart from my unique antidote, no one can survive under the poison. How did you do it? Old Man Destruction's emotions changed several times. He had personally experienced the feeling of great sorrow and great joy, and then great joy and great sorrow. How could it be described as exciting? Most importantly, Zhou Qian's method overturned all of Old Man Destruction's previous knowledge. It completely shattered the confidence he should have had. You want to hurt me with this bit of poison? Old Man Destruction, you are really naive. Zhou Qian sneered. If he used the poison in his body, he would immediately let Old Man Destruction experience what it meant to give him a taste of his own medicine. However, Zhou Qian disdained using this method. He wanted to rely on his powerful combat power to kill Old Man Destruction. 25th Blade. The combat sword in Zhou Qian's hand surged. He didn't give Old Dumia any chance to react. The 25th sword rippled. Zhou Qian unleashed the union of man and sword. The destructive combat sword appeared in front of Old Dumia in a blink. 100 Poisons Scepter. Old Man Miedu really could not figure out how Zhou Qian was immune to all poisons, but now was not the time to think. Zhou Qian's powerful attack had already arrived. Although he was only at the peak of the 5th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, Zhou Qian's swordsmanship was just too powerful. Especially in his draconic transformation, he was basically invincible. Even an expert like Old Man Miedu felt pressured and threatened. In fact, Old Man Extermination's mentality had undergone a massive change. This change caused his battle power to be severely damaged. At the very least, it would be very difficult for him to unleash his peak battle power. Moreover, Old Man Destruction's most powerful technique was using poison. Now that this technique had lost its effect, Old Man Destruction had lost all of his advantages in front of Zhou Qian. He had become an ordinary 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm cultivator. The 100 Poisons Scepter looked extremely ferocious. It was as black as ink and was covered with all kinds of poisonous creatures, snakes, scorpions, venomous insects, etc. A casual movement of the scepter would emit a pungent smell of blood and poisonous gas. It was very frightening. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't even dare to approach Old Man Destruction. Unfortunately, Zhou Qian was not afraid at all. His heavenly dragon sword rampaged around, allowing the poisonous gas to fill his body. Not only did it not cause any harm to Zhou Qian, it became Zhou Qian's nourishment instead. Rumble. The 25th blade collided with the 100 Poisons Scepter with an unstoppable force. The scepter in Old Man Destruction's hand was shattered, causing Old Man Destruction to retreat dozens of meters. Old Man Destruction spurted out a mouthful of blood. Even his eyes were bleeding. This result made him feel despair. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could he be so strong? Old Man Destruction's heart was in despair. This was too scary. Although his 100 Poisons Scepter was not a top-grade combat weapon, it shouldn't be that weak. But now it couldn't even withstand a single strike from his opponent and was destroyed. Of course he didn't know that the heavenly dragon sword was Jiang Chen's natal weapon. As Jiang Chen's cultivation increased, the heavenly dragon sword's grade and power also increased. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation was only at the 5th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, the heavenly dragon sword's grade had already reached the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer. It could even fight against ordinary 4th heavenly layer experts, let alone a scepter condensed from poison. 26th blade. Jiang Chen didn't care about this. He used the 26th blade of the limitless sword. Its power was many times stronger than the 25th blade. The sword firmly locked onto Old Man Destruction. Old Man Destruction's eyes widened. This was the first time in his life that he had sensed the aura of death. The feeling of being infinitely close to death was something he had never experienced before. Old Man Destruction knew that his doomsday had come. Even if he was unwilling, it was useless. He was the leader of the 10 evildoers who had dominated the land of exiled for many years, but he was going to die in the land of exiled in the end. Pucci. Old Man Destruction had no way to dodge. Jiang Chen's sword pierced through his chest. Old Man Destruction's eyes began to lose focus. He looked at Jiang Chen in fear. Even until his death he couldn't understand how a kid at the 5th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm could be so powerful. What he couldn't understand was why his poison, which made countless people tremble in fear, was completely ineffective against Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, Old Man Destruction was destined to die with questions in his mind. As the leader of the 10 evildoers who had dominated the land of exiled for so long, he would never have imagined that he would die in the hands of a 5th heavenly layer Earth Source expert one day. It was a joke. Arg. Old Man Destruction died. The miserable cries continued on the other side. The Black King and the others were just too powerful, especially the Black King. Even the 10 evildoers were not his opponent. The arrogant and despotic Evil Hui had his neck broken by the Black King in a single move. Jiang Chen could not help but sigh. From the strength of the Black King and the others he could see just how powerful Longfutu had been in the past. Jiang Chen. On the other side, Zhao Ba was killed by a 9th heavenly layer Earth Source demon. Before he died, he shouted Jiang Chen's name and left this world with endless unwillingness. Zhao Ba was probably the most miserable person in the land of exiled. He had no chance to take revenge for his hatred. Before he died, the enemy he wanted to kill was standing nearby, but he was powerless to do anything. Chapter 4193. Zhao Ba was dead. The 10 villains were all dead. Many people had died in this battle. There was not a single 9th heavenly layer Earth Source expert left in the land of exiles. All of them had died without exception. There were still many people trembling in the extreme north. They knelt on the ground, wailing and begging for mercy. In the end, Jiang Chen did not kill them all. Killing them would be meaningless to the land of exiles. This was a world that existed independently and was destined to have its own order. To this place, Jiang Chen was just a passerby. Black King, how much longer do you need before you can advance? Jiang Chen asked. 2 days. The Black King answered. How many can advance to the heavenly source realm in half a month? Jiang Chen continued to ask. 50 shouldn't be a problem. The Black King made a conservative estimate. He never boasted. 50 was just a conservative number. Obviously, there would be more than 50 people who could advance to the heavenly source realm in half a month. Very good. Then we'll leave the land of exiles in half a month. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smile. He would give the feather race half a month to live. Half a month later, it would be the end of the feather race. Awesome, brother. If you bring 50 heavenly source experts back, the feather race will be scared to death. De Huang Dog's face was filled with excitement. However, he was still dumbfounded. He had no idea what had happened in the Dragon Palace. Why were these demonic beasts so powerful? Even their advancement could be calculated in time. One must know that there was a huge gap between the Earth Source realm and the Heavenly Source realm. For many cultivators, it was difficult to cross. Some people could not even reach this realm in their entire lives. This was also why the number of Heavenly Source experts in the Crimson East region was so limited. However, the demonic beasts around Jiang Chen could now mass-produce Heavenly Source experts. This was a little too ridiculous. Brother, what you see is only the surface. Go. I'll show you something more exciting. Jiang Chen grabbed a Huang Dog's ear and entered the Dragon Palace in a flash. The Black King and the others also disappeared. When the people who were kneeling on the ground and crying for mercy saw Jiang Chen disappear, they all felt as if they had been granted amnesty. The feeling of taking a trip to the gates of hell was too exciting. Thank you for not killing me, thank you for not killing me. Let's hurry up and leave this place. If Zhou Xian changes his mind and comes back, we'll still be dead. That's right. Let's leave quickly. The land of exile is in chaos and all the experts are dead. This place will be reshuffled in the future. Everyone hurriedly fled for their lives. They didn't have the time to think about anything else. They were already lucky to be able to stay alive. Zhou Xian was just too frightening. After today's battle, Zhou Qian's name would be spread far and wide, and he would become a true legend in the land of exile. For countless years to come, Zhou Qian's legend would be passed down in the land of exile. Even if Zhou Xian was just a passerby, the process of his arrival had directly overturned this place. In the Dragon Palace, De Huang Dog was also stunned when he saw the scene of thousands of demonic beasts. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. De Huang Dog said, oh my god, 3 times in a row to express his respect for the scene in front of him. This was too amazing. Awesome little brother. If we bring such a lineup out, the feather race will cry and wet their pants. De Huang Dog's eyes shone brightly. He had already begun to imagine the scene of Zhou Xian leading thousands of demonic beasts to attack the Sky Feather Mountain. With such a huge camp, the humans of the Red East region would not even need to take action. Once the thousands of demonic beasts moved, the Sky Feather Mountain would be flattened. Little Chinzi, tell Master Dog quickly. What is this place? De Huang Dog was eager to know the answer. The Dragon Palace was undoubtedly very attractive to him. With his eyesight he could naturally see that this Dragon Palace was not simple. Zhou Xian did not hide anything. He told De Huang Dog everything about the Buddha Prison Palace. De Huang Dog was also stunned. Not only him but even Zhou Xian did not expect that the treasure of the Buddha Prison Palace, the pinnacle existence of the eternal world, would be left in this small place of exile. Little Chinzi, if you become the new master of the Dragon Palace, won't you indirectly offend the so-called Eternal Lord? I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble when you reach the center of the eternal world in the future. However, who is this Eternal Lord? De Huang Dog said. Who cares? Haven't I offended enough people? Even if it's the Eternal Lord, if he offends me, I will still pull him down from his high horse. Zhou Xian said, not caring at all. Extravagant. We brothers have always done things like this. Think about how many big shots have been pulled down by us over the years. De Huang Dog shook his head. Not only was he not worried about the Eternal Lord, but he was also worried for the Eternal Lord. After all, the Eternal Lord's future opponent was Zhou Xian, a guy who had created endless miracles along the way. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's focus on the matter at hand first. We'll stay here for half a month and cultivate in seclusion. After that, we'll go out and get rid of the feather race. Zhou Xian said. That's great. Let's see how exaggerated Xiaoxiao's eyes will be. De Huang Dog chuckled. The land of exile had naturally undergone earth-shaking changes. At the moment, the Qidong region was not peaceful at all. The feather race was looking for Zhou Xian everywhere, but to no avail. The Sky Feather Mountain had already begun to stir. 10 days later, the Sky Feather Mountain began to move. It was a really big movement. All the experts of the Sky Feather Mountain had expended a great deal of effort to rebuild the Netherworld platform. With its power, Xianxia had successfully reached the 3rd heavenly layer of the Heavenly Source Realm. More importantly, the Netherworld platform had increased the overall battle prowess of the feather race. Once the Netherworld platform was used in battle, it could double the battle prowess of the feather race. How terrifying was a doubling of battle prowess? To put it bluntly, if the feather race and the human race were to go to war now, the human race would not be able to gain the slightest advantage. Although the feather race had suffered heavy losses in the previous plan, they still had their high-end battle prowess. Aside from a few feather race young masters killed by Zhou Xian, the upper echelon of the feather race had not suffered any serious losses. If the two races went to war, the high-end battle prowess would be the key to victory. Compared to the appearance of the Netherworld platform and Xiaoxiao's rise to the 3rd heavenly layer of the Heavenly Source Realm, the greatest news for the human race was probably Xie Yunping. After Xie Yunping's illness had been cured by Zhou Xian, his cultivation had also skyrocketed. He had reached the 3rd heavenly layer of the Heavenly Source Realm at almost the same time as Xiaoxiao. The appearance of a third heavenly layer heavenly source expert in the human race was undoubtedly an exciting matter. If Xie Yunping had not been there to fight Zhao Lingxiao, the human race would have lost for sure. At this moment, the upper echelon of the feather race had gathered in the central hall of the Sky Feather Mountain. They had already begun to discuss the decisive battle with the human race. The feather race would not let this opportunity slip by. Moreover, as long as Jiang Qin did not appear, the feather race would always be a threat. They needed to find a way to lure Jiang Qin out. If they did not kill Jiang Qin, the feather race would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Chapter 4194. The upper echelon of the winged race had gathered in the central hall. There were over 20 heavenly source experts. Aside from Zhao Lingxiao, who had reached the third heavenly layer, the Grand Elder was also at the peak of the second heavenly layer. The rest were all at the first heavenly layer, and quite a few of them had remained at the first heavenly layer for a long time. They were only a step away from reaching the second heavenly layer. Of course, this small difference was sometimes the difference between heaven and earth. To these people, their talent had already reached the limit, and their potential was basically about to be exhausted. It would be extremely difficult for them to take another step forward at the heavenly source stage. To put it bluntly, most of the first heavenly layer heavenly source experts present would never be able to reach the second heavenly layer in their entire lives. Patriarch, now that the Netherworld platform has been modified, all members of the winged race can use it to increase their strength. In my opinion, it's time for a battle to the death with the humans. As long as we use the Netherworld platform, the humans will definitely be defeated. That's right. The Patriarch has already reached the third heavenly layer. He's so powerful that he can make the humans piss their pants in terror. We can't be careless. The humans still have some strength. I heard that Xie Yunping's cultivation has increased as well. It's a pity that our fox demon wasn't able to harm his foundation. It's all that brat Jiang Chen's fault for ruining our plans. Otherwise, Xie Yunping would already be a cripple. That's fine. Even if Xie Yunping reaches the third heavenly layer, the Patriarch will deal with him. Our battle prowess is no less than the humans, and we have the Netherworld platform to rely on. We'll definitely win this battle. More importantly, we need to use this battle to force Jiang Qin out. Jiang Qin is the greatest threat to our winged race. He's just too heaven-defying. If we don't kill him in the cradle, the consequences will be unimaginable once he matures. So in my opinion, we need to start a war with the humans as soon as possible and draw out Jiang Qin so that we can wipe them out in one fell swoop. The higher-ups of the Harpies quickly reached an agreement. They decided to take advantage of this opportunity to fight the humans. The Harpies had been waiting for this battle for a long time. Even though the timing was not particularly good, they had no choice but to fight. All of this was because of the name Jiang Qin. The appearance of a single person had changed the entire structure of the Crimson East domain. The decisive battle had been brought forward by at least 50 years, if not more. To the feather race, the threat of Jiang Qin alone was greater than that of the entire human race. The feather race had to get rid of Jiang Qin as soon as possible. After this period of fighting, all the feather race understood one thing. Once Jiang Qin was allowed to grow, he would become uncontrollable. For the feather race, it would be the end of the world. All right. Summon all the clansmen to prepare for the final battle with the humans in 3 days. Also, send a letter of challenge to the Xinwu city so that they can prepare. I want to see just how capable the human race is, Zhao Lingxiao said. The feather race was going to attack the humans, but Zhao Lingxiao had informed the human race in advance instead of launching a sneak attack. This did not mean that Zhao Lingxiao was a gentleman. Zhao Lingxiao naturally had his own reasons for doing so. He was actually sending a message to Jiang Qin, hoping that Jiang Qin would appear in 3 days. Yes. The feather race was extremely excited. They began to pass down their orders. The entire Sky Feather Mountain was ready to go. All the elders and disciples were restless. Let me take Jiang Qin's life. I want Jiang Qin to die without a burial, a handsome young man said in high spirits. He was the second young master of the feather race. His cultivation was powerful, having already reached the peak of the 6th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. He was only a step away from the 7th heavenly layer. Second brother, don't underestimate the enemy. We must take revenge for our brothers. As the eldest brother, I will take revenge for them. The first young master said. As the leader of the 9 young masters of the feather race, the first young master had an absolute reputation. His cultivation was also very powerful, having already reached the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm at such a young age. He was only a step away from the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Moreover, the Feather race had the assistance of the Netherworld platform in this battle. Almost all the members of the Feather race could benefit from the Netherworld platform, especially during the battle. For example, although the first young master was only at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, he could temporarily display the battle prowess of the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm with the help of the Netherworld platform. The Netherworld platform was extremely terrifying. Not only did it increase the strength of a single Feather race member, it also increased the strength of thousands of Feather race members. It was easy to imagine how terrifying it would be in a battle. In the Divine Martial City, a written challenge letter was floating above the entire Divine Martial City. The news quickly spread to every corner of the Divine Martial City. In an instant, the Divine Martial City was in chaos. The City Lord's mansion and the Yun clan's experts all gathered at the Martial Pavilion. The experts of the human race gathered together almost immediately to discuss a countermeasure. Everyone, the Feather race must have made ample preparations for a decisive battle. We can't avoid this battle, so we can only accept it. The sect master of the Martial Pavilion, Wuxia, said with an extremely grim expression. Zhou Xian has already become arrogant after reaching the 3rd heavenly layer of the Heavenly Source realm. Now that the morale of the Feather race is so low because of Zhou Xian still dares to fight. Xie Yunpeng snorted coldly. He was also in high spirits after reaching the 3rd heavenly layer of the Heavenly Source realm. He did not fear Zhou Xian at all. Xie Yunpeng and Zhou Xian were old enemies. Xie Yunpeng hated Zhou Xian to the bone after the incident with the white fox. If it were not for Jiang Chen's timely appearance, he would have fallen into the Feather race's trap. Let alone reaching the 3rd heavenly layer, he probably would have fallen out of the Heavenly Source realm. Although Zhou Xian has reached the 3rd heavenly layer of the Heavenly Source realm, he hasn't reached the level where he can directly fight us. He has only done so because he is wary of Brother Jiang Chen. Now that we all know that even the land of exile is unable to trap Brother Jiang Chen, how can the Feather race let such a great threat go? If we were the Feather race, we would definitely do everything we can to get rid of Jiang Chen and get rid of this threat. Now that Brother Jiang Chen has gone missing, the Feather race will feel even more uneasy if he does not appear, because Brother Jiang Chen is constantly improving. That's the most frightening part, so it's understandable that Zhou Xian is in a hurry to fight us after reaching the 3rd heavenly layer of the Heavenly Source realm, Yun Xian said. Yun Xian said. This was a simple truth that everyone understood. Chapter 4195. Where do you think Jiang Chen is now? The last time he appeared, he caused a ruckus in the Sky Feather Mountain. He even killed the 4th young master of the Feather race and brought back a child. After that, there was no news of him. Dan Qingzi said. Don't worry. Jiang Chen is the reincarnation of a powerful expert, so he's a senior to us. There's nothing he can't do. Even the land of exile can't trap him, so we don't have to worry about his safety at all. However, the child that Jiang Chen brought back is really powerful. I don't know what kind of powerful physique he has. In just a dozen or so days, he's been enlightened under the guidance of the sect master, and he's about to advance to the Earth Source realm. What a freak. Wuji Pavilion's Pavilion Master Zhen Yang said. When the child that Jiang Chen brought back was mentioned, Wu Changtian couldn't help but be moved. That child was definitely the most heaven-defying existence he had ever seen. That child's physique is very extraordinary. It's like a treasure that has suddenly been unearthed. His progress is too fast, beyond my understanding. From this, it can be seen how sharp Jiang Chen's insight is. I dare say that in less than 5 years that child's cultivation will surpass ours. Wu Changtian sighed. When he thought of Xiaolong, his eyebrows almost rose up. What? Surpass us in 5 years? That's too terrifying. Countless people couldn't help but exclaim. Such a monstrous talent was simply unimaginable. Let alone in the Crimson East region, even in the entire Eternal World, such talent would be one of the best. While people were sighing, they didn't forget to think of Jiang Chen. After all, that child was brought back by Jiang Chen, so it could be seen that Jiang Chen had already seen how extraordinary that child was. Jiang Chen's insight was truly terrifying. The Feather race has already sent the letter of challenge. We must fight this battle. We can't retreat. Right now, there's an important problem, which is the battlefield of this battle. I've decided to take the initiative and move the battlefield to the Sky Feather Mountain. If we wait for Zhao Lingxiao and the others to attack and the Divine Martial City becomes a battlefield, the entire city will fall. At that time, who knows how many people will die? Wu Changtian said, raising an important question. War was never a matter of a single person, and the choice of battlefield was even more important. Everyone knew that once a great war between the two races broke out, the area within a 5,000-mile radius would directly fall into enemy hands. After the war, not even a blade of grass would grow. As the foundation of the human race in the Qidong region, the Divine Martial City naturally could not become a battlefield. Once the war broke out in the Divine Martial City, the losses of the human race would be too great. Brother Wu is right. In my opinion, we should use these 2 days to gather all the experts and disciples of the human race and attack the Sky Feather Mountain first. This way we can see the great losses of the human race. Xie Yunping said. Yun Sinan and the other heavenly source experts nodded in agreement. Alright everyone, let's make the arrangements. This matter concerns the survival of the human race. Everyone in the martial pavilion will definitely be involved in the war. To the disciples, this is also a life and death experience. This is a training for the human race and individuals. Once we win, the entire human race will improve. Wu Changtian's aura fluctuated. This battle was definitely a baptism for the human race. It was unknown how much blood would be spilled and how many people would die in this battle. But no one could retreat. There was no way to avoid it. If you retreat, you can retreat. You can only fight. At that time, a storm would be brewing in the Qidong region. The human race and the feather race would begin to prepare for the final battle. Everyone knew that after this battle, the overall situation of the Qidong region would undergo an earth-shaking change, a true change. At this moment, Jiang Qin was still in secluded cultivation in the Dragon Palace of the Land of Exile. The Black King had already reached the first heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm, and he was at the peak of it. With the Black King's strength, Jiang Qin did not doubt that ordinary second heavenly source experts of the feather race would be no match for him. Aside from the Black King, there were more than 30 greater demons who had reached the heavenly source realm. In the Dragon Palace, Jiang Qin's forces were gradually growing. There were also nearly 30 demons who were ready to make a breakthrough at any time. Little Qin, from the looks of it, there'll be at least 60 heavenly source demons appearing in 3 days at most. If I bring them out, they'll tear your bunch of birdmen to shreds, said Jian Qin. De Huang Dog said excitedly. The scene was just too spectacular. After the Dragon Palace's curse was lifted, the cultivation of these demons would gradually recover. More importantly, there were not just a few dozen heavenly source experts here. Tens of thousands of 9th heavenly layer earthly source experts would appear together. Such a huge lineup would scare the feather race to death. Very good. Let's wait for 3 more days. I have a feeling that something big is about to happen in the Qidong region after being away for so long, Jiang Qin said. He had comprehended the laws of the ways and was the ancestor of the ways. His sixth sense was extremely strong, especially today. He had a feeling that something big was about to happen in the Qidong region. Could it be that the feather race is desperate and want to start a war with the human race? De Huang Dog said. It's hard to say. We'll leave in 3 days. It's time to settle the score with the feather race. A smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Qin's mouth. He now had the Buddha army in his hands and was already looking forward to Zhao Lingxiao's exciting expression. In the next 3 days, powerful auras constantly rippled out from the Dragon Palace. Demons advanced to the heavenly source stage one after another. Even those that did not advance to the heavenly source stage were constantly improving, getting closer and closer to the heavenly source stage. It wouldn't be long before Jiang Qin had a heavenly source army of 10,000 demons. Just the thought of it was extremely exciting. Of course, this was only within the Dragon Palace. These heavenly source demons could not leave the Dragon Palace because it was still within the boundaries of the Land of Exile. There were rules here that forbade the existence of heavenly source experts. Once they appeared, they might be teleported to other places. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In Jiang Qin's hands, including the Black King, there was a total of 65 heavenly source experts. Not to mention the Martial Pavilion and the Divine Martial City. The number of heavenly source experts in Jiang Qin's hands was double that of the feather race. It's time to leave. Jiang Qin stood up and prepared to leave the Land of Exile. Today was also the day of the final battle between the human race and the feather race in the Scarlet East region. The human race dispatched 8 huge spaceships and took to the sky, heading towards the rising Feather Mountain. On the feather race's side, their magnificent wings fluttered as they set off. They had also left the rising Feather Mountain. Finally, the two camps met at the Chilling Mountain. This was the border between the human race and the feather race. Since the beginning, the Chilling Mountain had always been a place where battles between the two races could not be avoided. Setting the final battle at the Chilling Mountain was the best choice for both races. After all, even if the Chilling Mountain was destroyed, the two races would not suffer too great a loss. Chapter 4196. Wind and thunder rumbled on Chilling Mountain as the sound of war drums echoed for thousands of kilometers. Countless figures blotted out the entire sky. Endless presences churned. The entire space had already fallen into chaos before the battle had even begun. The murderous aura pervaded the air, and the entire void was filled with a surging murderous aura. The intense desire to fight and the murderous aura mixed together. Today the Chilling Mountain was destined to become a hellish place. This battle would be a bloody one and blood would flow like rivers. It was unknown how many people would die. There were tens of thousands of people on both sides. This was the peak battle of the Crimson East region. Both sides had come with the mentality of facing death, especially the upper echelons of the earthly source stage. Their eyes were bloodshot. This was a battle where there was no way out. Many people were already prepared to die on the battlefield. Whether it was the humans or the feather race, they could only win this battle. If they lost, they would become the other side's slaves, enslaved for 10,000 years. No one was willing to be a slave, so no one would retreat from this battle. Perhaps they would die in battle, but if they lost without a fight, they would not have a good ending either. As a result, there was no retreat. There was only a battle of life and death. Before the battle had even begun, everyone could already foresee how cruel it would be. On the feather race's side, a huge black altar floated in the sky. The altar looked extremely sinister, giving off an extremely cold aura. It was the strong scent of death. When Wu Changtian and the others saw the Netherworld platform, their expressions could not help but change, becoming even more solemn. From the very beginning, Wu Changtian and the others had not considered the Netherworld platform as a factor. In their opinion, the feather race's greatest reason for daring to issue a challenge was because Zhao Lingxiao had reached the third heavenly layer of heavenly source. That was it. Now it seemed that this was not the case at all. The Netherworld platform was the feather race's greatest reliance. Brother Wu, this Netherworld platform is not simple. Xie Yunpeng frowned. Brother Xie, you can also see that the altar is extremely dark and filled with an endless evil aura. It seems that the Nether platform has been perfectly modified by the Yu race. Now, the Nether platform is connected to the auras of the tens of thousands of Yu race clansmen. Once the battle begins, anyone with the Yu race's bloodline can rely on the Nether platform to fight and greatly increase their cultivation. This is especially true for those in the Earth and Unity realms. With the Nether platform, their battle prowess will increase by at least a level, which is extremely disadvantageous to us. Wu Changtian frowned. Damn, so the Netherworld platform is Zhao Lingxiao's greatest trump card. With the Netherworld platform, the feather race will have an endless supply of energy. How will they fight this battle? I'm afraid that once the battle begins, the human race will lose their morale and will to fight. Zhen Yang gritted his teeth and said. Naturally, the human race was well prepared. Countless disciples and elders were in high spirits. Due to the strong morale that Jiang Qin had brought to them, all of them were filled with confidence in this battle. However, it seemed like their confidence would be shattered in an instant. There's no way out. We can only fight, Dan Qingzi said through gritted teeth. The Purple Pill Pavilion had prepared a large number of pills to be used in the battle. In a battle, the Purple Pill Pavilion would be extremely useful. The Purple Pill Pavilion's healing pills could be said to be the best in the Crimson East region. At this moment of life and death for the human race, the Purple Pill Pavilion naturally could not hold back. They had taken out almost all of their resources. Wu Changtian's Xie Yunping. Today's battle will determine who the feather race and the human race will belong to in the Crimson East region. After this battle, I, Zhao Lingxiao, will become the absolute ruler of the entire Crimson East region, Zhao Lingxiao said loudly. Zhao Lingxiao said loudly. At this moment he was in high spirits and extremely arrogant. His words were filled with boundless confidence. Zhao Lingxiao, don't get too happy yet. The outcome of this battle is still unknown. Wu Changtian coldly harumphed. Ha ha, the feather race has the assistance of the nether platform, which can increase the power of the entire feather race. What right do you humans have to fight against me? Zhao Lingxiao loudly laughed, his arrogance boundless. Where's Jiangqin? Come out and accept your death. At that moment, a loud roar sounded out as the feather race's eldest prince walked out from the crowd, holding a beautiful spear in his hand. He immediately called out to Jiangqin. Killing Jiangqin was his main goal, and he wanted to kill Jiangqin to avenge his little brother and the rest of the feather race. Moreover, Jiangqin's reputation was simply too great. To the eldest prince, if he could kill Jiangqin, he would definitely become famous, and his prestige among the feather race would be unparalleled. After all, Jiangqin had been able to escape from the hands of the person he had paid for. If he could kill Jiangqin, his fame would be too great. Jiangqin is not here. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Xie Yunping said. Is Jiangqin going to be a coward? At the critical moment of the survival of the human clan, he hides himself, the eldest prince said disdainfully. The eldest young master said disdainfully. He wasn't the only one who was disappointed. The higher-ups of the Yu family were also disappointed. After all, killing Jiangqin was more important than killing the entire human race. Even if they killed all the humans and occupied the entire Red East region, as long as Jiangqin was still alive, the Yu family wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully even if they had the entire territory. Are you afraid? As long as Jiangqin doesn't come out, you won't be able to eat or sleep well. Yun Xinan laughed loudly. How could he not see through the feather race's thoughts? Humph. You're just a small general. Our feather race doesn't care about you. After I kill you all, I don't believe that Jiangqin won't come out. Today's battle is destined to be the end of the human clan. Zhao Lingxiao snorted coldly. Chief, there's no need to say so much. Let's start the battle. Some heavenly source experts could not wait any longer. Start the battle. Zhao Lingxiao waved the sword in his hand. The decisive battle had officially begun. Whether Jiangqin appeared or not, it was inevitable. All of the human clan, listen up. We will fight for our dignity and survival. We will not retreat. Kill. Wu Changtian shouted. Experts flew out from the warships one after another. The two armies collided violently, and very soon the two armies clashed. On the human clan's side, those who had not reached the earthly source realm had many flight talismans, enough to support them in the battle against the feather race. This kind of battle was very clear. Usually, they would fight against opponents of similar cultivation from the unity realm to the earthly source realm, and then to the heavenly source realm. Ah ah ah. Miserable screams rang out in the sky above the chilling mountain. Blood sprayed wildly, dyeing the sky red. This was a true battle of life and death. Almost immediately there were casualties. However, this was a war between races, so no one retreated. Blade lights, sword shadows, a bloody rain, and a foul wind. The entire Qiling mountain was instantly shrouded in fighting spirit. Chapter 4197. Arg. Screams filled the air as boulders tumbled down. The towering trees at the foot of the mountain were all destroyed. High in the sky, the netherworld platform revolved at high speed, providing a powerful source of energy for all the feather race members. The heavenly source experts had already begun their final battle. Wu Changtian faced off against the feather race's grand elder. Zhen Yang, Dan Qingzi, Yun Xinan, and quite a few heavenly source elders all had their own opponents. Both sides had similar strength, and the number of heavenly source experts they had was also about the same. Even with the assistance of the netherworld platform, it would not be easy for the feather race to obtain victory in a short period of time. Xie Yunping and Zhao Lingxiao faced each other in the sky, killing intent radiating from them. Xie Yunping, your human race is doomed. Why must you be so stubborn? If you join me, I can guarantee your life and give you supreme glory. Zhao Lingxiao said. Xie Yunping spat. He had an unyielding personality, so when he saw Zhao Lingxiao he could not help but think of the demoness. He could not help but feel resentful. What he hated was not the demoness but the culprit behind all of this. Zhao Lingxiao, cut the crap. Let's see who's stronger. Either you die today or I live. Xie Yunping's aura rippled as a wave of qi condensed in his hand. He attacked first, charging towards Zhao Lingxiao. To Xie Yunping this was a second life, one that Jiang Qin had given him. The greatest use of his life was to contribute to the human race, and a battle to the death with Zhao Lingxiao was what he had been looking forward to in the first place. Good. I'd like to see just how much you've improved after reaching the third heavenly layer of heavenly source. Zhao Lingxiao's aura surged, showing no fear at all. He threw a punch that seemed to be able to shatter the world, heading straight for Xie Yunping. The two peak experts collided in an extremely ferocious manner. Rumble. The two of them only managed to stabilize themselves after being pushed back several dozen meters. They were evenly matched. It seemed that it would not be easy for these two old rivals to determine a victor. Unless there was a huge fluctuation in one's state of mind, causing a drop in their battle strength, the two of them would not be able to determine a victor even if they fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Zhao Lingxiao attacked again and again, not anxious at all. His expression was calm, because he was very confident in today's battle, and he was not in a hurry to kill Xie Yunping. He believed that once the human race was defeated on a large scale, it would definitely affect Xie Yunping's mood, and at that time, it would be his chance. On the other side of the battlefield, the disciples of the martial pavilion and the disciples of the Feather Clan were locked in a fierce battle. Thank you, senior brother. The winged race has the support of the Netherworld platform. It seems like they have an inexhaustible supply of energy. A disciple said. Gather together and combine our combat strength. Try to cut off their connection with the Netherworld platform. Xie Ting shouted loudly, and he became the representative of the disciples of the martial pavilion. On the other side, a little child was rushing back and forth on the battlefield. He looked extremely ferocious. This child was none other than the little dragon that Jiang Qin had brought out from the land of exile. While I'm about to break through, the little dragon rode on the back of a 9th heavenly layer feather warrior and tore off his wings with his bare hands. Afterwards, he roared at the sky, and his cultivation immediately reached the 1st heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. The little dragon was extremely ferocious. Ever since he had started cultivating, it was as if his bloodline had been activated. Under the influence of his bloodline, the little dragon's temperament had changed greatly. Previously, when he had been training, he had been abnormally ferocious during his first battle. He did not feel uncomfortable at all, as if he was born for battle. Yao Ho. After reaching the Earth Source realm, the little dragon could soar through the sky without the help of a flight talisman. He immediately roared excitedly, and his playful nature was revealed. A feather warrior wanted to catch the little dragon, but the little dragon's movement technique and speed were 2 times that of the feather warrior. Birdman, eat my fist. The little dragon suddenly turned around and appeared behind the feather warrior in the blink of an eye. He threw a punch, and the mountainous energy actually killed the feather warrior with a single punch. Holy shit. This scene was witnessed by quite a few disciples of the martial pavilion. This child was a little too ferocious. One must know that the feather warrior that he had just killed was an expert at the 2nd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. He was a whole level higher than the little dragon, and the little dragon had only just reached the Earth Source realm. Watch out. A shadow of a spear rushed towards the little dragon. Xie Ting's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly warned the little dragon. The little dragon's reaction was extremely fast, but he was still lacking in battle experience. The spear swept past his shoulder, leaving behind a bone-deep wound. Ouch. The little dragon grimaced, but in the next moment, the wound he had left behind actually began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sneak attack me. The little dragon flew into a rage. His eyes immediately turned blood red as he charged towards the feather warrior with the spear. What the hell is this little guy? His wound can actually heal itself. I really don't know where the teacher found this freak. Xie Ting was speechless. He could not help but sigh in his heart, thinking that this battle had come a little too early. If it had come a few years later, the human race would definitely be at its peak. There was no need to say much about Jiang Qin. Just the little monster in front of him alone, once he grew up, would be frightening enough. Xie Ting, do you think the teacher will appear? Qin Yuan came to Xie Ting's side and could not help but ask. Xie Ting raised his head and looked into the distance. He should. If the teacher appears, he will definitely bring a miracle to the human race. You're that confident? Qin Yuan asked. It's not confidence. Trust. Xie Ting smiled, then locked onto one person and charged towards him. At this moment, Jiang Qin had just used the sky-ascending stairway to walk out of the land of exile. However, the place he came out from was not the right place. From the land of exile, he directly went to the Shenwu city. Originally, he thought that something big was going to happen in the Qidong region, so he went to the Shenwu city to take a look. He did not expect the Shenwu city to become almost an empty city at this moment. After asking around, he found out that today's battle was going to take place. Little Chinzi, it seems that we came back just in time. If we were 2 days later, I'm afraid it would really be too late. De Huang Dog said. The battle has already started. Even in the Shenwu city we can feel it. It seems that the battlefield is going to be in the Qiliang mountain area. Scope. I want to see what the feather race has to start a war with the human race. Jiang Chen's aura fluctuated as he flew towards the Qiliang mountain with De Huang Dog. He came back from the land of exile just in time. After all, the feather race had started to gain the upper hand in the battle on the Qiliang mountain. After all, they had the help of the Netherworld platform. Jiang Chen's return at this time could help the human race recover a lot of their losses. If he were a little later, the real losses and defeat of the human race would have started. Chapter 4198. Bloody mist filled the air above Qiliang mountain. Corpses constantly fell from the mountain, dying without a proper burial. As the fierce battle continued, the human race's defeat gradually became apparent. The feather race relied on the Netherworld platform, which not only provided them with an endless supply of energy, but also increased their battle prowess. Coupled with the fact that the Netherworld platform revolved in the sky, the human race was under tremendous mental pressure. Gradually, the morale of the human race began to plummet, while that of the feather race began to rise. Very soon the battle became one-sided. Damn it, we can't go on like this. Our energy is constantly being consumed, while the feather race has the support of the Netherworld platform. Once we run out of energy, we can only wait to be slaughtered. The disciples of the martial pavilion began to panic. They were no fools. They could all see the situation. If only teacher was here. He would definitely boost our morale. Yeah, I really miss the days when we fought together. I wonder where teacher is now. Do you think teacher will appear and bring a miracle to the human race? Sai, who knows? I don't even know where teacher is. Let's not worry about it for now. We have nowhere to hide now. We can only fight to the death against these birdmen. The human race's morale plummeted and their casualties began to increase. From the elders to the disciples, a figure could not help but appear in their hearts. That figure was not imposing, but it was like a stabilizing force that could stabilize everyone's hearts and give them an indomitable confidence. In the sky, the battle between the heavenly source experts had also changed. Because the human race's successive defeats had seriously affected the heavenly source experts' morale, many of them showing signs of defeat. Even Wu Chongtian and Yun Xinan were beginning to fall into a disadvantageous position. Xie Yunping, your human race is finished. It's meaningless for you to persist. Just give up. Zhao Lingxiao laughed out loud. His aura was like a rainbow and each of his moves was extremely ferocious. Xie Yunping did not say anything, but his expression was solemn. It was clear that his emotions were beginning to waver. He could naturally see that the situation had already begun to change, a tremendous change. This change was extremely fatal. Once a defeat occurred in such a battle, the collapse would rapidly spread, and the entire human race would struggle on the brink of destruction. The feather race's morale had already soared. This was the worst possible scenario. It was not that they had never thought of this, but it had happened too quickly. Bang! With a dull groan, the everlasting pavilion's pavilion master Zhenyang was ruthlessly struck in the chest by his opponent, sending him flying back. Blood spurted out of his mouth, forming a beautiful arc in the air. This was an extremely bad sign. The defeat of a heavenly origin expert was a severe blow to the already low morale of the human race. Moreover, this defeat was only the beginning. More importantly, once it began, it would rapidly spread. If heavenly origin experts were defeated one after another, the human race would truly have no hope at all. Xie Yunping alone would not be able to turn the situation around. In reality, once Xie Yunping's emotions were affected, he would not even be able to protect himself while fighting Zhao Lingxiao, let alone the entire human race. Could it be that the heavens want us humans to die? Zhenyang let out a long sigh, unable to hold back his tears. He was unwilling to accept this. The human race should not be defeated like this. Just as the human race's defeat began to spread, to the point where even a few heavenly source experts were defeated, two figures suddenly appeared in the sky above Scarlet Ridge Mountain. One of them was a ferocious half-human half-dragon, while the other was a golden mountain like Big Yellow, who was even more muscular than a tiger. He was extremely domineering. Little Chinzi, the human race has begun to collapse. Looks like we've come at the right time. De Huang Dog was extremely excited. De Huang Dog could not help but feel his blood boil at the sight of this, as if he had returned to the past. His heart surged with emotions. This was just too amazing. You're right, it's just right. A smile appeared on Jiang Chen's lips. It was time for the feather race to witness the true meaning of the apocalypse. Zhao Lingxiao I Jiang Chen have returned. Jiang Chen's voice was as loud as a bell. His voice spread out in waves, rippling across the entire Chiliang mountain. Everyone who was engaged in battle heard his voice. Countless gazes turned towards him. Jiang Chen immediately became the focus of the entire battlefield. Its teacher has appeared. Aha, teacher has appeared. Great, teacher has returned. There's hope for the human race. I told you that teacher would never abandon the human race. The morale of the human race instantly soared. Some people's eyes were brimming with tears. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation did not seem to be very powerful, Jiang Chen's image had already been imprinted in everyone's hearts like a pyramid. As long as he appeared, he would be their hope. Jiang Chen was a belief. He had long since become a legend among the human race. The most important thing about his existence was not his cultivation. Good lad. Xie Yunping laughed out loud. His mood, which had been a little unstable, instantly turned for the better. His aura doubled. His trust in Jiang Chen was too strong. Big brother. Xiaolong leaped into the air and arrived in front of Jiang Chen. He grabbed Jiang Chen's arm and danced excitedly. Holy shit. Jiang Chen's eyes widened when he saw Xiaolong. Only the word holy shit could describe the shock he felt at this moment. There were not many things in this world that could shock Jiang Chen, and Xiaolong was definitely one of them. Holy shit. What the hell is this little bastard doing? How can his cultivation improve so quickly? De Huang Dog almost fainted. He was the one who had sent Xiaolong to the martial pavilion. At that time, Xiaolong did not have any cultivation. How long had it been? This was too abnormal. Jiang Chen. You are Jiang Chen. A person stood up and came in front of Jiang Chen. Who are you? Jiang Chen glanced at him. Eldest young master of the Yu clan, I'll take your life today to avenge my brothers. The eldest young master's aura was unparalleled. The spear in his hand trembled as he charged towards Jiang Chen in an extremely ferocious manner. He had waited for this day for far too long. His most important target this time was Jiang Chen. Now that Jiang Chen had finally appeared, how could the eldest young master miss this opportunity? Come back. Zhao Lingxiao's expression changed drastically as he shouted. He had discovered that Jiang Chen's cultivation had already reached the 5th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. With how terrifying Jiang Chen was, the current Jiang Chen was no longer someone the eldest young master could deal with. Unfortunately, Zhao Lingxiao's shout was a little too late. Jiang Chen swung his sword with a thunderous aura. The eldest young master was split in half by Jiang Chen's sword. The entire process was too fast. The eldest young master, who was at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, did not even have the time to cry out. Chapter 4199. Pai Sun. Zhao Lingxiao yelled. His 6 wings unfurled as he prepared to charge at Jiang Chen. Zhao Lingxiao, your opponent is me. How could Xie Yunping give him such a chance? He was far too clear on what Jiang Chen's existence meant to the human race. He was the true backbone of the human race, and Jiang Chen's usefulness was much greater than a heavenly source expert like him. This was especially so after Jiang Chen had killed the feather race's eldest prince with a single strike, which had given the human race's already low morale a shot of adrenaline. Voila! The human race was instantly sent into an uproar and countless disciples began to cheer. Xie Ting and the others' eyes were filled with passion and excitement that only Jiang Chen could give them. Invincible, teacher is simply invincible. Even someone as powerful as the eldest prince was insta-killed with a single strike. This is just too overbearing. Too domineering. No wonder he's my idol. Teacher definitely has an even more powerful trump card. Just watch. So what if the feather race has the netherworld platform? I'm sure that teacher has a way to defeat them. The human race disciples' morale was instantly boosted, and many of them began to yell like little tigers. Xianxia, I'm so happy to see you again. However, today's battle is very disadvantageous to us. The Feather Race's netherworld platform can provide them with an endless supply of energy and increase their battle power. If we want to win, we must destroy the netherworld platform. Do you have any ideas? Dan Qingzi came before Xianxia and asked. Currently, Dan Qingzi's condition was not very good. There were many wounds on his body and his aura was quite unstable. This was understandable. After all, Dan Qingzi was an alchemist and he had spent his entire life refining pills. Fighting had always been his weakness, and being able to last until now while his emotions had been affected was already quite good. The netherworld platform was the biggest problem for the human race. Dan Qingzi knew this very well, but none of them could do anything about it. However, Dan Qingzi believed in Xianxia. Moreover, if there was someone in the human race who could destroy the netherworld platform, it would be Xianxia. There was no one else who could do so. Naturally, there is a way. However, it seems that there is no need for it now. The corners of Xianxia's lips curled up into a smile. His body flickered and he returned to his original appearance. He even retracted his dragon form. You don't need it? Dan Qingzi felt quite startled, as did everyone else, not knowing what Xianxia meant. If they could not get rid of the netherworld platform, the human race would be doomed. Moreover, why had Xianxia deactivated his powerful dragon transformation? Was he not going to fight anymore? Because the netherworld platform isn't enough. Xianxia said in an indifferent tone. Baka brat, you're going to use your ultimate move right away? De Huang Dog understood the meaning of Xianxia's words. With a flash, its body returned to its original size. Even the killing intent on its body was withdrawn. It seemed that it didn't intend to fight anymore. There's no need to waste time. Just use your ultimate move. Xianxia said lightly. Ultimate skill? What ultimate skill? Dan Qingzi's face was filled with questions, but he could not stop the excitement in his heart. If Xianxia said it was an ultimate skill, it would definitely be extraordinarily powerful. Black King, come out, 10,000 beast. Xianxia roared and a huge black gate appeared in the air. In the next instant, with a flash of light, the 10,000 beasts moved out. With the Black King at the lead, there were over 60 heavenly source beasts and over 10,000 ninth heavenly layer earthly source beasts. The unparalleled formation, the powerful pagoda army, the waves of qi that surpassed everything, and the endless demonic qi filled the air, suppressing the aura of the entire battlefield. Heavens, what's that? Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. So many heavenly source experts. Heavens, the rest are all at the 9th heavenly layer of the earthly source realm. This is way too amazing. I'm dreaming. I must be dreaming. This isn't realistic. The humans instantly went crazy. Countless people rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were seeing things. However, the surging aura was real. The noisy battlefield instantly fell silent. Everyone stopped what they were doing and raised their heads to look at the army of beasts descending from the sky. What's going on? Why have so many beasts suddenly appeared? When did so many heavenly source experts appear in the Scarlet East region? Don't tell me Xianxia brought them here? If that's the case, how can our feather race resist? I already said that Xianxia would become a huge problem. It's over. Our feather race is finished. There's no way to fight. The faces of the feather race members were ashen, and even Zhao Lingxiao was dumbfounded. His eyes were bloodshot and he was momentarily speechless. Master. The 10,000 beasts bowed towards Xianxia, and the word master reverberated in the air. I did it. Dan Qingzi stumbled and almost fell from the sky. He thought that Xianxia might have a truly powerful move that could bring about a miracle for the human race. However, this miracle was simply too great. Even if Dan Qingzi had 100 more brains, he would not have dared to imagine such a scene. This was simply too shocking. He would not even dare to dream of such a scene, but it was happening right in front of him. How did he do it? Wu Changtian was completely dumbfounded and his mouth felt dry. In that instant, Xianxia had become incredibly great in his eyes, and all that was left was admiration. This is too miraculous. To be able to subdue so many beasts, just saying that I admire him is not enough to express my current feelings, Yun Xinan said. He had already retracted his battle intent, as it seemed that he would not need to fight anymore. Once these 10,000 beasts moved out, they would be able to instantly wipe out the entire feather race. What netherworld platform? It was simply trash. Even if the feather race had 100 netherworld platforms, it would not be enough. They would just be decorations. I told you that teacher would definitely bring about miracles. Xiating was incredibly excited. It's just that this miracle is a bit too miraculous. Qin Yiren's expression changed and everyone's admiration towards Jiang Qin rose to a new height. Whoosh! The humans did not hesitate at all and they all retreated behind Jiang Qin. In the following battle they would not need him at all. The tens of thousands of feather people's faces were ashen, and despair appeared on their faces. Zhao Lingshao seemed to have aged many years in an instant, and he did not have any of his previous arrogance. There was simply no way they could fight this battle. Jiang Qin, can you spare our feather race? Zhao Lingshao begged. As the leader of a race and a powerful six-winged feather person, he had no choice but to compromise. Chapter 4200. His voice was calm but it was filled with supreme majesty. As soon as the word kill was uttered, thousands of beasts moved out. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the beasts unleashed their powerful auras, layer after layer. With the Black King at their head they covered the sky. More than 60 heavenly source beasts led thousands of earthly source beasts. Such a scene, such a battlefield had never been seen before in the entire Crimson East region. The Buddha's army had once shaken the entire eternal world, causing countless people to tremble in fear. Each and every one of them had rich battle experience. Any one of these beasts at their peak could easily sweep through the entire Crimson East region. In their eyes, the feather race before them were completely insignificant existences. They could not even withstand a single blow. Asterisk miserable screams rang out one after another. The feather race army of tens of thousands was instantly routed. The beasts unleashed their true forms, many of which were as large as mountains. Wherever they passed, no one was spared. The feather race soldiers died in droves, unable to resist at all. Jiang Qin stood in the air, expressionless as he watched everything unfold. The feather race had taken the initiative to destroy them. He did not have the slightest bit of mercy in his heart. Mercy sometimes depended on the target. This was a war between races. Mercy to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. Jiang Qin did not doubt that if he had not appeared today and the human race had been completely routed, it would have been the end of the human race. Zhao Lingshao would not have spared a single human. Since that was the case, there was no need for Jiang Qin to be polite. The scene was too spectacular. It was a completely one-sided massacre. It was a meaningless massacre. Tens of thousands of humans stood behind Jiang Qin. No one said a word. Each and every one of them was dumbfounded as if they were in an unparalleled dream. Terrifying, too terrifying. It was hard to imagine that if these beasts had targeted the human race's fate would not be any better than the feather race's. What was even more fortunate was that Jiang Qin was a member of the human race, not an enemy. Becoming an enemy of Jiang Qin was truly a nightmarish thing. Within a few dozen breaths, the battle was over. Corpses were strewn all over the Crimson Ridge Mountain. Tens of thousands of feather race members had been slaughtered by the demons. Not a single one was left alive. No, there was one person still alive. It was Zhao Lingshao. He was a third heavenly layer heavenly origin expert after all, so he did possess some strength. However, Zhao Lingshao was currently in a terrible state. He was covered in wounds, clearly at the end of his tether. Even though he was only at the third heavenly layer of the heavenly origin stage, he was still able to fend off the well-trained Buddha army. The Black King's strength was constantly recovering. Zhao Lingshao was currently surrounded by over 60 heavenly origin demons. Even if he had 6 wings, he would not be able to escape. No, this is impossible, this is not realistic. Zhao Lingshao was in a daze as if he had gone mad. His eyes were bloodshot and he could not look at what was happening in front of him. The feather race, which had occupied half of the Crimson East region for so long, had been destroyed so easily. As the leader of the feather race, how could Zhao Lingshao bear such a heavy blow? Hiss. The humans all gasped. A long and fierce battle had ended just like that. Even though they knew it was reality, they still felt like they were dreaming, as if they would never wake up from this dream. Jiang Qin arrived before Zhao Lingshao. The feather race is only SSO. Jiang Qin sneered. Zhao Lingshao had tried to harm him time and time again, so Jiang Qin had no reason not to kill him. Jiang Qin, don't be arrogant. My feather race is indestructible. Even if you destroy the feather race of the Crimson East region, can you destroy the entire feather race of Eternal World? Zhao Lingxiao's face was ferocious. He wanted to bite Jiang Chen to death, but he also knew that he did not have the ability to do so. Not to mention that there were so many terrifying experts around, it would be difficult for him to kill Jiang Chen in his current state. You're right. If the feather race provokes me, I will make them disappear from the entire Eternal World sooner or later. The Crimson East region is just the beginning. Next it will be the Crimson Middle region. It won't be long before there is no place for the feather race in the entire Crimson Cloud Star boundary. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Only Jiang Chen would not think that such words came out of his mouth. They would even take it for granted. If it was someone else at the fifth heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm who said such words, they would definitely become a laughingstock. Jiang Chen was not bragging. He had said such words many times and they had become reality in the end. Now that the matter in the Crimson East region was over, he would definitely go to the Crimson Middle region next. He still had important things to do in the Crimson Middle region. He had obtained the treasure left behind by Empress Lin, so he naturally had to work for her. Empress Lin was framed by the feather race. She went from being the empress of a country to being hated by everyone. This was the regret of Empress Lin's life. Jiang Chen wanted to make up for this regret. He wanted to get rid of the real feather bandits of the Lin Kingdom and vindicate Lin Chaofeng. This was a promise he made as a man. I hate it. I only hate that I didn't get rid of you earlier, leaving behind such a disaster. But I have a question. Before I die, can you tell me? Zhao Lingxiao looked at Jiang Chen. You want to ask me how I came out of the land of exile, right? Jiang Chen said. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything and even read other people's thoughts. Zhao Lingxiao's body trembled. He finally felt the true terror of Jiang Chen. This person could not be an enemy at all. That's right. Zhao Lingxiao gritted his teeth. No one knew the power of the Netherworld platform better than him. The Netherworld platform was connected to the land of exile. He firmly believed that the Netherworld platform must have brought Jiang Chen to the land of exile. But Jiang Chen came out unscathed. This had always been the biggest doubt in Zhao Lingxiao's heart. I have my own means, but you don't need to know. It's like I can control these demons for my use. That's probably what you can't figure out. My ability is far beyond your imagination. If you offend me, there's only one end. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he gave the Black King a look and then turned around coldly. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Zhao Lingxiao let out a final roar before he was killed by the Black King. Zhao Lingxiao was indeed unwilling. He had the ambition and strength, but he was defeated by Jiang Chen. 9 of his sons had died, but in the end he couldn't take revenge. Zhao Lingxiao's life goal was to rule the entire Crimson East region. Unfortunately, this dream could only be realized in his next life. The Feather Army was completely destroyed, and the Buddha army returned to the Dragon Palace. After all, if they were outside, they would cause too much turmoil. This was one of Jiang Chen's trump cards. Chilling Mountain returned to peace, but the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Chapter 4201. Tens of thousands of humans were strangely quiet at this moment. Countless pairs of eyes were filled with worship and respect as they looked at the figure in front of them that did not seem imposing, but was as tall as a pyramid. Under the calm leadership of Xie Yunping and Wu Changtian, tens of thousands of humans bowed to Jiang Chen in unison and did not get up for a long time. At this moment, thousands of words of gratitude were useless. In this world, there were no beautiful words to describe their gratitude to Jiang Chen. This was the true hero of the human race. Jiang Chen's appearance had saved the entire human race of the Crimson East region. Today's Battle of Crimson Mountain would be recorded in the history of the entire Crimson East region. The name Jiang Chen would also be engraved like a monument. From today onwards, statues of Jiang Chen's image would be built in all the cities of the Crimson East region. Jiang Chen's figure was destined to become the symbol of the entire Crimson East region. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog sighed endlessly, especially De Huang Dog. His restless heart could not stop. This was his and Jiang Chen's first stop in the Eternal World, and it had ended in the most perfect manner. Wherever Jiang Chen went, he would leave behind his own legend and be admired by future generations. City Lord, Sect Leader, you don't have to do this. I, Jiang Chen, am a member of the human race. I naturally have to do something for the human race. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Brother Xianxia, if it were not for you, how could the human race of the Crimson East region have achieved such a great victory today? The human race of the Crimson East region will always remember Brother Xianxia's great kindness. As the head of the martial pavilion and the leader of the human race, it had always been Wu Changtian's dream to annihilate the Feather Clan and allow the human race to truly become the masters of this land. Reality had proven that if it wasn't for Xianxia in today's battle, the human race would have been destroyed under his leadership. If that had happened, he would not have been able to truly rest in peace even if he died as the head of the martial pavilion. Alright, now that the war is over, the humans need to recuperate. We can go home now. The remaining Feather race members are no longer a threat to the humans. We can take our time to clear them out. Xianxia said. Alright, let's head back. Wu Changtian waved his hand, and the human race army left the Chilling Mountain in a majestic manner. Everyone's faces were brimming with smiles. This could be considered a great victory for the human race. The human race didn't suffer any major losses. They only suffered some casualties when Xianxia wasn't present. However, in such a huge war between races, the number of casualties was nothing. Moreover, from today onwards, the human race had completely become the masters of the Crimson East region, dominating the entire region. The next day, the divine martial city was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The whole world was celebrating. 99 cities in the Crimson East region were all celebrating. The Crimson East region had ushered in an unprecedented great turning point. Inside the martial pavilion, on the purple pill pavilion, Xianxia was leisurely lying on a rattan chair, looking very relaxed. Xiaolong and a Huang dog were playing in the courtyard, making a lot of noise. Xianxia's eyes fell on Xiaolong. Ever since this freak's cultivation began to improve, it was as if his bloodline had been developed. His entire person became lively. What kind of physique does this little guy have? Even I can't figure it out at all. Xianxia sighed. He was extremely curious about Xiaolong's physique and bloodline, but with his eyesight he couldn't figure it out at all. However, based on Xianxia's experience, Xiaolong's bloodline was definitely supreme. At least it had never appeared in the previous world. Even in this eternal world it was almost unique. Moreover, Xiaolong's body contained a certain degree of violence, which could be seen from the battle on Mount Chilling. What was certain was that Xiaolong had never experienced any fighting before, at least not before he met Xianxia. Xiaolong's change was after he entered the martial pavilion and began to cultivate. He was a completely different person. Tearing a winged man apart was not something an ordinary person could do. Nameless physique, but he will definitely become a great person in the future. Xianxia thought to himself. He didn't know what kind of physique Xiaolong belonged to, so he could only call it nameless physique. This physique was special. Apart from its self-recovery ability, it also brought great enhancement to Xiaolong's body. Xiaolong, come here. Xianxia waved at Xiaolong. Big brother. Xiaolong leaped up and arrived in front of Xianxia. Xiaolong had no relatives other than his grandfather. Xianxia was the person he was most grateful and admired. Children's thoughts were very simple. Xiaolong knew that the man in front of him was the big brother he respected the most. Xianxia had changed his name so he would listen to his big brother for the rest of his life. Xiaolong, how about going to the Qizhong region with big brother? Xianxia asked. He planned to go to the Qizhong region next. He and a Huang dog were free and unfettered, so they didn't need to bring many people with them. After all, it would be troublesome to bring them along. Moreover, they were going to look for Long Shisan. Long Shisan had not appeared since he disappeared in the broken Feilu stream. Xianxia guessed that Long Shisan must be in the Qizhong region. After all, the broken Feilu stream was also the territory of the Qizhong region. Now that such a big thing had happened in the Qizhong region, but Long Shisan had not appeared. This meant that Long Shisan was definitely not in the Qizhong region. Xianxia guessed that Long Shisan would definitely appear in the Qizhong region. In addition to Long Shisan, there was no news of his son, Jiangfeng. His two brothers, Pangu and Hongjun, were also missing. Xianxia still had many things to do in the eternal world. As for Xiaolong, Xianxia planned to bring him along. This treasure boy wouldn't have much development if he stayed in the Qizhong region. He was a peerless genius who could fight side by side with him and dominate the eternal world in the future. The bigger the stage, the more beneficial it was for Xiaolong's growth. Okay, wherever big brother goes, Xiaolong will go. Xiaolong was extremely excited. In his opinion, there was nothing happier than following Zhang Chen. In Xiaolong's heart, Zhang Chen was an omnipotent hero who was worshipped by tens of thousands of people. Following Zhang Chen made him feel proud. At that moment, Fu came out of the room with a cup of tea. When he heard that Zhang Chen wanted to bring Xiaolong to the Qizhong region, Fu's expression suddenly changed. "Uncle Fu, is there something you can't say?" Zhang Chen's ability to read people's expressions was amazing. An ordinary person like Fu wouldn't be able to escape Zhang Chen's eyes if he felt the slightest bit uncomfortable under Zhang Chen's gaze. Moreover, Zhang Chen recalled that when he first left the land of exile, he had asked Fu about their origins and how they had entered the land of exile. At that time, Fu had wanted to say something but had hesitated. He had only said that they were from the Qizhong region and nothing else. Now it seemed that there was indeed something difficult to say. Fu wanted to say something but hesitated. A difficult expression appeared on his face. "Uncle Fu, I don't want to go back. I want to go to the Qizhong region with Big Brother." Xiaolong looked at Fu and took the initiative to speak. To Zhang Chen's surprise, Xiaolong had changed the way he addressed Fu from grandfather to Uncle Fu. Chapter 4202. Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes. The change in how Xiaolong addressed Fu had piqued Zhang Chen's interest once again. "What's going on?" Zhang Chen asked. Young master might not know this, but after Xiaolong came to the martial pavilion and received guidance from the sect master, it was as if he had opened up a channel in his body. His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and it was precisely because he thought he could cultivate that Xiaolong recovered his memories on the second day. Fu let out a sigh. Recovered his memories? What's going on? Zhang Chen furrowed his brows. It seemed that Xiaolong's background was much more complicated than he had imagined. "All right, young master, listen to me slowly. I didn't plan on telling you this at first. After Xiaolong lost his memories, this old man only hoped that he could live a peaceful life. Not remembering the past is a blessing for him. I never thought that Xiaolong's talent would be so great, and he even recovered his memories, so I won't hide it from him." Xiaolong was originally the crown prince of the Yunqiu country in the Scarlet South region. Fu let out a heavy sigh and continued. His Highness was a child with a hard life. The Empress passed away as soon as he was born, but the Emperor still treasured this child very much. He stood his ground and made Xiaolong the crown prince. Unfortunately, His Highness was born weak and sickly, unable to cultivate normally even when he was 7 or 8 years old. He was basically a cripple. You must know that there is no familial love in the royal family, and His Highness did not have any backing to begin with. This naturally aroused the jealousy and dissatisfaction of the other princes. Gradually, even the emperor lost hope in His Highness, but in consideration of the relationship between father and son, he still preserved His Highness' status as crown prince. When the princes fought for power, His Highness was obviously the first to be sacrificed. The sixth prince had the greatest talent and the greatest influence out of all the princes. The sixth prince had the greatest ambition, and the greater his achievements, the more His Highness Xiaolong would become his stumbling block. In the end, the sixth prince could not help but take action against Xiaolong. He had the support of a heavenly origin expert, so he set up a trap for His Highness Xiaolong. However, directly killing a crown prince wasn't a good thing after all, so they forcefully wiped away his memories, teleporting me and His Highness to the land of exile to fend for themselves. I watched His Highness grow up. Although he was young, he suffered so much. I thought that since His Highness had lost his painful memories, it might not be a bad thing, so I asked Xiaolong to call me grandfather. Fortunately, we met young master in the city of 10,000 Evil. Otherwise, the two of us would have been buried in the land of exile. Previously, when young master asked me about it on Mount Chiliang, I didn't dare to answer. Firstly, I didn't want Xiaolong to bring up the past. Secondly, young master's cultivation wasn't high enough, so even if you knew, it would be useless. Now that His Highness has recovered his memories and is a peerless genius, young master is a hero of the human race, and has tens of thousands of beasts under your command. I beg young master to uphold justice for His Highness." Tears streamed down Fu's face as he spoke. He even knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Zhang Chen 3 times. "Uncle Fu, please rise." Zhang Chen waved his hand to help Fu up. It was rare to see such a loyal servant. "Uncle Fu, no, grandfather, from now on you are still my grandfather. I have nothing to do with Yunqiu country anymore. I don't want to go back," Xiaolong said, holding Fu's hand tightly. Although he said that, Jiang Qin could still see a trace of unwillingness in Xiaolong's eyes. Or rather, it was a strong unwillingness. It was clear that Xiaolong's past experiences in Yunqiu country had caused great damage to his heart. Jiang Qin nodded his head. He couldn't help but praise Xiaolong. The fact that Xiaolong was able to call Fu grandpa once again showed that this little fellow was a man who valued friendship and friendship. He didn't have the arrogance and noble heart of a crown prince. Xiaolong, come here. Jiang Qin waved at Xiaolong. Xiaolong came in front of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin placed his hand on Xiaolong's head and said, "The cruelty of this world is far beyond your imagination. What we have to do is to have the determination not to give in. We have to take back what belongs to us. What you have to take back isn't your status but your justice. If you can't get your justice back, then the memory of what happened in the past will be forever rooted in your heart like a thorn. If you want to remove this thorn, you have to..." Xiaolong came to Jiang Qin's front. "If you want to remove this thorn, you must go back and take back what originally belonged to you. Otherwise, this thorn will become the biggest obstacle in your path in the future. Do you understand?" "Yes, thank you for your guidance, big brother." Xiaolong understands. "I want to go back and take back what I lost. I don't want the crown prince's status, I want justice." Xiaolong nodded heavily and his eyes instantly became sharp. "Very good, I'll let you fight for this justice yourself." Jiang Qin patted Xiaolong's head in satisfaction, then looked at Fu. "Uncle Fu, let me ask you, how is the sixth prince's cultivation?" "He's a first-rate genius in the Scarlet South region. His cultivation is probably similar to the first young master of the Yu clan. When he framed us, he was already at the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. He's probably at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer now, not far from the 9th heavenly layer," Fu said. Looking at Xiaolong's cultivation, it seemed that it was still far from the 9th heavenly layer. "Yes, there's no hurry. Xiaolong can surpass him in 2 months." Jiang Qin said with incomparable confidence. He had changed his mind now. He was not in a hurry to go to the Scarlet Middle region. He would go to the Scarlet South region first to settle the matter with Xiaolong before going to the Scarlet Middle region. At that time he would respect Xiaolong's choice if Xiaolong wanted to leave with him or stay in the Yunqiu country as the crown prince. In 2 months, Jiang Qin was confident that he could raise Xiaolong to the 7th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. With Xiaolong's miraculous constitution, it would be a piece of cake for the 7th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm to fight against the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. If it was someone else, Jiang Qin naturally would not dare to boast about advancing from the 1st heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm to the 7th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm in 2 months. But Xiaolong was different. This little monster had only used less than a month to advance to the Earth Source realm. And judging from Xiaolong's aura, the benefits of bloodline stimulation were far from over. Although his cultivation speed would be greatly reduced at the Earth Source realm, it would not be a problem for him to advance in 2 months with Jiang Qin's help. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog needed time to continue growing. Their cultivation was far from enough to go to the Scarlet Middle region. However, the progress of their cultivation could not be estimated with common sense. Jiang Qin's goal was for him, De Huang Dog and Xiaolong to reach the 7th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm in 2 months. And in the past 2 months, almost 1,000 of the demons in the Dragon Palace would recover to the Heavenly Source realm. It would not be a problem for the Black King to recover to the 3rd heavenly layer of the Heavenly Source realm. Only when one's individual strength and overall strength became stronger would they be able to walk further and further in the future. Chapter 4203. For a cultivation ancestor like Jiang Qin, it was not difficult to raise his cultivation in 2 months. Most importantly, Xiaolong and the others were just too powerful, ridiculously powerful. Alchemy, adventuring, heavenly resources, they had everything. With Jiang Qin's current status, he could use all the resources of the human race as he wished. In just 2 short months, the results were just as Jiang Qin had expected. He, De Huang Dog and Xiaolong had all reached the 7th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. There was no need to mention Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. A resolute look appeared on Xiaolong's young face, and his eyes became even colder. Xiaolong had experienced countless battles and life-and-death battles in the past 2 months. His battle experience was much richer than ordinary cultivators who had cultivated for decades. Jiang Qin had also taught Xiaolong several battle skills. Xiaolong could choose any battle skill from the martial pavilion, and Jiang Qin had personally used the god of craftsmanship's chart to create a nameless sword for Xiaolong to use as his life-bound weapon. Tears streamed down Fu's face when he saw Xiaolong's transformation. When he had been transported to the land of exile, Fu had never dreamed that Xiaolong would have such a day. All of this seemed like a dream to him. Apart from Jiang Qin and the others, the Dragon Palace had also undergone earth-shattering changes. In the past 2 months, at least 1,000 heavenly source experts had appeared. If such a huge lineup were to be released, the impact would be unimaginable. The Black King had even reached the 3rd heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. With his abilities, he would even dare to kill 4th heavenly layer heavenly source experts. To put it bluntly, if Jiang Qin led thousands of beasts over, let alone the Yunqiu country, even the entire Crimson South region would have to submit. Let's go to the Crimson South region, Jiang Qin said. All right. Xiaolong's aura shook. When he returned this time, he would definitely shock the entire Yunqiu country. Xiaolong wanted to return double the damage that the 6th prince had done to him. He wanted to take back what belonged to him with his own hands and give him justice. Jiang Qin brought Da Huang Dog, Xiaolong and Fu to prepare to leave the Crimson East region the next day. On this day, all the familiar people of the Shenwu city came to send Jiang Qin off. Because they all knew that Jiang Qin would never come back once he left. As the saying goes, dragons swim in the ocean and phoenixes soar in the 9 heavens. Jiang Qin didn't belong to a small place like Red East region. A man like him would definitely go to a bigger stage. What Jiang Qin had left behind was glory, a glory that would never be erased. The next morning outside Shenwu City, Xie Yunpeng, Wu Chongtian, Yun Xinan, Zhen Yang, Dan Qingzi, Xie Ting, Chiniren, Nye Xiaoying, Jitian. Everyone who was familiar with Jiang Qin came out of the city to see him off. Go back. We'll meet again in the pugilistic world. Jiang Qin left after saying that. Looking at the figure in the void getting further and further away, everyone's mood was stuck. Qin Yiren and Nye Xiaoying's eyes shone with a strange light. Which girl didn't yearn for love? No girl could resist Jiang Qin's image, even the arrogant Qin Yiren. But both of them knew that Jiang Qin and they were not from the same world. Jiang Qin was only a passerby here. Yiren, forget him as soon as possible. Yun Xinan sighed. He had originally planned to let Qin Yiren fetch Jiang Qin's bride, but now it seemed that there was no chance. A person like Jiang Qin was destined to have his own matters. Godfather, what are you saying? In my heart, master is worthy of respect. Qin Yiren blushed. Pass down the order. Statues of Jiang Qin are to be built in all 99 cities of the Crimson East region. Although Jiang Qin has left, he will still be revered by the people of the Crimson East region for generations to come. Wu Chongtian said. He is worthy of such glory. Xie Yunpeng nodded. He was more grateful to Jiang Qin than anyone else here. Jiang Qin had truly saved his life in the city lord's mansion. I must work hard to cultivate and go to the Crimson Middle region as soon as possible to follow in master's footsteps. Xie Ting clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. Jiang Qin would be the idol he would follow for the rest of his life. He would be his greatest goal in the future. Good son, Dad has high hopes for you. Xie Yunping patted Xie Ting's shoulder. This son of his was also his pride, his supreme glory. The group lingered outside the city for a while longer. Jiang Qin's figure had completely disappeared. Since then, the Crimson East region's matter had been completely resolved. Jiang Qin left the Crimson East region and went to the Crimson South region to settle Xiaolong's matter. After that, he would go to the Crimson Middle region, the real stage of the Crimson Cloud Star boundary. The Crimson East region and the Crimson South region were hundreds of millions of miles apart. The distance between the two regions was like a heavenly tribulation. It was too far. This was also the reason why the two regions were almost like a separate world. With Jiang Qin's cultivation, it would take at least 3 months to fly from the Crimson East region to the Crimson South region. However, Jiang Qin had the Sky Ascending Stairway. Naturally, it was a shortcut. Relying on the Sky Ascending Stairway, it only took Jiang Qin 2 days to reach the boundary of the Crimson South region. The Sky Ascending Stairway is really useful. It's a pity that it's only a broken piece. If I could get another piece, its effect would at least be several times stronger. Jiang Qin sighed. A treasure like the Sky Ascending Stairway was really too perfect. Of course, he wasn't greedy. It was already quite good to get a piece of the Sky Ascending Stairway. As for the rest of the Sky Ascending Stairway, it would be up to fate. It was also proven that the sky-ascending stairway had helped Jiang Qin a lot in the Crimson East region. Without the sky-ascending stairway, it would have been impossible for him to achieve so much in such a short period of time and deal with the Yu clan in the Crimson East region so quickly. In fact, without the help of the sky-ascending stairway, Jiang Qin's life would have been in danger several times. Not only could he come and go freely in the land of exile, but Zhao Lingxiao's sneak attack when he just came out of the Star Lord's ruins could have taken his life. In Jiang Qin's heart, the sky-ascending stairway had become the most precious treasure. Not only was it useful in the past, but it would also be of great use in the future. He intended to collect all the remaining pieces of the sky-ascending stairway, but it was up to fate. I never thought that I would be able to return to the Crimson South region again. Fu's eyes were filled with tears. He naturally had a fundamental attachment to the Crimson South region. After all, his entire life was here. When he was sent to the land of exile by the sixth prince, Fu had already lost all hope. He never dreamed that he would have the chance to return to the Crimson South region in this lifetime. Uncle Fu, lead the way. We will go directly to the Yunqiu country. Chapter 4204. All right. Fu nodded as excitement appeared on his face. He knew of Jiang Qin's abilities. He had destroyed the entire Yu clan in the Crimson East region all by himself and could practically sweep across the entire Crimson South region. Therefore Fu was not afraid of anything this time. He did not need to be afraid at all. The ones who should be afraid should be the sixth prince and the others. Those who had heard him and Xiaolong previously would be trembling in fear this time. Under Fu's lead, Jiang Qin and the others quickly arrived at the Yunqiu country. Jiang Qin's goal was very clear. He did not care about anything in the Yunqiu country and directly brought Xiaolong to the imperial capital. At this moment, in the Crown Prince's palace in the imperial capital of the Yunqiu country. The magnificent Crown Prince's palace was originally where Xiaolong lived, but now that the owner had changed, the current Crown Prince's palace was even more luxurious than before. It had clearly been decorated. After the sixth prince got rid of Xiaolong, his wish was fulfilled. On the fifth day after Xiaolong's disappearance, he was reinstated as the Crown Prince and moved into the Crown Prince's palace, becoming the new owner. In the main hall of the Crown Prince's palace, a handsome young man held an alluring beauty in his arms. The hall was filled with singing and dancing, and the guests of the Crown Prince's palace sat on both sides. At this moment, the sixth prince, no, the Crown Prince, could be said to be riding on the crest of success. In the entire Yunqiu country, he was the future ruler of the country and had countless riches, beauties, and everything that one could wish for. Your Highness, you will definitely lead our Yunqiu country to the pinnacle in the future. That's right, the Crown Prince is truly a dragon among men and a natural ruler. The future of our Yunqiu country will depend on the Crown Prince. I suggest that we toast the Crown Prince together. All right, in the future we will follow the Crown Prince and enjoy endless glory, splendor, and wealth. A group of guests were sucking up to the Crown Prince, and there was no lack of heavenly source experts among them. Now that the Crown Prince was like the sun in the sky, his future achievements would definitely be limitless. If nothing unexpected happened, the future ruler of the Yunqiu country would definitely be the Crown Prince. If they did not take advantage of this time to curry favor with the Crown Prince, it would be too late when the Crown Prince became the emperor. Sure. The Crown Prince raised his wine glass and drank it in one gulp. Master, I don't know why, but I feel uneasy today. The Crown Prince put down his cup and gestured for the beauty in his arms to leave. Afterwards, he looked at an old man beside him. The old man's hair and beard were all white, making him seem like a banished immortal. His cultivation was also extremely powerful, having reached the second heavenly layer of heavenly origin. Even the Crown Prince had to be respectful to him, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. It was no wonder that the Crown Prince was able to do so well in the Yunqiu kingdom. Even a second heavenly layer heavenly origin expert was willing to follow him. There was nothing the Crown Prince couldn't do in the tiny Scarlet South region. One had to know that even the current emperor had to treat a second heavenly layer heavenly origin expert with respect. I'm used to living like a prince, so it's inevitable that I'm a little unstable. Don't worry, Master is here. Even if the sky collapses, Master is here to support it. The old man said. Obviously, he attached great importance to Gao Dang's disciple. Rumble. At this moment, a muffled sound suddenly rang out from outside. It was so loud that the wine on the table began to sway and splatter. What happened? The crown prince suddenly stood up and shouted. He knew that something must have happened since he was feeling uneasy. However, he wanted to see who would be so daring as to come to his territory and behave so atrociously. At this moment, a guard with a swollen face rushed in frantically. He clutched his face as he yelled, "Your Highness, it's bad. The crown prince has returned. It's the crown prince, it's the crown prince." What crown prince? Where did this crown prince come from? There's only one crown prince in the Yunqiu kingdom. Who else dares to call themselves crown prince other than me? The crown prince's face turned cold as he angrily retorted. It's me. As soon as the crown prince finished speaking, a young and tender voice rang out. Everyone turned to look and saw a young man with a strong physique walking in with vigorous steps. Xiaolong could naturally be described as well-built. Having reached the 7th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, he had undergone a tremendous change compared to when he first started. Not only had he grown much taller, he had also become extremely muscular. His body was like a dragon, filled with explosive power with every movement. At this moment, Xiaolong was holding 2 guards in each of his hands as he glared at the crown prince. His eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at the crown prince. Xiaolong. The crown prince's expression immediately changed when he saw Xiaolong, as if he had seen a ghost. Although Xiaolong's appearance had changed, the crown prince could still recognize him with a single glance. This was too shocking. The crown prince could not believe it at all. The person he thought was already dead had appeared before him, alive and well. This must be a dream. 6th brother, you must be very surprised to see me return. Xiaolong sneered and casually threw the 2 guards to the ground. They were covered in blood as they lay there motionless, as if they were cripples. Brat, how dare you kill the people of the crown prince's palace? One of them stood up and pointed at Xiaolong. In reality, there was not a single person present who did not know Xiaolong. After all, they were currently in someone else's territory. At this moment, everyone in the crown prince's palace, including the crown prince's master, was extremely shocked. They could not believe what they had just seen, especially the crown prince's master. He had personally sent Xiaolong and Fu to the land of exile. This was something he was certain of. With Fu and Xiaolong's abilities, they would definitely die in the land of exile. Even if they did not die, it would be impossible for them to walk out alive. What was even more shocking was that the little piece of trash who could not cultivate had appeared in front of them, a 7th heavenly layer Earth Source expert in such a short amount of time. A 12-year-old 7th heavenly layer Earth Source expert was a peerless monster. There was not a single one like him in the entire Crimson South region. A fortuitous encounter, it had to be a fortuitous encounter. This kid's life was just too good. My own dogs, yet they tried to stop me from entering. I'm already being considerate of our past relationship by not killing them directly. Chapter 4205. How did you get out of the land of exile? The crown prince's face was filled with shock as he shouted. What? Are you afraid? Or are you afraid that I'll report you to father and let him know what you've done? Xiaolong sneered. The crown prince's face darkened. Xiaolong was right, he was indeed afraid. Since young, although Xiaolong couldn't cultivate, the emperor had never given up on him. The crown prince didn't know that the crown prince had framed Xiaolong. If he knew, he would definitely be furious. In reality, what the crown prince was truly afraid of was not the secret of him framing Xiaolong, but Xiaolong's current cultivation. He had gone from a piece of trash who could not cultivate to the 7th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm in such a short amount of time. It was hard to imagine how he had done it. It was probably not as simple as a fortuitous encounter. If the emperor knew about such terrifying talent, his attitude towards Xiaolong would definitely change greatly. At that time, the crown prince would not even have a place in the Yunqiu country. However, what made the crown prince relax was that Xiaolong had directly come to seek revenge after returning, and did not report him to the emperor. Brother, your appearance has indeed surprised me. Brother, I'm really surprised that you're here. You're right, I'm afraid because your growth is too shocking. It's a pity that you're still too young. If you secretly came back to find father, he would be incomparably happy to see your growth. It's a pity that you're swayed by your emotions and came to find me for revenge. Today, don't even think about leaving the crown prince palace. Whether you come back or not, the result will be the same. Father won't know. The crown prince mocked. Since he had already done it once, he did not care about it a second time. He no longer cared about brotherly love. All he cared about now was his bright future. Now that Xiaolong had appeared again, the crown prince immediately saw him as a thorn in his side. He had to get rid of him. The things he had done could not be spread or the consequences would be unimaginable. The atmosphere in the palace began to change. Layers of killing intent began to fill the air. The white-haired elder released his aura, almost sealing off the entire crown prince palace. As for what had happened to Xiaolong in the land of exile and why he had suddenly become so powerful, it was no longer important. The most important thing right now was to get rid of him to prevent any future troubles. Brat Dai. A burly man was the first to act. His cultivation was at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. He had the lowest cultivation and status in the hall. People like this were even more eager to show off in front of their master. His state was swift and decisive. His sandbag-sized fist carried a cold wind that could tear everything apart as it smashed towards the small dragon. The burly man's face was twisted, not concealing his killing intent at all. In his eyes, a 7th heavenly layer Earth Source expert was not even a single move from him. A single punch from him was enough to blow his head apart. As long as he could kill Xiaolong, it would be equivalent to removing the crown prince's greatest threat. Wouldn't it be a long time before he would be able to prosper in the future? However, when the fist was half a foot away from Xiaolong's head, it stopped completely. Xiaolong grabbed the burly man's wrist. No matter how hard the burly man struggled, he could not budge at all. Xiaolong's palm was like a pair of iron pincers, firmly locking onto the burly man. What? The burly man was shocked. He did not expect Xiaolong to be so strong. Kacha! Arg! A miserable shriek rang out. The burly man's arm had been forcefully snapped by Xiaolong, causing him to bend over in pain. Xiaolong did not give him any chance. He smashed his fist into the man's back. The 8th heavenly layer Earth Source burly man did not even manage to put up any resistance. He was easily killed by Xiaolong. The entire place fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the crown prince's master, the white-haired old man, was stunned. Had this kid actually become so terrifying? Spectacular, spectacular! Cheers could be heard from outside. A young man dressed in white walked in leisurely. Beside him was a big yellow dog that looked as majestic as a bull and an old man. Who else could it be but Afu? Who are you? The crown prince barked. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that I'm here to help Xiaolong and get justice for him. Jiang Chen spoke. He had witnessed Xiaolong's ferocity earlier, so it could be said that he admired the little guy very much. Just you? The white-haired old man snorted coldly. He did not take this uninvited guest seriously at all. Even though Xiaolong's actions had shocked him, the old man did not take him seriously at all. In his eyes, an ant was still an ant no matter how big it was. What could it do before absolute strength? That's right, just me. Jiang Chen glanced at the old man. He did not seem to care at all. Without a doubt, this indifference had hurt the old man's dignity. As the master of the crown prince and a 2nd heavenly layer heavenly origin expert, there was no one in the Yunqiu kingdom who dared to be so rude to him. Is that so? How do you plan on helping him? The old man narrowed his eyes. His killing intent did not decrease. It's simple. Let Xiaolong and the crown prince fight to the death on the decisive arena. Jiang Chen nonchalantly said. His main goal in coming back this time was for Xiaolong to personally get justice for him, so he did not complain to the emperor and directly came to the crown prince's hall. The crown prince had framed Xiaolong in private, so Xiaolong obviously wanted to resolve their grievances in private. If the emperor stepped forward, it would not be so easy to resolve. The crown prince's face could not help but twitch when he heard this. If he had to fight someone at the 7th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, he would definitely look down on it. When Xiaolong had first appeared, the crown prince had been surprised, but he did not take him seriously at all. However, after personally witnessing Xiaolong's strength, the crown prince's attitude had completely changed. If he was asked to fight Xiaolong on the decisive arena, he probably would not even have the courage to do so. The crown prince was at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, but due to his outstanding talent, even ordinary 9th heavenly layer Earth Source experts were not his opponent. Xiaolong was strong, but it would not be easy for him to defeat the crown prince. However, given the current situation, it didn't seem like there was any need for him to pay attention to Jiang Chen's suggestion. After all, this was his territory and there were many powerful warriors here. He was the crown prince, so why would he do something he wasn't confident in? What a joke. What right do you have to negotiate with me? This is the crown prince's hall. As long as I give the order, you'll immediately turn to dust. Chapter 4206. Whether I have the qualifications or not isn't up to you to decide. It's also not up to you to decide whether I can enter the arena. It's still up to me. Xianxia was calm and unruffled. The heavenly origin experts before him were not even worth mentioning in his eyes. Let alone the fact that he had killed over 1,000 heavenly origin realm beasts. He could easily kill a first heavenly layer heavenly origin expert with his own abilities if he went all out. How arrogant. I'd like to see just what gives you the right to be so arrogant. Capture them, dead or alive. The crown prince was so angry that he laughed. He had seen arrogant people before, but he had never seen someone as arrogant as the crown prince. In other words, he had never seen someone as arrogant as the crown prince in Yunqiu country. Boom. Under the crown prince's command, a first heavenly layer heavenly source elder was the first to move. His body began to casually ripple, flipping over the surrounding tables. Waves of air surged out as the elder reached out with his hand, grabbing towards Xianxia with lightning speed. Countless people were smiling at the close-range attack of a heavenly source expert. There were basically no surprises. This grab would definitely crush that reckless fellow's head. There was basically no doubt about this. Xianxia stood there with one hand behind his back. He did not even bat an eyelid in the face of a heavenly source expert's attack, nor did he make any movements to dodge. He completely treated the elder as if he did not exist. You're courting death. The elder was extremely angry. He was a mighty heavenly source expert. There was no one in the entire Crimson South region that dared to look down on him. The elder ground his teeth, swearing that he would definitely take Xianxia's head. Xianxia naturally had his reasons for not moving. He did not need to move at all. If he wanted to intimidate the crown prince today, his own strength was far from enough. He needed the Black King to appear as well. With a flash of black light, a black figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere without any prior signs of life. The moment the black figure appeared, demon chi surged into the sky, filling the entire hall with layers of pressure. If it were not for the fact that the pressure was being controlled, the entire hall would have been flipped upside down. Bang! The black figure threw a punch after appearing, landing heavily on the elder's arm. A miserable shriek rang out as everyone saw a bloody mist. The first heavenly layer heavenly origin old man's entire arm had been shattered, turning into a bloody mist that filled the air with the pungent smell of blood. The old man who had lost his arm fell to the ground and screamed in pain. At this time, people finally saw the appearance of the black shadow. It was a man who was as strong as an iron tower. He wore a black armor and had a resolute and fierce face. The word king was faintly discernible between his eyebrows. It was a tiger demon. A third heavenly layer heavenly source tiger demon was so powerful that even the current emperor would not be its opponent. To put it bluntly, this black tiger alone could sweep away all the experts in the Red South region. Qualification? This was the qualification. So strong. A third heavenly layer heavenly source tiger demon. Even the strongest expert of the Yunqiu country wouldn't be its opponent. How does this guy have such powerful assistants? Just who is he? It's over. With such an expert here, we can't resist at all. It seems like the Crown Prince and the Little Crown Prince will have to fight on the decisive battle platform today. Everyone's expressions changed. The other two first heavenly layer heavenly source experts who had originally planned on fighting could not help but take 2 steps back under the pressure of the Black King. They felt their mouths go dry, no longer daring to fight. Your Highness, I've already said that it's not up to you to decide whether I have the qualification or not. It's up to me. Xianxia took a step forward and glared at the Crown Prince. Lung Ling said, 6th Prince, I'll make Xiaolong pay for the harm you've caused him. I'll make him seek justice for himself. Although killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant to me, I still respect Xiaolong's wishes. I'll give you 2 choices right now. First, go on the decisive battle platform. Life and death are up to the heavens. Second, I'll have the Black King kill everyone here. In reality, you don't seem to have the right to choose, nor do you expect anyone to save you. Let alone a master like you. Even if the strongest expert of the Red South region comes, you'll still die if I want to kill you. Jiang Chen's words were extremely intimidating. His tone was firm and unquestionable, making it impossible for anyone to doubt the veracity of his words. The entire hall fell silent as everyone's gazes landed on the crown prince. Even the white-haired old man who had been incomparably arrogant earlier was now completely listless. With the Black King here, he couldn't even sense his presence at all. He had a feeling that if he were to make a move, the Black King would be able to instantly crush him to death. As a result, even he could not help the crown prince in this matter. Just as Jiang Chen had said, they had no right to choose. All right, I'll go on the decisive battle platform. The crown prince gritted his teeth. No matter how unwilling he was, he had no choice but to agree. This was his only chance. After all, what Jiang Chen said wasn't an exaggeration. If Jiang Chen wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as killing an ant. What if I win? The crown prince asked. If you win, you will continue to be the crown prince. I will leave Yunqiu country and never come back. Of course, if you have the ability to kill me, Big Brother will not make things difficult for you. I can only blame myself for not being strong enough, Xiaolong said. His entire body was filled with the desire to fight. His fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. It could be seen that the crown prince had once left a deep scar in his heart. As Xiaolong said, as long as you have the ability to defeat me, I will not make things difficult for you. Jiang Chen said that it was a battle of life and death. However, when he said it, it seemed like he was talking about an extremely ordinary matter. However, when Jiang Chen said the same thing, the crown prince and the white-haired old man became even more uncertain. This was because Jiang Chen was too confident. From Jiang Chen's expression, one could not see the slightest ripple. Coupled with the fact that he had seen Xiaolong's ability with his own eyes, there was no reason for the crown prince not to be afraid. All right, let's go on the decisive battle platform. The crown prince's aura shook and he strode towards the training field of the crown prince's palace. Everyone followed closely behind and soon arrived at the huge training field of the crown prince's palace. This action naturally alarmed the entire palace. Soon the entire training field was filled with people. In the center of the training field was a towering battle platform. Usually, it was the training ground for the guards of the crown prince's palace. The crown prince had never stepped onto it before. No one expected that he would personally step onto the platform today. Oh my god, isn't that the little crown prince? Didn't he go missing? Why is he back? Yes, I heard that he fell off a cliff during a hunt. The emperor personally went down the cliff and couldn't find him. He thought he was dead. Look, the little crown prince is so strong. How is this possible? Isn't he unable to cultivate? Many of the servants in the crown prince's palace were still the same people. When they saw the little crown prince appear, they were all shocked and couldn't believe it was true. Chapter 4207. The news spread very quickly. The battle between the young crown prince and the current crown prince was a huge matter in the Yunqiu country. It was impossible to cover it up. Moreover, no one tried to hide it because the commotion caused by the battle between two earthly source geniuses was enough to shake the entire capital. Powerful presences swept over from the imperial palace. The one leading them wore a dragon robe and was at the third heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. Although he had just reached the third heavenly layer, he was definitely a peak existence in the tiny Crimson South region. He was the current emperor of the Yunqiu country. Long-er, you're not dead. The emperor could not hide his excitement when he appeared and saw Xiaolong. Jiang Chen saw all of this. His father was not too bad after all. Greetings, father. The crown prince and Xiaolong bowed to the emperor. You can cultivate now? How can your cultivation be so strong? The emperor's countenance changed. Obviously, he was greatly shocked. Father, I had a fortuitous encounter, so I can cultivate now. I've come back this time to fight sixth brother and see who's more suitable to be the crown prince. Xiaolong said. He did not mention that the crown prince had framed him, which made the crown prince feel relieved. But at the same time, the crown prince could not help but feel shocked. Xiaolong's words showed his confidence in this battle. Xiaolong had said that if he lost, he would still let the crown prince be the crown prince, so he did not say the whole story. He could be considered a man. And the more he did so, the more the crown prince was forced into a dead end. Now that the emperor had appeared, the crown prince only had one chance to save his life, and that was to defeat Xiaolong. If he lost, he would lose everything. That's fine. I promise you that as long as you defeat the crown prince, I will restore your position as crown prince. The emperor said. He wasn't a fool. He could clearly see who was more talented and qualified to inherit the throne. It had only been a short time since Xiaolong started cultivating, but he had actually reached such a height. This was something unimaginable. It would shock the world if word of it got out. That's right. That's right. He would never believe such a monster if he had not seen it with his own eyes. Sixth brother, make your move. We'll do as we said before. Xiaolong Lenglong looked at the crown prince. He waved his arm and a terrifying energy swept out. He used the floating cloud palm which flickered between light and dark, attacking the crown prince. The floating cloud palm was a combat skill that Zhou Xian had selected from the martial pavilion for Xiaolong. Although it was called the floating cloud palm, its offensive and destructive power was truly formidable. An illusory palm print blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The crown prince didn't dare to be careless. He leaped into the air and punched out with an indescribably domineering aura. Your Majesty, the little crown prince is so strong. In my opinion, he must have been suppressed by his bloodline before, which is why he couldn't cultivate. The little crown prince must have a unique and powerful bloodline. The accident last time might have stimulated the little crown prince's bloodline, which is why his cultivation has improved so much. Yeah, but isn't his growth a little too fast? He's at the 7th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, and his battle prowess seems to be extremely proficient, as if he's an experienced expert. His presence is even stronger than the crown prince, who's a level higher than him. I would never believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. It's our Yunqiu country's fortune that the crown prince is so powerful. The experts beside the emperor were all shocked. They could not help but sigh in amazement when they saw Xiaolong's attack. Not only had his cultivation soared, but his battle experience had also become richer. This had completely exceeded their imaginations. The emperor did not say anything. His brows were tightly knitted together. He felt that this battle was not as simple as he had imagined it to be. With his insight as a heavenly source expert, he could naturally tell that Xiaolong's attacks were extremely sharp, filled with endless rage and killing intent. How was this a competition? This was basically a battle of life and death. Could it be that Long or falling off the cliff has something to do with the crown prince? The emperor was not a fool. He had his own guesses. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk waves of air surged on the arena. Xiaolong's floating cloud palm had reached great heights. With just a single move he had gained the upper hand, suppressing the crown prince. Following that, Xiaolong pressed forward relentlessly, beating up the crown prince until he could only defend, unable to retaliate at all. Countless people were stupefied by this scene. Who could have imagined that the crown prince, who was known as the #1 genius of the Yunqiu country, could not even withstand a single blow from Xiaolong? Or rather, it was not that the crown prince was weak, but that Xiaolong was too strong. The current Xiaolong was like a monster in human form, extremely ferocious. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh when he saw all of this. What kind of bloodline do you think this kid has? Isn't it too abnormal? De Huang Dog could not help but ask. Even with his vast knowledge, he could not tell what kind of physique Xiaolong had. It should be a rare physique in the eternal world. We have never seen it before. This kid's future is limitless. Jiang Chen sighed. He felt that he had underestimated Xiaolong's bloodline. On the arena, Xiaolong's attacks became stronger and stronger, not giving the crown prince any chance. Blood flowed from the corner of the crown prince's mouth, and his aura was in a mess. The white-haired elder could not help but sigh, closing his eyes unwillingly. The outcome was already decided. The crown prince was going to lose. Compared to this little monster, the crown prince was on a completely different level. The white-haired elder had spent his entire life on the crown prince. As long as the crown prince could ascend to the throne, his status in the Yunqiu country would rise to an unimaginable height. Unfortunately, all of this would be for naught. The crown prince was defeated, utterly defeated. Even if Xiaolong did not kill the crown prince, even if Xiaolong did not become the crown prince, it would not be the 6th prince's turn. This battle had already shattered the crown prince's morale. Even if he did not die, it would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation in the future. How could the Yunqiu country allow a person without morale to become the emperor? Moreover, looking at Xiaolong, even if the crown prince did not die today, he would at least lose a layer of skin. On the arena, Xiaolong's aura was unparalleled. The little monster was extremely fierce. With a shake of his arm, the nameless sword appeared in his hand. He raised the sword high and slashed at the crown prince. No! The crown prince exclaimed. He felt a dangerous aura that he had never felt before. In his current state he would definitely not be able to block Xiaolong's sword. Stop it quickly. Seeing this, the emperor's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly shouted for Xiaolong to stop. He originally thought that it was just a simple duel and it would be enough to determine the winner. But looking at Xiaolong now, it was not a battle of victory but a battle of life and death. Chapter 4208. The emperor's voice made Xiaolong's sword stop for a moment, but only for a moment. The sword continued to fall, and the young man's eyes were filled with coldness and ruthlessness. Quick, stop. The emperor was shocked. He moved his body and was about to stop him. He could not imagine what his youngest son had experienced during his disappearance. How could he have such a cold and mature temperament at such a young age? Even the countless adult cultivators of the Yunqiu country could not compare to his decisive battle and killing. The emperor was very sad. He did not understand why Xiaolong would kill his brother. No matter what, they were brothers. Whoosh! Just when the emperor was about to stop him, a black figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the Black King. Get out of my way. The emperor was furious. He could not believe that there was someone who dared to stop him in the Yunqiu country. Boom. However, the Black King erupted with an aura like that of a king. Under this aura, even the Heavenly Emperor, who was also at the third layer of the Heavenly Source realm, could not help but keep quiet out of fear. He felt an unparalleled pressure. The Emperor's expression changed drastically. He knew that he had encountered a real expert. At this moment a miserable scream rang out. On the battle platform, the Crown Prince's arm was cut off by Xiaolong. The pampered Crown Prince had never suffered such an injury before. He screamed like a pig being slaughtered. To him, losing an arm was no different from taking his life. Sixth brother, I've cut off your arm today. The grievances between us are written off. After today I will leave the Crimson South region and never see you again. Xiaolong looked at the screaming Crown Prince and said lung. He did not kill the Crown Prince out of consideration for their brotherhood. Jiang Qin secretly nodded. This was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. This was the kind of person that Jiang Qin had his eyes on. In Jiang Qin's view, Xiaolong had achieved his goal this time. The Crown Prince's arm was the justice that Xiaolong wanted. The entire training ground fell silent. Aside from the Crown Prince's blood-curdling screams, everyone else's expressions were unsightly. After all, most of the people here had followed the Crown Prince. Now that they saw the Crown Prince crumble, how could they be happy? This was especially true for those who had followed the Crown Prince to frame the little dragon. No matter what, they would never have imagined that the little trash who could not cultivate, who had always been an ant and a plaything in their eyes, would have a day where he could make a comeback. Furthermore, he was ridiculously strong. Who are you? Why did you stop me? The emperor looked at the Black King. He was too curious. There was absolutely no such person in the Red South region. He knew very well how many experts there were in the Red South region. At least, there was no one who could directly suppress him in terms of momentum. The Black King didn't say anything. He turned around and returned to Jiang Chen's side, standing behind Jiang Chen. From this display, even a fool would understand that this powerful heavenly source expert listened to the young man in white. However, just who was this young man in white? Why did he have so much power to make a third heavenly layer heavenly source expert follow him wholeheartedly? This was just too absurd. It must be said that a third heavenly layer heavenly source expert was already an overlord in the Red South region. Emperor, it doesn't matter who I am because I'm just a passerby to the Yunqiu kingdom. Jiang Qin looked at the emperor and said indifferently. Now that he had finished what he needed to do, all he needed to do next was head to the Red Middle region. At this moment, Xiaolong sheathed his sword and arrived before the emperor. He bowed deeply and said, Father, I've already died once. It was Big Brother who saved me, so I've only returned to do something that I haven't finished yet. Now that it's done, I'll be following Big Brother to the Red Middle region. The emperor's expression changed once again when he heard this. He was not an idiot. Xiaolong's words revealed too much information. The emperor could not help but glance at the Crown Prince, who had been saved by the Crown Prince's master, and let out a long sigh. How could the emperor not guess that Xiaolong's disappearance was definitely related to the crown prince, which was why Xiaolong had been so heavy-handed on the battle stage. However, Xiaolong did not reveal the reason or the details to the crown prince. He had left a sliver of face for the crown prince and the emperor of the Yunqiu kingdom. However, this also showed Xiaolong's determination to leave. Even the position of crown prince and the Yunqiu kingdom could not attract Xiaolong's attention. In reality, the emperor understood that Xiaolong's determination to leave was very firm from the moment he refused to reveal the whole story. This was a silent farewell. The Red South region is good. With your talent, the small Red South region should not be able to trap you. You should go to a bigger stage, and the Red South region is undoubtedly the best choice. However, the Red South region is hundreds of millions of miles away, and there are countless dangerous places in between. You must be careful. If your cultivation is successful in the future, remember to come back for a visit. The emperor sighed. Since Xiaolong had already made up his mind, the emperor did not say anything more. Moreover, he had seen Xiaolong's potential and talent today. It was indeed a bit unfair for such a genius to stay in the small Red South region. I understand. After I leave, I hope that father will treat Uncle Fu well. Xiaolong said. He had to make proper arrangements for Uncle Fu before he left. The White Tiger would definitely hold a grudge against him for what happened today. They could not do anything to him, so it was inevitable that they would vent their anger on Uncle Fu. In the entire Yunqiu kingdom, the only person he could trust was his father. Only a big figure like his father could truly protect Uncle Fu. Don't worry. The emperor promised. Even so, Xiaolong was still worried. His cold eyes swept over the experts in the crown prince's palace, and finally landed on the crown prince and the white-haired elder. Everyone in the crown prince's palace listened carefully. If anything happens to Uncle Fu, I, Xiaolong, will definitely return to the Yunqiu kingdom and settle the score with each and every one of you. I believe that when I return, none of you will be a match for me. Xiaolong Lunglung said. He was just a 12-year-old boy, but at this moment he had endless majesty. The white-haired elder and the others could not help but feel regret in their hearts. The last trace of resentment in their hearts also disappeared. In the future, not only would they not dare to hurt Uncle Fu, but they would also have to think of ways to protect him. Chapter 4209. The crown prince lost an arm and was treated by the white-haired elder. The emperor repeatedly invited Jiang Qin and Xiaolong to the imperial palace. Jiang Qin nodded in agreement. After all, no one knew when Xiaolong would return from the Qizhong region. The emperor was a good person. At least he loved Xiaolong very much. Even when Xiaolong was a cripple, the emperor did not give up on him. He did not even remove him from the crown prince position. In Jiang Qin's eyes, the emperor was not only a ruler of a country, but also a good father. In the emperor's imperial garden, the emperor arranged a banquet table which could be regarded as his son's farewell. Xiaolong told the emperor about his experience, especially about the land of exile. The emperor could not help but sigh after listening. Although Xiaolong did not mention the crown prince, the emperor was smart enough to guess that the crown prince must have been the reason why Xiaolong was sent to the land of exile. Jiang Qin, the Jiang Qin who destroyed the entire feather clan by himself in the Qidong region? The emperor's eyes widened when he heard the name Jiang Qin and knew that they came from the Qidong region. Yes, Big Brother led thousands of demons to destroy the entire feather clan in the Qidong region. Father, you didn't see that scene. It was really amazing. Xiaolong was beaming with joy. He had become a naive child again. He was completely different from the little monster with unparalleled combat strength on the battle platform. Oh my God! The emperor was stunned. He no longer had the dignity of an emperor. He looked at Jiang Qin with admiration. He had become a little fan in an instant. I didn't expect my name to have spread to the Qinan region. Jiang Qin smiled helplessly, but this was normal. After all, the Red South domain was also part of the Crimson Afterglow star boundary. Although the Crimson East domain and the Red South domain were far apart, they still kept in touch with each other. It was just that no one would pay attention to ordinary things. However, news of Jiang Qin wiping out the entire feather race single-handedly would naturally spread throughout the Crimson Afterglow astral. It's not just the Scarlet South region. I'm afraid Brother Jiang Qin's name has already spread to the Scarlet Middle region. After all, this is a matter of extermination. I have to give Brother Jiang a friendly reminder that you'll definitely have a lot of trouble in the Scarlet Middle region. You've exterminated the Feather Clan of a large region. If you go to the Scarlet Middle region, the Feather Clan will definitely not let you off. In the entire Xianxia star boundary, the Human Clan and the Feather Clan are enemies. The Feather Clan can be found all over the Xianxia star boundary and is very powerful. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid your name has already entered the kill list of the Feather Clan in the Xianxia star boundary. The Emperor sighed. It was obvious that he had lowered his attitude very much. Even the title of Zhen had directly changed to I. This was the reality. The path of cultivation was all about the level of one's cultivation. In front of a true expert, a ruler of a country was nothing. For someone like Zhou Xian, if he wanted to, he could destroy the entire Yunqiu country at will. It doesn't matter. Sooner or later, the Feather Clan of the Xianxia star boundary will also be destroyed in my hands. Zhou Xian said indifferently. He was not surprised that his name was on the kill list of the Feather Clan of the Xianxia star boundary. The Feather Clan always had a way of knowing everything. Back then, when he killed some Feather Clan members in the Broken Filiu, the Feather Clan of the Xianxia star boundary knew about it. Moreover, now that he had exterminated the entire Feather Clan of a large region, it would be abnormal if the Feather Clan of the Xianxia star boundary did not target him. But did Zhou Xian care? He did not care at all. The pressure from the Feather Clan was a challenge for him on his journey. Zhou Xian had always been fearless, and he did not care about the strength of his enemies. The stronger the enemy, the happier he was. Zhou Xian was now a person with an absolute trump card. Not to mention the stairway to heaven, just the Dragon Palace alone gave Zhou Xian an unparalleled force. The cultivation of the 10,000 beasts was constantly recovering, and with the strength of the Black King, as long as he was given time, it would not be a problem for him to recover to the level of a Star Lord. Moreover, Zhou Xian had an intuition that as long as his cultivation advanced to the heavenly source realm, it would be possible to open the second floor of the Dragon Palace. The treasures in the second floor would definitely be more powerful. Could be something or the experts who followed Long Futu in the past. To put it bluntly, with the Dragon Palace in hand, Zhou Qian's foundation was almost greater than that of any major force in the entire Xianxia star boundary. After all, the Dragon Palace was a treasure left behind by Long Futu. Who was Long Futu? He was a great figure who stood at the peak of the eternal world. A peerless existence that could almost threaten the Eternal Lord. To put it bluntly, Long Futu could destroy the entire Xianxia star boundary with a snap of his fingers. They were not on the same level at all. The Yunqiu Emperor sighed. If it was anyone else who said that they would one day destroy the entire Feather Clan of the Xianxia star boundary, he would definitely scoff and treat it as a fart. However, these words came from the mouth of this young man in white, and the Yunqiu Emperor could not tell that he was bragging at all. The Yunqiu Emperor suddenly felt that Xiaolong was really lucky to be able to follow such a person. Brother Jiang, on this journey to the Xianxia star boundary, there will be a black wind heavenly territory in between. I'm afraid that it is tens of thousands of miles in circumference. It is filled with natural hurricanes and it is extremely dangerous to pass through. Brother Jiangchen, you must be careful. As far as I know, this Black Wind Heavenly Territory is a place that even a Star Lord can't directly pass through. The Yunqiu Emperor solemnly reminded. Hurricane Heavenly Territory? Thank you for your reminder, Your Majesty. I will be extra careful. Jiang Chen's expression did not change. Although this Hurricane Heavenly Territory would be a little troublesome, after all, even a Star Lord couldn't directly pass through it. This meant that his heaven ascending ladder was probably useless. After all, there was only one piece of the heaven ascending ladder and its ability was limited. However, Jiang Chen did not panic. As the saying goes, those who are skilled are bold. There was nothing to panic about. He had been to countless dangerous places in his life, and a mere hurricane heavenly territory was really nothing to him. After the banquet, Jiang Chen did not stay for long and left with Xiaolong and De Huang Dog. On this trip to the Qidong domain, Xiaolong was most worried about Uncle Fu. However, Uncle Fu was personally protected by the emperor, so his safety would not be a problem. As for those people from the Crown Prince Palace, Xiaolong had absolute reason to believe that they would not dare to do anything secretly unless they were not afraid of death. Outside the Yunqiu country, Xiaolong looked back into the distance. He did not know when he would return to this place where he grew up. Boy, if you don't want to leave, it is not too late to go back now. De Huang Dog said. Who doesn't want to leave? I want to go to a big place with Big Brother. Xiaolong tapped his nose and left without looking back. This little guy. De Huang Dog chuckled. Let's go to the Qidong domain. Jiang Chen's body swayed and he flew away. The Qidong domain was hundreds of millions of miles away. At least it was much further than the distance between the Qidong domain and the Qinan domain. Along the way the heaven ascending ladder was indispensable. Chapter 42:10. Even with the stairway to heaven, it would be a long journey to reach the Qizhong region. Moreover, he could not use the stairway to heaven all the time. There was a price to pay for using the stairway to heaven. Every time he used it, it would consume a lot of Jiang Chen's origin energy. Jiang Chen estimated that there wouldn't be any obstacles along the way, and it would take at least a month to reach the Red Mid-region. However, Jiang Chen didn't believe that there wouldn't be any trouble along the way. As a result, Jiang Chen extended the time limit to 2 months if there were no accidents. It would be pretty good if he could reach the Qizhong region in 2 months. With a companion on the way, the journey would not be boring. In particular, De Huang Dog was a clown who could get along well with Xiaolong. The two of them chattered along the way, making it hard for Jiang Chen to be quiet even if he wanted to. Of course, it was rare for Jiang Chen to have such a leisurely time. He could enjoy the scenery along the way without being chased by enemies. Such an experience was rare in his lifetime of cultivation. Along the way, Jiang Chen constantly explained to Xiaolong the problems he encountered in cultivation. With Xiaolong's monstrous talent and the fact that Jiang Chen was his teacher, it was impossible for Xiaolong's cultivation to not advance by leaps and bounds. In just 10 days, Xiaolong's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds once again, successfully reaching the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. If news of such a shameless advancement were to spread, who knew how many people would be angered to death? De Huang Dog did not lose out either. He encountered many demonic beasts that blocked his way, but De Huang beat them all to death. He ate their demonic spirits like candy. Coupled with the dog's deep foundation, his cultivation also advanced alongside Xiaolong, reaching the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Seeing Xiaolong and De Huang Dog's progress, Jiang Chen was extremely happy. After all, the earthly source realm was nothing in the Scarlet Mid-region. As the largest stage of the Scarlet Cloud Star boundary, there were countless Star Lords. Ordinary Star Lords were probably not even worth mentioning. Heavenly source experts were everywhere, while earthly source experts were considered inferior. If he wanted to gain a foothold in the Red Middle region, he had to constantly improve his own cultivation. Whether it was the sky-climbing ladder or the Dragon Palace, they were all external aids. No matter when, only by constantly improving his own cultivation could he gain a foothold. Jiang Chen was well aware of this. Asterisk roar. Asterisk in front of them, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out in the boundless water. A giant dragon that was over 1,000 feet long broke out of the water, twisting its body in the air above the water. Look, what a big dragon! Xiaolong pointed in front of him and said excitedly. He had only seen dragons in paintings in his life, so it was inevitable for him to be excited. It's not a dragon, it's a serpent. Little Chenzi, looks like our luck is pretty good. This serpent has just evolved and reached the serpent dragon level. It should have just advanced to the heavenly source realm. If we kill it and absorb its demonic spirit, your cultivation will directly advance to the 8th heavenly layer of the earthly source realm. De Huang Dog said, his eyes filled with excitement. Unlike Xiaolong, who was only excited to see a dragon for the first time, De Huang Dog treated it as prey. You're right. Jiang Chen chuckled. A newly evolved serpent was full of treasures. It was not as simple as a demonic spirit. After emerging from the water, the serpent just happened to see Jiang Chen's group of 3 in the distance. A strange light immediately blossomed in its vicious eyes. The serpent extended its long tongue and licked its lips. With a twist of its body, it arrived near Jiang Chen's group. Hee, I didn't expect to meet people with such vigorous blood energy here. This dragon has just transformed into a flood dragon and is in need of blood energy. The blood energy from the 3 of you is something I've never seen before in my life. Within a radius of several thousand li in the sea region, there isn't a single great demon that can match up to your blood energy. The serpent chuckled, its eyes filled with endless greed as it looked at Jiang Chen's group. The serpent was too shocked. It had never seen humans with such vigorous vitality before. In its opinion, this must be a blessing from the heavens. It had just evolved into a serpent dragon, and the heavens had already sent it 3 fellows with vigorous vitality. They were simply great nourishment. There was no way the serpent dragon could not be tempted. Hee hee, this guy's treating us as prey. Jiang Chen chuckled. This was normal. A newly evolved serpent needed vitality the most. With enough vitality, the serpent dragon's bloodline could advance to another level. As for the three of them, their blood chi was naturally more vigorous than the last. Putting aside Jiang Chen and Big Yellow, Xiaolong was also a little monster. He was at the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm at such a young age, and he possessed the powerful nameless bloodline. It would be strange if his blood chi wasn't vigorous. Aren't you the same? De Huang Dog chuckled. Yeah. You two stay here and watch. I'll deal with him. After saying that, Jiang Chen took a step forward. He had never properly fought a heavenly source expert before, let alone a first heavenly layer serpent dragon. Ordinary first heavenly source cultivators could not compare to him. Jiang Chen could use the serpent dragon to test his strength. Can Big Brother do it? Xiaolong was a little worried. Little guy, you shouldn't rely on your big brother's abilities. De Huang Dog said leisurely. His face was filled with indifference. No one knew Jiang Chen's strength better than him. It seemed that the serpent dragon's luck was really bad. If it had stayed in the water and not come out, it would have had a chance to evolve sooner or later. Unfortunately, the serpent dragon just had to jump out at this time and cause trouble for Jiang Chen. This was basically no different from courting death. Three little guys, this dragon is going to eat you now. You should feel extremely honored. This is the greatest honor of your life. Stand here and don't move. I'll eat you one by one. Don't worry, the whole process will be very fast. There won't be any pain. The serpent dragon spoke with a buzzing voice, as if it was talking about something very normal. What the fuck? De Huang Dog could not help but curse. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen one as shameless as this. It ate people in such a righteous manner, as if they should be standing there for the serpent dragon to eat. You're even more shameless than this master dog. De Huang Dog was a little impressed. This dragon? You're just a loach, yet you still have the face to call yourself a dragon. I'll show you what a real dragon is. Jiang Chen could not be bothered to talk to the serpent dragon. His aura fluctuated and he let out an earth-shattering roar. Then with a sway of his body he completely transformed into a blood-red dragon with a size similar to a serpent dragon. Wow, Big Brother is so domineering. Is Big Brother a real dragon? My god, compared to Big Brother he's really a loach. Chapter 42:11. What? The serpent dragon's expression changed as his eyes narrowed. His gaze towards Jiang Chen was filled with shock. He had never thought that a human would possess the bloodline of a true dragon. Dragon, this is a true dragon, the powerful cosmic dragon of the eternal world. Ah, I'm rich. My luck is just too good. Looks like I'm the chosen one, favored by the heavens. They've given me such a great gift right after I transformed. If I can kill this dragon and absorb his bloodline, I'll be able to directly transform into a true dragon. My future will be limitless. The serpent dragon could not help but laugh aloud after a brief moment of shock. He was so excited that he could not control himself. That's right, there was no reason for him not to be excited. He originally thought that this was just a human with vigorous blood and chi, but he didn't expect that the other party was actually a true dragon. For a flood dragon, the value of a true dragon's bloodline was much higher than that of a human with vigorous blood and chi, especially for a flood dragon like him who had just transformed. More importantly, Jiang Chen was only at the 7th heavenly layer of the Earth origin realm. Even with the powerful bloodline of a true dragon, the serpent dragon did not care about such a huge difference in cultivation. It was basically certain that he would be able to defeat his opponent. Serpent dragon, your dream is far too grand. It seems like you won't have a chance to realize it. Jiang Chen shook his head and mocked. I do fear the bloodline of a true dragon. If you were a heavenly origin realm dragon, I would only be able to flee at the sight of you. It's a pity that you're only at the 7th heavenly layer of the Earth origin realm. There's a difference of 3 levels between us and there's an entire level between us. So what if you have a supreme bloodline? You're not my opponent at all. You're just delivering yourself to me by coming here. The serpent dragon snorted coldly. He did not take Jiang Chen seriously at all. Whether Jiang Chen was a human or a true dragon, the serpent dragon had only treated Jiang Chen as prey. That was all. Then you can try. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more words with him, so he took the initiative to attack. He struck out with the incomparably powerful true dragon's palm. Executing the true dragon's great palm with the body of a true dragon was undoubtedly pushing this terrifying true dragon battle technique to its limits. A soaring dragon claw swiped down on the little dragon's head. The powerful aura even caused a layer of huge waves to appear in the water below. With Jiang Chen's current strength, he could easily kill a first heavenly layer earthly source realm cultivator in his dragon form. However, it was not that easy to deal with a serpent dragon. Of course, if it was simple, it wouldn't be able to arouse Jiang Chen's fighting spirit. The more difficult the challenge was, the more excited Jiang Chen would be. Killing this flood dragon would give him a greater sense of achievement. So strong. The flood dragon's expression changed again. It curled its body and extended its huge claws, which collided with Jiang Chen's true dragon palm. Rumble. The violent energy wreaked havoc, and the water within a radius of several hundred miles was shaken. The monsters in the water fled everywhere. Some were so scared that they didn't dare to move, crawling on the bottom of the water. The waves surged up to the sky. Jiang Chen and the flood dragon both retreated dozens of meters. Kid, is the true dragon bloodline really that powerful? There's a difference of 3 whole levels. You're actually on par with me. The flood dragon was shocked. It had no choice but to withdraw its previous arrogance. As soon as Jiang Chen attacked, it knew that this guy with the true dragon bloodline was not as easy to deal with as it thought. But it was also because of Jiang Chen's strength that made the flood dragon even more excited and greedy. Jiang Chen's bloodline was just too powerful. If it could get its hands on Jiang Chen's bloodline and absorb it, it would be unimaginable how strong it would become. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. The flood dragon was already looking forward to its future. It was looking forward to its future. Looks like I'll have to use all my strength to kill you today, the flood dragon said. It was still confident in its strength. After all, it was a heavenly source expert. Moreover, its bloodline had just undergone a transformation. It was the time for it to be proud and arrogant. If you have any powerful moves, hurry up and use them. I'm afraid you won't have a chance to use them later. Jiang Chen's voice shook the sky. His sharp dragon claws once again grabbed at the flood dragon. Rumble. The 2 dragons engaged in a desperate battle in the air above the water. The scene was very intense. Their bodies constantly collided, creating large amounts of sparks. It was as if they were forging iron. Big brother, you can do it. Xiaolong cheered. The worship in his eyes for Jiang Chen had reached a peak. He was completely a little fan. In Little Dragon's eyes, Jiang Chen was simply too awesome, an existence that could shake the heavens. Isn't the flood dragon courting death by clashing head-on with Little Chenzi? He thinks his newly transformed body is invincible, but he doesn't know that Jiang Chen's body is as tough as steel. Who knows how many times stronger than the flood dragon? He's just asking to be humiliated. De Huang Dog shook his head. The moment the flood dragon clashed with Jiang Chen, its fate had already been decided. In a battle of life and death like this, once one side was injured, the other side would gain an absolute advantage. Victory was basically set in stone. Boom. After another fierce collision, the flood dragon was knocked dizzy and it cursed out loud. Bastard, this guy's body is even tougher than mine. Is the Cosmos Dragon really that tough? I don't believe it. He's only at the 7th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. How can he be so powerful? The flood dragon felt the urge to vomit blood. His body had just undergone a transformation, so he was just too confident in his body. He never thought that he would be beaten black and blue by Jiang Chen today. Die, Sword 26. Jiang Chen had gained the upper hand in one move, so how could he give the flood dragon a chance to turn around? The heavenly dragon sword instantly leapt out. The sword was over 300 meters long, hovering above Jiang Chen's body. It directly completed the fusion of sword and dragon. Swish. Sword chi rampaged as dragon chi soared into the sky. This was the most perfect fusion of sword and dragon. Sword 26. Ancient soaring dragon technique. At the same time, Jiang Chen used the ancient soaring dragon technique, increasing his battle prowess once again. Dragon transformation, ancient soaring dragon technique, and Sword 26 were Jiang Chen's most powerful attacks. Even the flood dragon could not withstand such a ferocious attack. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the sword buzzed, causing the entire region to shake. In the sky above the region of water, a huge dragon fused with the huge sword, almost becoming the only thing in the world. It seemed invincible. Impossible. How can he be so powerful? The flood dragon's face completely changed. Jiang Chen's strength had far exceeded his imagination. Facing Jiang Chen's attack, the flood dragon actually sensed the threat of death. Chapter 42:12. Jiang Chen, who was at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, was basically a disaster to those at the 1st heavenly layer. It was the end of the world. Moreover, he had used the ancient soaring dragon technique to strengthen his draconic transformation. Even the powerful serpent dragon would not be able to escape. Swish! The heavenly dragon sword descended with a torrential aura that was enough to split the world in half. The huge sword was like the laws of the world, slicing through the serpent dragon's body and cleaving it in half. Awoo! The flood dragon, which had been split in half, was not dead yet. It raised its head and let out an earth-shattering shriek. The flood dragon's head dragged the remaining half of its body towards the water region below, trying to preserve its remaining half of its life. It's too late to run now. How could Jiang Chen give the serpent dragon any chance at all? He had worked so hard for so long, even using the ancient soaring dragon technique. If he did not reap some benefits, it would all be for naught. Jiang Chen returned to his original form and used the true dragon palm. A huge dragon claw grabbed the serpent dragon's head. The serpent dragon cried out in pain. It wanted to break free from Jiang Chen's grasp, but how could it fight against Jiang Chen in its current state? Even if it had 10,000 times more power, it would not be able to escape from Jiang Chen's grasp. Spare me, spare me. The serpent dragon begged. Spare me? Aha, when you wanted to eat me earlier, you never thought about sparing me. Die. Jiang Chen laughed aloud. He grabbed the serpent dragon's body and exploded it. A blood-red demon's spirit flew out from the serpent dragon's head and landed in Jiang Chen's hand. Big brother is mighty. Xiao Long cheered, jumping up and down. The battle just now had been just too exciting. It was enough to make one's blood boil. A 7th heavenly layer earth source cultivator killing a 1st heavenly layer serpent dragon. Perhaps only Jiang Chen could do something as heaven-defying as that. This flood dragon's luck is really not that good. It just had to meet a freak like you. De Huang Dog chuckled. He couldn't help but feel sorry for the flood dragon. From a flood dragon to a flood dragon, this was an extremely difficult transformation process. This was a huge transformation of the bloodline. The flood dragon's luck was really bad. Otherwise, he would definitely have a bright future. Unfortunately, the flood dragon encountered Jiang Chen, a fierce person that it was destined to be unable to eat. Let's go. Let's continue on our way. This area of water is not peaceful. There might be even more powerful demonic beasts around. It's more important for us to hurry on with our journey. There's no need to waste time here. Jiang Chen said. He did not know when he would be able to reach the Qidong region. The dark wind region that the Yunqiu Kingdom's emperor mentioned had not appeared yet. Jiang Chen did not want to waste time in other places. As for those demonic beasts, as long as they didn't take the initiative to jump out and cause trouble for him, Jiang Chen didn't need to take the initiative to provoke them. They quickly flew over several thousand kilometers of water. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen directly devoured the flood dragon's demonic spirit. Violent energy instantly filled Jiang Chen's limbs and bones. An incomparably comfortable feeling instantly spread throughout his body. It had to be said that the energy contained in the flood dragon's demonic spirit and bloodline was indeed incomparable to ordinary demonic beasts, especially to Jiang Chen. Almost at the same time, Jiang Chen's cultivation advanced to the Earth Source 8th heavenly layer. Furthermore, the energy of the flood dragon's demonic spirit had not been completely used up, causing Jiang Chen's cultivation to continue breaking through. He advanced all the way to the peak of the Earth Source 8th heavenly layer before slowly stabilizing. Big Brother is becoming more and more powerful. Xiaolong's face was filled with excitement. His gaze towards Jiang Chen was filled with endless admiration. Xiaolong, do you know what bloodline and physique you have? Jiang Chen looked at Xiaolong and asked curiously. He knew that Xiaolong probably knew nothing about his situation, but he could not help but ask. I don't know. Xiaolong shook his head. Jiang Chen smiled and rubbed Xiaolong's head. The answer was within his expectations. It was very difficult for Jiang Chen to imagine what kind of existence a physique that even he did not know about was. Perhaps it was not time yet. When Xiaolong's cultivation reached a certain level, the secret would naturally be revealed. But one thing was certain, and that was that Xiaolong's physique was definitely extraordinary. It was definitely one of the strongest physiques in the eternal world. There was no doubt about this. In the blink of an eye, another 20 days passed. It had been an entire month since they left the Crimson South region. The journey was bumpy. De Huang Dog and Xiaolong had long since lost their initial interest and became gloomy. In the boundless space, floating clouds blocked the way. The journey was destined to be boring. A violent gale blew in front of them. Countless clouds were torn apart by the gale and cracks appeared in the space. "Big brother, the wind is so strong in front." Xiaolong pointed ahead and said, "It's a hurricane." De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. If there was no accident, they should have reached the Dark Wind Heavenly region. After a month, they finally saw the Dark Wind Heavenly region. Only after seeing the Dark Wind Heavenly region could they really look forward to the Crimson South region. That's right. It should be the Dark Wind Heavenly region. We are now in the firmament. There shouldn't be such a storm here. I'm afraid we are about to reach the border of the Dark Wind Heavenly region. You two be careful. The Dark Wind Heavenly region has a circumference of 10,000 miles. There are violent hurricanes inside and the space is completely chaotic. The stairway to heaven will be useless there. We have to rely on our own strength to pass through the Dark Wind Heavenly region. Jiang Qin reminded. His tone could not help but become serious. The Dark Wind Heavenly region was a place that even the Yunqiu country's emperor would change his expression at the mention of it. "Big brother, can we take a detour?" Xiaolong asked. The hurricanes in front of them were like wild dragons. Just looking at them made their scalp numb, not to mention walking into the Dark Wind Heavenly region. "We can't go around it. We have to pass through this place. Even if there is a way to go around it, I don't want to. I would like to see how terrifying this Dark Wind Heavenly region is." Jiang Chen's lips curved up. His fighting spirit was aroused. He had been on the road for a month. It was not interesting at all. This Dark Wind Heavenly region was a bit interesting. It was a place that they couldn't even find. How could they take a detour? That's right. That's right. The tornadoes in the Dark Wind Heavenly realm contain powerful wind force. The wind force can refine the body and strengthen the body. If I'm not wrong, there must be some beasts living in the Dark Wind Heavenly realm. I know a kind of hurricane beast. It's very powerful and fast. If we can kill some hurricane beasts and absorb their wind origin power, it will greatly improve our speed. De Huang Dog said. Apparently he was also very interested in the Dark Wind Heavenly region. "Little Chinzi, I remember you have a skill called Eternal Celestial Wind. However, your Eternal Celestial Wind is too weak. This place can help you improve it. If your Eternal Celestial Wind can evolve, it will be another powerful skill." Chapter 42:13. I almost forgot about the Eternal Immortal Wind if he didn't mention it. Jiang Chen's eyes glittered. He had too many tricks up his sleeves, but he couldn't remember many of them. The Eternal Immortal Wind was the trick he used to strip the northern and southern dynasties of their power. He had done a lot of good things with it back in the immortal world. It was an extremely powerful skill. Once executed, the Immortal Wind would sweep everything in its path. It was the most powerful skill when used to attack a large area. However, the wind in the immortal world was much weaker than the wind in the eternal world, but the skill was still there. Different kinds of wind could be used to unleash different kinds of power. The Black Wind Heavenly region obviously contained a powerful wind origin. Without the wind origin, it wouldn't be able to form such a huge Black Wind Heavenly region, and there wouldn't be any wind creatures in the Black Wind Heavenly region. De Huang Dog was right. If there were really hurricane beasts here, it would be a feast for Jiang Chen. Killing the hurricane beasts, obtaining the wind origin and evolving the Eternal Immortal Wind would be another powerful skill. Alright, I'm going to enter the Hurricane Heavenly region to refine my body and speed. Xiaolong clenched his fists and said excitedly, "Let's go." Jiang Chen's body shook, and he was the first to rush into the Hurricane Heavenly region. He and De Huang Dog had always been bold and there was no place they didn't dare to go. Since Xiaolong's bloodline had been awakened, he had become even more aggressive, especially when he was with his big brother. He didn't know what fear was. Nobody knew what kind of changes the three peerless geniuses would bring to the Hurricane Sky realm. It was certain that there would be a storm of blood and chaos. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Three figures rushed into the Hurricane Heavenly region at lightning speed. As soon as they entered the Heavenly Hurricane domain, the scenery around them changed. The wind here was simply too strong. There were colorful lights everywhere and strong gales were everywhere. The gales were like sharp blades that brushed against people's bodies, making them feel as if their skin was going to be torn apart. Big brother, the wind here is so strong. If a Unity Origin cultivator came here, he would be torn to pieces. Xiaolong was shocked. Little fellow, this is just an ordinary wind. Look over there, there's a huge array of hurricanes. Each hurricane is like a wild dragon. That's the truly terrifying part. Not to mention Unity Origin experts, even we won't be able to avoid it if we don't understand arrays. We'll be torn apart no matter where the weakest part of the hurricane is. De Huang Dog said. His words sounded a little exaggerated, but Xiaolong knew that De Huang Dog wasn't exaggerating at all. In fact, he was being a little tactful. If one didn't personally enter the hurricane heavenly domain, they wouldn't understand how terrifying the wind and waves here were. The so-called tornadoes were child's play compared to the hurricane waves here. Xiaolong, follow closely behind me. Do not fall into the heavenly hurricane formation. We've just entered the heavenly hurricane domain, we still need to move forward. Jiang Chen reminded. Okay, big brother. Xiaolong nodded his head solemnly and followed closely behind Jiang Chen. He knew what Jiang Chen was worried about because he didn't know anything about formations. If he fell into the hurricane formation, he would be trapped and killed. They had just stepped into the Black Wind heavenly realm. The further they went, the more dangerous it would be. The three of them had no choice because they had to go through the Black Wind heavenly realm. Only by going through the Black Wind heavenly realm could they enter the Red Middle region. Xiaolong, just call me big brother from now on. You don't have to call me big brother. Jiang Chen patted Xiaolong's head with a smile. Calling him big brother was too delicate and he didn't like it. Hey big brother. Xiaolong nodded. He always listened to Jiang Chen. For Xiaolong, it didn't matter what he called Jiang Chen, because it couldn't change his admiration for Jiang Chen. Xiaolong was born in a royal family, and his brotherly love was as clear as water. The sixth prince had personally sent him into the abyss, and it was Jiang Chen who brought him out from the abyss. Therefore, in the depths of Xiaolong's heart, Jiang Chen was even closer to him than his own brother. He had long decided that he would follow Jiang Chen for the rest of his life. He would do whatever Jiang Chen asked him to do. If Jiang Chen encountered any danger, Xiaolong would definitely rush forward and protect Jiang Chen. Simple people were the most direct in their feelings. Two people and a dog kept moving forward, shuttling through the wind and waves, dodging the attacks of the hurricane formation. Although Jiang Chen and Big Yellow's movement skills were unparalleled, it was still difficult for them to walk in the dark wind heavenly region. They didn't dare to be too relaxed. There's a hurricane formation in front of us. Master Dog wants to go in and have a look. De Huang Dog looked at the hurricane formation in front of him and dashed in with a swoosh. Big brother, will De Huang be in danger if he goes in? Xiaolong asked worriedly. Don't worry. This dog is very powerful. Jiang Chen looked relaxed, not worried at all. He trusted De Huang Dog's ability too much. Damn it. However, De Huang Dog went in fast and ran out fast. He was in a mess, cursing and swearing. Roar, an earth-shattering roar resounded, and a snow-white wild beast drilled out of the hurricane formation. The wild beast was over 100 feet in size, and its body was illusory. It didn't look very real, but it really did exist. It's a hurricane beast. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. De Huang Dog was right. There was indeed a hurricane beast in the heavenly region of hurricane. It had to be said that De Huang Dog's luck was really bad. He had encountered a heavenly source hurricane beast right off the bat. The hurricane beast was at the first heavenly layer. With De Huang Dog's current cultivation, killing a 9th heavenly layer earth source expert was a piece of cake. He could even deal with a first heavenly layer earth source expert. However, this depended on the environment. This was the heavenly region of hurricane, and De Huang Dog had entered the hurricane formation. The hurricane beast had a unique advantage. In other words, the hurricane beast could use the environment of the heavenly region to come and go as it pleased. Humans could control the hurricane to attack, increasing their strength by more than a little. Roar. The hurricane beast spat out a wind blade, charging towards De Huang Dog. Die. De Huang Dog flew into a rage. He was no match for the hurricane beast in the hurricane formation, but he had nothing to fear now that he had come out. De Huang Dog transformed, growing to the same size as the hurricane beast. Golden light blossomed from his head as he charged towards the wind blades. Clang clang. The invincible wind blades landed on De Huang Dog's head, producing a metallic clang. Although De Huang Dog was forced back, it did not harm De Huang Dog at all. The hurricane beast was clearly taken aback. It had not expected the head of the fellow before it to be so tough that even its wind blades could not break it. Chapter 42:14. Xiaolong, you and De Huang will attack together. Let's see how capable the hurricane beast is. Remember, don't enter the hurricane formation. Jiang Chen reminded. All right. Xiaolong was filled with excitement. He leapt forward and surrounded the hurricane beast with De Huang Dog. The wind and waves were relatively weaker in their current location, which was advantageous to the battle between De Huang Dog and Xiaolong. Just as Jiang Chen had said, they absolutely could not enter the hurricane formation when fighting the hurricane beast in the heavenly hurricane region. Once they did, the hurricane beast would be able to control the formation perfectly. The powerful wind would become the hurricane beast's weapon, multiplying its battle prowess. In such an environment, even if Xiaolong and De Huang Dog worked together, they would not be the hurricane beast's opponent. Roar. The hurricane beast roared again and again. Wind blades shot out from all over its body. Each wind blade was like a sharp sword, filling the surroundings with astonishing destructive power. Floating cloud palm. Xiaolong roared and used the floating cloud palm. The little monster's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, the kind that could advance to the 9th heavenly layer at any time. He might even be able to make a breakthrough in the midst of this battle. Xiaolong and De Huang Dog were both monstrous geniuses that could take on a first heavenly layer heavenly source expert alone. Now that they worked together, dealing with a first heavenly layer hurricane beast was nothing difficult at all. De Huang Dog became even more ferocious. He did not need any battle skills at all. His entire body was a weapon and he could fight the hurricane beast to the death with just his tough head and body alone. Rumble. The two monstrous geniuses fought against the hurricane beast. Terrifying waves of air surged everywhere, causing the entire region of wind to churn violently. The hurricane beast took advantage of the favorable environment and the wind and waves here. His speed was also unparalleled. As he clashed back and forth, he was evenly matched with Xiaolong and De Huang Dog. Jiang Chen could not help but reveal a sliver of graveness as he watched from the side. The hurricane beasts clearly had a natural advantage here. They were only at the edge of the dark wind heavenly region, yet a heavenly source hurricane beast had already appeared. If they continued deeper in, they would encounter even greater obstacles. If it was outside, either Xiaolong or De Huang would be able to finish off an existence like the hurricane beast. However, a single first heavenly layer hurricane beast was able to fight the two of them to a draw with De Huang Dog and the others. Star. Seeing that Big Yellow and the little dragon couldn't defeat them, the hurricane beast let out another roar, causing the surrounding wind to distort. Before the hurricane beast's roar faded away, another hurricane beast rushed out from the hurricane formation. Obviously, it was calling for its partner. The hurricane beast that had charged out seemed to be identical to the previous one. Not only did they look exactly the same, even their cultivation was the same. Of course, Jiang Chen felt that all the hurricane beasts in the entire hurricane heavenly region looked exactly the same. Big brother, looks like you have no choice but to take action. Xiaolong called out. Jiang Chen shook his head. With a single movement, he appeared before the hurricane beast that had just charged out. He was not interested in the hurricane beast's appearance, only its strength. With Jiang Chen's cultivation at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, there was no need for him to use his dragon transformation to kill a first heavenly layer heavenly source demonic beast, even though the environment was extremely advantageous to the hurricane beast. The environment could affect others, but it could not affect Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's battle prowess was suitable for any environment. In terms of wind force, he had grasped the eternal immortal wind, so the environment did not affect him at all. In terms of speed, Jiang Chen's speed was unparalleled. Whether it was the Azure Dragon's 5 steps or the Great Void technique, Jiang Chen's speed was unparalleled. Whether it was the Azure Dragon's 5 steps or the Great Void technique, they were both methods that contained boundless principles, so they could be used even in the eternal world. These methods would grow stronger as Jiang Chen's cultivation grew. As a result, Jiang Chen's unparalleled methods would still be unparalleled in the eternal world after the transformation of his bloodline, and they would only be stronger than before. Roar. The hurricane beast that had just emerged roared again and again. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at Jiang Chen. Humph. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. Unmoving as a mountain, he grabbed the hurricane beast's head with his bare hands and crushed it. The hurricane beast let out a miserable shriek as its enormous body suddenly vanished into nothing, transforming into waves of wind that shot off in all directions. So this is a trick. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, but then he realized that the hurricane beast could rely on the unique environment of the hurricane heaven domain to transform its body at will. It could turn into a wave of wind and appear in different places. That kind of ability was undoubtedly terrifying, especially when it was used for sneak attacks. It could be completely silent, making it impossible for the opponent to defend against it. Even if it couldn't defeat the hurricane beast, escaping wouldn't be a problem. For example, even if Xianxia grabbed its head, the hurricane beast could still rely on the environment to escape. It was a pity that the hurricane beast had met a monster like Xianxia. Xianxia's perception was too sharp. His hand directly grabbed the hurricane beast's origin. The hurricane beast let out a blood-curdling shriek as its dissipating body reformed. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free from Xianxia's grasp. Xianxia's hand had already sunk deep into the hurricane beast's head. Die! Xianxia let out a roar as his aura fluctuated. The powerful energy directly tore the hurricane beast to pieces. A milky white pearl the size of a thumb appeared in Xianxia's hand. The pearl was smooth to the touch and its surface was covered in mist. It didn't look real, as if it could disappear at any moment. The hurricane beast's demon spirit? No, it's the origin of wind. For the hurricane beast, it's similar to the demon spirit of other demonic beasts. It's very beneficial to me. It can evolve my eternal immortal wind. The more origin of wind, the more powerful the evolution of the eternal immortal wind. This hurricane heaven domain is my blessed land. Xianxia couldn't help laughing. The reason he came to the hurricane heaven domain was to find the origin of wind. He was worried about where to find the origin of wind. He didn't expect that all the origin of wind here would be scattered in the hurricane beast's bodies. In other words, as long as he kept killing the hurricane beast, he would be able to obtain an endless amount of wind essence. Xianxia could even imagine how terrifyingly powerful his eternal immortal wind would be if he could obtain all the wind essence in the entire dark wind heavenly domain. Chapter 42:15. Without any hesitation, Xianxia devoured the origin of wind in his hand in a single gulp, just like how he devoured other demonic spirits. The origin of wind entered his body and turned into violent wind force that surged towards Xianxia's limbs and bones. Xianxia used the dragonization skill and quickly suppressed the wind force. The eternal immortal wind that had remained dormant for a very long time rippled once again. Under Xianxia's control, the origin of wind quickly fused with the eternal immortal wind. A gust of wind rippled around Xianxia's body, forming a miniature tornado. With the fusion of the eternal immortal wind, Xianxia could clearly feel that the eternal immortal wind was undergoing a fundamental change. Not bad, but there's too little origin of wind. I need more origin of wind. The more origin of wind there is, the more powerful the eternal immortal wind will be. The hurricane heavenly region is going to be interesting. A smile appeared on Xianxia's lips. He was in no hurry to leave the hurricane heavenly region. Black King, come out. Xianxia called out coldly, summoning the Black King. He did not care about the battle between Xiaolong the Huang Dog and the hurricane beast. He had killed one hurricane beast and the other one was already in a mess. With the strength of the Huang Dog and Xiaolong, if they could not kill the other, they would not be able to survive in the future. With a flash, the Black King appeared before Xianxia. The Black King had already reached the peak of the third heavenly layer, only a step away from the fourth heavenly layer. Judging from the Black King's presence, it would probably take him a day or two to reach the fourth heavenly layer. Master! Black King appeared and clasped his fists at Xianxia. His body was like an iron tower standing in the middle of the hurricane, unmoving. Facing the powerful dark wind heavenly domain, Black King's facial expression remained calm. There was no change in his expression, let alone nervousness. This kind of reaction was too normal. Who was the Black King? He was a general under the Buddha Patriarch. Back then he had fought all over the place. What kind of situation had he not seen? Moreover, after being sealed in the Buddha prison palace for 3,000 years, a person who had not lost his mind due to the curse was extremely resilient. The Black King was completely reborn. Black King, do you know anything about formations? Xianxia asked. I know a little. The Black King said. Very good. Release all the heavenly source stage demons in the Dragon Palace and those that know about formations. Kill the hurricane beasts in the hurricane heavenly realm and obtain the wind origin for me. Jiang Chen ordered. The Black King saying that he knew a little was enough in Jiang Chen's eyes. After all, when the Black King was at his peak he was a powerful Star Lord or even the incomparably powerful Star Monarch. Even if he knew a little about formations, it was not something a heavenly source formation expert could compare to. To put it bluntly, the Black King knew a little was enough to deal with the hurricane formation. It was the same for the other demons. Demons that had not lost their mind after 3,000 years were all Star Lords at their peak. As long as they knew a little about formations, they would be more than enough for Jiang Chen. Alright, I'll get it done. The Black King entered the Dragon Palace with a single movement. He did not dare to question Jiang Chen's orders at all. The Black King came out quickly as well. He brought out more than 100 people, all of whom were heavenly source experts. Some were at the first and second heavenly layers, while 2 of them had just broken through to the 3rd heavenly layer. Master, they all know formations. They'll have no problem dealing with the hurricane formation here. The Black King said. Alright, go. Be careful. The hurricane beasts are all in the hurricane formation. They can use the environment to their advantage and possess extraordinary battle prowess. Jiang Chen waved his hand. He didn't need to say too much to these great demons because they had enough experience. Even if they hadn't fought against the hurricane beast before, they would be able to understand the beast in a short period of time. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Over 100 heavenly source experts with the experience of Star Lords roamed around the hurricane heavenly region. This was an unimaginable force. They would fight for Jiang Chen and obtain the wind origin energy for Jiang Chen. The wind origin energy they could obtain would definitely be extremely valuable. The hurricane heavenly region was vast, but Jiang Chen was not afraid that they would get lost. As long as they did not leave the hurricane heavenly region, they would be able to sense the location of the hurricane heavenly region. They would be able to find Jiang Chen's location immediately no matter where they were. Whoosh! The Black King and the experts scattered, starting a hunt in the hurricane heavenly region. These people were too strong and they had abundant combat experience. Jiang Chen didn't need to worry about them at all. There were still over 10,000 demons in the Hurricane Dragon Palace. After such a long time, most of them had recovered to the heavenly source stage. They were an unparalleled force. However, they were all demons and only a few of them were proficient in formations. Most of them were unfamiliar with formations, so Jiang Chen did not let them all out. In the Hurricane Heavenly Realm, if one wanted to find the Hurricane Beast, they had to enter the Hurricane Formation. If one didn't understand the formation, it would be difficult to move an inch in the Hurricane Formation. Not to mention whether one could defeat the Hurricane Beast. If one didn't understand the formation once one was trapped in the Hurricane Formation, it was very likely that one would be trapped to death and never be able to get out. Jiang Chen didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. If those people who didn't know anything about formations were trapped in the Hurricane Formation and couldn't get out, Jiang Chen would have to save them, and that would be a huge loss. With a deafening roar, the Hurricane Beast that was fighting against Xiaolong and De Huang Dog finally could not hold on any longer. It was torn to pieces by De Huang Dog and Xiaolong. Moreover, the Hurricane Beast did not even have the chance to escape. The wind origin was in Xiaolong's hand. Big brother. Xiaolong approached Jiang Chen with the wind origin and handed it to Jiang Chen. Xiaolong, the wind origin is also very beneficial to you. Not only will you have a chance to increase your cultivation after refining it, it will also help you comprehend the wind profound and increase your speed. You should refine it yourself. There are hurricane formations everywhere in the Hurricane Heavenly region, so there must be countless hurricane beasts inside. Let's have a feast in the Hurricane Formation. Jiang Chen said. Hey big brother. Xiaolong's eyes glowed. He did not stand on ceremony with Jiang Chen. He opened his mouth and imitated Jiang Chen, swallowing the wind origin and refining it on the spot. I'll go in and see if there are any more hurricane beasts. Chapter 42:16. However, De Huang Dog had entered and exited quickly this time. Damn it, there's nothing left. There's not even a single strand of hair. But the formations in there aren't bad. It'll be difficult for someone who doesn't understand formations to come out after entering. De Huang Dog said. There are far too many hurricane formations in the heavenly hurricane region. There are thousands of them and they're everywhere. The hurricane beast should be hidden in the formations. After all, we haven't seen any hurricane beasts outside. Looks like the number and strength of the hurricane beasts hidden in different formations are different. There are 2 first heavenly layer hurricane beasts in this formation, so it should be a medium-grade formation. Jiang Chen said. He had far too much experience in his life, so he could see through the formations with a single glance. If that's the case, let's get busy and search through the formations one by one. De Huang Dog was extremely excited. As someone who loved to see the world in chaos, the thing he feared the most was having nothing to do. The heavenly hurricane region was a great place for De Huang Dog to let loose. The 3 brothers were in high spirits. They were about to have a grand feast in the Dark Wind region, and the hurricane beasts in the Dark Wind region would soon meet their end. Moreover, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had already deduced that although the heavenly hurricane region was blocking the way to the Scarlet Mid-region, they had yet to reach the Scarlet Mid-region. It was not strange for hurricane beasts to appear here, but they definitely would not be too powerful. According to Jiang Chen's estimations, the strongest hurricane beasts that could appear were at the 4th heavenly layer. They obviously could not deal with a 4th heavenly layer hurricane beast with their current strength, but the Black King could. The Black King's current cultivation aside, the Black King would be able to break through to the 4th heavenly layer in 2 days at most. With the Black King's abilities, he was basically invincible in any environment. Afterward, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog flew 100 kilometers with the small dragon. They passed by several hurricane formations and killed over a dozen hurricane beasts, but they were all Earth Source hurricane beasts. There was only one first heavenly layer hurricane beast, so it was not very attractive to Jiang Chen and the others. An Earth Source hurricane beast's wind origin was just too weak. The origin of wind contained within the hurricane beast's body was the same as the demon spirit of ordinary demon beasts. The higher the rank, the stronger the energy contained within the demon spirit. However, Jiang Chen didn't reject any of them. Since the origin of wind could help him transform into the eternal immortal wind, it didn't matter what grade it was. Naturally, the more the better. The Black King and the others constantly returned, providing Jiang Chen with an endless stream of wind origin energy. In a short amount of time, Jiang Chen had collected over 100 wind origin energy. The most powerful one was at the 2nd heavenly layer of heavenly layer, which was extremely beneficial to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't refuse any of them. He continued to refine and absorb the origin of the wind. The eternal immortal wind was transforming step by step. Now it could be used in combat. Even now, the lethality and power of the eternal immortal wind was much higher than ordinary combat techniques. Jiang Chen and the others came to the front of an enormous hurricane. This hurricane had a circumference of 100 miles. It was much bigger than any hurricane formation they had seen before. It was very eye-catching in the heavenly hurricane domain. There must be something big in there. De Huang Dog licked his lips and said excitedly, "I'll go lure them out." Xiaowang was eager to give it a try. "Come on, little guy. You'd better stay outside and watch this grandpa dog." Big Yellow felt proud of himself. With a sway of his body, he dashed into the tornado. Xiaolong pouted his lips, but he had no choice but to hold his fist and wait outside. He didn't know anything about formations. If he went into such a powerful tornado formation, he might be trapped inside forever. Woo! As soon as Big Yellow entered the formation, he immediately heard the roars of the hurricane beasts. Judging from the roars, there were at least 100 hurricane beasts in the formation. "Big brother, De Huang is going to stir up the nest of the hurricane beasts this time." Xiaolong chuckled and got into a fighting stance, ready for battle. I'm afraid it's going to be a beast tide. It's a good time to test your combat strength and increase your combat experience." Jiang Chen nodded without a trace of panic on his face. If it was an ordinary person, he would be scared to death. This was the Black Wind Heavenly region. If he encountered a beast tide in the Black Wind Heavenly region, he would definitely die. There was no one who wasn't afraid. Jiang Chen was probably the only one who could remain calm in the face of such a horde of beasts. Swoosh! A figure dashed out from the hurricane formation like a sharp sword. It was Big Yellow, who was in a terrible situation. Behind Big Yellow, countless hurricane beasts were dashing out while roaring loudly. "Little Chinzy, there's a big guy this time." The Big Yellow dog wagged its long tongue, its saliva was flying everywhere, and its eyes were filled with excitement. "Xiaowang, get ready." Jiang Chen waved his arm and the heavenly dragon sword appeared in his hand. He then rushed towards the hurricane beasts that were rushing out of the hurricane formation. Xiaowang did the same. The nameless sword rippled as sword chi rampaged, sweeping everything in its path. In the blink of an eye, over 100 hurricane beasts had rushed out of the hurricane formation, surrounding Zhou Xian and the others as they roared. The leading hurricane beast had reached the second heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. Wind and waves surged around it, making it the king of the beasts. Aside from them, there were 7 or 8 first heavenly source hurricane beasts, while the rest were at the earth source realm. These hurricane beasts had originally been cultivating in the hurricane formation, but they had never imagined that an uninvited guest like the Huang dog would barge in. This immediately enraged the hurricane beasts, causing them to charge out in full force. "I'll deal with the biggest one. I'll leave the rest to you," Zhou Xian said nonchalantly, his gaze locked onto the second heavenly layer hurricane beasts. "Big brother, there's too many. We can't deal with them all." Xiaolong rubbed his head, his face filled with melancholy. The hurricane beasts relied on the unique environment to increase their battle prowess. Previously, Xiaolong and the Huang dog had only managed to kill a first heavenly source hurricane beast when they worked together. How were they supposed to deal with 7 or 8 first heavenly layer heavenly source hurricane beast? "If we can't deal with them, we'll deal with them slowly," Zhou Qian said casually before transforming into a dragon and charging towards the leader of the hurricane beasts. As for the Huang dog and Xiaolong, Zhou Qian was not worried at all. After all, the two of them already had experience fighting against the hurricane beast. Even if they were no match for the hurricane beasts, staying alive was not a problem for them. Chapter 42:17. Roar. The leader of the hurricane beast roared again and again. Seeing that a guy who was not even at the heavenly source realm had taken the initiative to attack it, it was immediately enraged. This was simply looking down on it. The hurricane beast stretched out a sharp claw and clawed at Zhou Qian. Wind billowed. If he was caught, he would be crushed instantly. However, the hurricane beast's opponent was Zhou Qian, so it was destined to fail. Not to mention that Zhou Qian was extremely powerful, the hurricane beast might not be able to penetrate his dragon body even if he stood still. Sword 26. Zhou Qian did not hesitate at all. He immediately used his strongest killing move. With the sword 26, the surrounding wind was directly cut apart. How could the hurricane beast withstand the attack of the sword 26? When Zhou Qian was still at the 7th heavenly layer of the earth source realm, he had easily killed the first heavenly source realm serpent dragon with this move. Now that Zhou Qian's cultivation was infinitely close to the 9th heavenly layer of the earth source realm, he was much stronger than when he fought the serpent dragon. Killing a hurricane beast was a piece of cake. Roar. The hurricane beast let out a miserable howl. Its majestic body was cut in half by Zhou Qian's sword. However, the hurricane beast did not die so easily. Its body that was cut in half instantly turned into wind, spreading in all directions. Zhou Qian's sword chi shook again, but the hurricane beast still escaped. In the next moment, the hurricane beast condensed a new body not far away and roared at Zhou Qian. "Not bad. Next time you won't be so lucky." Zhou Qian smiled and continued to attack with his sword. Zhou Qian's divine sense locked onto the hurricane beast. With a sway of his feet, he chased after it. The hurricane beast knew how powerful Zhou Qian was, so it didn't dare to clash with Zhou Qian anymore. It simply pointed its middle finger at Zhou Qian and revealed a provocative smile. After that, it turned into an illusion and went into the hurricane formation. It had to be said that the intelligence of the hurricane beast was quite high. It knew how to make full use of the environment that was advantageous to it. The attack just now had already proved that it was no match for the young man in front of it. Therefore, the hurricane beast wanted to lead the battle into the hurricane formation. However, the hurricane beast was worried that Zhou Qian would not dare to enter, so it raised its middle finger to provoke him. In order to deal with Zhou Qian, it really put in a lot of effort. "As you wish," Zhou Qian sneered. His silhouette flickered as he entered the hurricane formation. The hurricane beast wanted to take advantage of the hurricane formation to kill Zhou Qian. However, it did not know that the hurricane formation had no effect on Zhou Qian. The entire hurricane formation in the hurricane heavenly realm was formed by nature. Natural formations were indeed powerful, but Zhou Qian had already reached the pinnacle of formations. No formation was worth mentioning in his eyes. Every hurricane beast born in the hurricane formation was very familiar with the hurricane formation. If someone who didn't understand the formation fell into it, even if he didn't die, he would be strangled by the hurricane beast inside. Within the hurricane formation there were natural restrictions everywhere. They were variegated and formed ceiling formations. Those who did not understand formations would find it difficult to move an inch in here. This was also the reason why Zhang Chen did not allow Xiaolong to enter, and why he asked Black King to pick out a great demon who knew about formations. A powerful natural formation could be formed by countless restrictions, and it was ever-changing. If someone who did not know anything about formations entered, he or she would definitely be trapped. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox ** roar. * The hurricane beast's roar filled the entire hurricane formation. It came from different directions, but it was impossible to see the hurricane beast's figure. A battle like this was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. Your opponent was right beside you, but you had no idea where he was. You had no idea where he would suddenly attack from, not to mention that his opponent was a powerful existence at the second heavenly layer of heavenly origin stage. To put it bluntly, a person who did not understand formations, even a fourth heavenly layer heavenly source expert, would die. They would be exhausted to death by the hurricane beast. Zhang Chen stood there, allowing the hurricane beast to roar. A smile appeared on his lips as his eyes lit up. The hurricane beast would never have imagined that all of its methods and actions, which it thought to be extremely secretive and unbreakable, would be seen through by Zhang Chen like the back of his hand. The formation in the hurricane formation constantly changed. The hurricane beast used these changes to appear in different places at any time, leaving behind sound waves to confuse Zhang Chen. Little did they know that in Zhang Chen's eyes, the hurricane beast was like a dancing clown, hopping around in front of him. Roar. The hurricane beast let out another roar. It was roaring in front of Zhang Chen, using the sound to attract Zhang Chen's attention. After that, its gigantic body used the ingenuity of the formation and appeared behind Zhang Chen. The hurricane beast extended his claws, silently swiping at Zhang Chen's head from behind. The hurricane beast was pleased with himself. This diversionary tactic had never failed before. A smile filled his face as if he could already see the scene of Zhang Chen's head being crushed. The hurricane beast was very fast. His claws pierced through Zhang Chen's head, but the next moment his expression changed drastically. Zhang Chen's figure had disappeared under his claws. An afterimage! Cried the hurricane beast. He could not believe his eyes. His opponent's speed had reached a level where he could not even see him clearly. This was ridiculous. To the hurricane beast, this was his territory. No one was more familiar with everything here than he was. If an outsider appeared in any part of the formation, he would be able to clearly sense it. But now, this outsider had disappeared without a trace in front of him, leaving only an afterimage. If this wasn't a ghost, then the opponent was too powerful. And the reality was obviously the second one. The hurricane beast naturally knew the environment inside the hurricane formation like the back of his hand, and so did Zhang Chen. Even though the formation here was ever-changing, Zhang Chen had already grasped everything from the moment he entered. This time there's no way to escape. A cold voice sounded from behind the hurricane beast. The hurricane beast immediately broke out in a cold sweat. An extremely dangerous aura rose. For the first time the hurricane beast experienced the taste of death. Zhang Chen immediately unleashed the true dragon palm. A giant dragon claw came crashing down and grabbed the hurricane beast's head. This time Zhang Chen would not give the hurricane beast the slightest chance. With the true dragon palm, he directly controlled the hurricane beast's wind origin. Normally the hurricane beast would not be so weak, but because of Zhang Chen's afterimage, his mind was in a mess. He completely lost his order. Chapter 42:18. Roar. The hurricane beast struggled violently. It wanted to rely on the environment to turn into a gust of wind and escape, but it no longer stood a chance. No matter how it struggled, it could not break free from Zhang Chen's grasp. It could not break free from Zhang Chen's grasp. Moreover, the fact that the wind origin had been controlled was equivalent to its lifeline. As a result, not only was the hurricane beast unable to escape, its strength had also been restrained. It had become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in Zhang Chen's hands. No, this is impossible. How can you be so familiar with the environment here? You're just a human, the hurricane beast howled. The hurricane beast howled. Even now it still couldn't believe that this was real. It simply couldn't understand how a human could enter its territory and be more familiar with the environment here than it was. If you don't understand, then don't think about it. I'm going to die anyway, so I might as well save some energy. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. His powerful force shook the giant body of the hurricane beast and took away its origin of wind. My eternal immortal wind is about to evolve after refining this wind origin energy. Let's see how powerful it is when I use it later. Jiang Chen smiled. He devoured the wind origin energy and refined it on the spot. Boom, violent wind energy wreaked havoc in Jiang Chen's body. The wind origin energy of the second heavenly layer hurricane beast had brought Jiang Chen more benefits than all the wind origin energy he had absorbed before. Moreover, the powerful wind origin energy did not just increase the evolution of his eternal immortal wind. It also had an impact on Jiang Chen's cultivation. Although the impact was not great, it was very real. Jiang Chen's cultivation was extremely close to the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, and he could break through at any time. However, Jiang Chen understood his own situation very well. With his current foundation, he would need to refine a 3rd heavenly layer heavenly source wind origin energy to reach the 9th heavenly layer in the hurricane heavenly region. Moreover, the eternal immortal wind would undergo a complete metamorphosis after refining the 3rd heavenly layer heavenly origin wind origin, fusing with the eternal world. One must know that this eternity was incomparable to other eternity. In other words, the eternal celestial wind that had merged with the wind origin of the eternal world was the true eternal celestial wind. Only then was it truly worthy of the word eternity. After killing the leader of the hurricane beasts, Jiang Chen's figure flashed as he exited the hurricane array. The ever-changing hurricane array posed no threat or hindrance to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could enter and exit as he pleased. It was too easy. Outside the hurricane formation, over 100 hurricane beasts had surrounded Xiao Long and De Huang Dog. Xiao Long and De Huang Dog were no match for such a formation. However, the two of them were not easy to deal with either. They had great teamwork, and although they could not defeat them, they could rely on their movement techniques to move about the battlefield. Even 7 or 8 first heavenly layer hurricane beasts were unable to capture Xiao Long and De Huang Dog in a short period of time. Wakaka, kid, you're getting more and more experienced in battle. De Huang Dog cackled. He did not forget to praise Xiao Long as he tangled with the hurricane beasts. It had to be said that Xiao Long's talent could be said to be one of a kind in the world. No matter what he learned, he gave others a feeling of success when the conditions were right, like a hot knife cutting through butter. You two get out of the way. Jiang Chen walked out and yelled at Xiao Long and De Huang Dog. The man and the dog didn't hesitate. They flashed out of the battlefield and became bystanders. Is Big Brother going to fight alone? Xiao Long's face was filled with anticipation. If I'm not wrong, this kid is going to test out the power of the eternal celestial wind. De Huang Dog shook his head. Jiang Chen moved as soon as De Huang Dog finished speaking. Eternal celestial wind. Jiang Chen let out a roar and unleashed the eternal celestial wind. In an instant, endless waves of wind swept out. The entire hurricane sky region was filled with violent tornadoes. All of Jiang Chen's hurricane beasts were sucked into the tornadoes. My heavens, so powerful. The eternal celestial wind looks even more powerful than the hurricane formation. It has turned into countless tornadoes, but those hurricane beasts are still alive? Xiao Long was extremely excited. The eternal celestial wind from Jiang Chen was extremely powerful. The scene it created was even more spectacular than the hurricane formation. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not believe it. Awoo! Miserable cries were heard one after another. The eternal celestial wind was a killing move with a large area of effect. Once it was unleashed, the sky and earth would change color, and even ghosts and gods would not be able to survive. Jiang Chen waved his hand, causing the origin of wind to automatically rush out from the eternal celestial wind and fall into Jiang Chen's hand. Holy shit, that's a wind origin harvester. Those hurricane beasts are too weak to withstand a single blow from the eternal celestial wind. Xiao Long could not help cursing. It was too terrifying. The scene was too spectacular. After a while, the waves of wind disappeared, replaced by a terrifying scene. Wherever the eternal celestial wind passed, hundreds of hurricane beasts had all disappeared. They had died a miserable death. All the origin of wind was harvested by Jiang Chen. Oh my god, did you take some medicine? De Huang Dog jumped to Jiang Chen's side and said gloomily. He had seen amazing people, but he had never seen someone this amazing. Even the hurricane beasts of the first heavenly source realm were killed by Jiang Chen in a single move. Looks like your eternal celestial wind has truly evolved. Its power has reached such a level. De Huang Dog said with a sigh. That's right. Once the eternal immortal wind's transformation is complete, it will be able to continuously increase its power along with my cultivation base. Naturally, this technique is extremely frightening. You should know that once the eternal immortal wind is utilized, it will be able to form a domain, a powerful gale domain. It is even more tyrannical than the hurricane array here. Jiang Chen smiled. He knew the eternal celestial wind too well. Back when he was fighting against the northern and southern dynasties in the Saint Origin world, he had almost suffered a great loss because of this skill. Now that the eternal celestial wind had evolved, Jiang Chen had obtained a powerful skill and trump card. It was naturally something worth celebrating. It could be said that he was extremely lucky to pass through the hurricane heavenly domain on his way to the Qizhong domain. If Jiang Chen's thoughts were to be spread out, many people would die of anger. One should know that countless cultivators were terrified of the hurricane heavenly domain. But in Jiang Chen's eyes, being able to come here was an incomparably lucky thing. Wasn't this infuriating? Refine some of these origin of wind. I can see that your cultivation base is about to reach the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. These origin of wind can help you. The Black Wind heavenly domain is a good place. We'll stay here for a while and reach the heavenly source realm when we reach the Qizhong domain. Chapter 42:19. Jiang Chen had his own considerations. The Crimson Middle region was different from the Crimson East region and the Crimson South region. There were so many experts here that even heavenly source experts were nothing. It would be extremely difficult for earthly source experts to thrive here. If the three of them could all reach the heavenly source realm, they wouldn't be too passive in the Crimson Middle region. Going to the Crimson Middle region and the Heavenly Hurricane region was probably the best opportunity for them to reach the Heavenly Source realm. If they didn't seize this opportunity, it wouldn't be so easy for them to reach the Heavenly Source realm. Xiaolong and De Huang Dog nodded. They knew what they would face in the Crimson Middle region. The journey to the biggest stage of the Crimson Afterglow Star domain would definitely not be easy. Jiang Chen had powerful enemies. Just as the Emperor of the Yunqiu nation had said, the news of him killing the Yu clan in the Crimson East region had probably already spread to the Crimson Middle region. The experts of the Yu clan in the Crimson Middle region were all waiting for him. To put it bluntly, once Jiang Chen arrived in the Crimson Middle region, he would face the pressure of the entire Yu clan. This pressure was much greater than when he was in the Crimson East region. After all, Jiang Chen had annihilated the winged men at Broken Feilu. The winged race didn't really care about the remaining winged men. But now it was different. Jiang Chen had killed the entire winged race of a major domain. This had crossed the line. Apart from the pressure of the entire Yu clan, Jiang Chen had more important things to do, which was to help Empress Lin prove her identity. Proving Lin Chaofeng's identity was an extremely difficult task. He didn't know the situation in the Lin kingdom, but the Lin Chaofeng that the Yu clan had transformed into must be deeply rooted in the Lin kingdom. It wouldn't be easy to topple her. She was a powerful Star Lord or even a Star Emperor expert. De Huang Dog and Xiaolong devoured a large amount of wind origin. De Huang Dog in particular crunched the wind origin like a jelly bean. Big Yellow and Xiaolong advanced one after another, breaking through to the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. As their cultivation level continued to improve, they would be able to walk in the hurricane heavenly region like fish in water. Big brother, I've advanced. I feel like my battle prowess has increased by several times. Xiaolong said excitedly. Yeah, not bad, but it's still not enough. I plan on staying in the hurricane heavenly region for a month. I'll leave after I reach the heavenly source stage. Jiang Chen said. Hey, it's fun here. I like it. Xiaolong was beaming with joy. Lord Dog likes it too. De Huang Dog was naturally excited. He didn't want to leave such an exciting place. Jiang Chen refined all of the remaining wind essence to improve the grade of his eternal immortal wind. At the same time, his own cultivation base was also enhanced. It was a pity that 7 or 8 first heavenly origin realm wind essences weren't enough to push Jiang Chen's cultivation any further. Looks like I'll need the 3rd heavenly layer heavenly source wind origin. Jiang Chen said. At that moment, a black shadow appeared. The Black King appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Master. The Black King took out a piece of wind origin and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes immediately lit up. The third heavenly source wind origin really could get anything he wanted. Jiang Chen had to praise the Black King. The Black King's ability was probably much greater than he had imagined. To be able to kill a hurricane beast of the same level in the hurricane heavenly region was enough to show his strength. Very good. Go on. Jiang Chen took the wind origin and waved at the Black King. The Black King disappeared with a flash. The Black King had only brought back a single piece of wind origin after leaving for so long. Jiang Chen had personally fought with the hurricane beasts in the hurricane formation, so he knew how advantageous the environment was to the hurricane beasts and how difficult they were to deal with. As a result, it was already difficult for the Black King to kill a third heavenly layer hurricane beast. This was enough to show the Black King's ability. No wonder he was Long-Foote's subordinate. A third heavenly source wind origin wind origin. Little Qinzi, your eternal immortal wind is about to evolve to perfection. Once it's perfect, it'll be completely acknowledged by the laws of the eternal world. Your eternal immortal wind will be able to continuously increase in quality along with your cultivation. Not bad, not bad. De Huang Dog said. Yes. That's not all. My cultivation is already infinitely close to the 9th heavenly layer of the earth source realm. If I refine this wind origin wind, not only will my eternal immortal wind evolve to the 9th heavenly layer, my cultivation will also reach the 9th heavenly layer of the earth source realm. At that time the hurricane heavenly region will be nothing to me. Jiang Chen smiled. As his cultivation and strength increased, the hurricane heavenly region would not pose much of a threat to him. Once the Black King reached the 4th heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm and they all reached the heavenly source realm, the hurricane heavenly region would be nothing to them. Jiang Chen currently felt an impulse and pride. He wanted to dominate this place and conquer the entire hurricane heavenly region. This was Jiang Chen. No matter where he went, he wanted to leave behind his own legend, to carve his Jiang Chen's mark. The Crimson East region was like that and the hurricane heavenly region was the same. In the future, the Crimson Mid region was destined to become a turbulent place with his arrival. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen devoured the wind origin wind in his hand and quickly began to refine it. Crack crack. It had to be said that the 3rd heavenly source wind origin wind was indeed powerful. Jiang Chen's cultivation immediately broke through to the 9th heavenly layer of the earth source realm. A large number of origin stones were absorbed by Jiang Chen as if they were free. The current Jiang Chen didn't have to worry about dawn stones at all. His wealth was too abundant. The wealth that Empress Lin had left for him was enough for him to break through to the Star Lord realm. The current Jiang Chen could break through whenever he wanted. The last thing he was afraid of was exhaustion. He could endure it no matter how great the exhaustion was. Aside from reaching the 9th heavenly layer of the earth source realm, the eternal immortal wind had reached perfection as he wished. Jiang Chen could clearly feel that the eternal immortal wind in his body had completely reached the level of an eternal world. It had become the eternal immortal wind in the truest sense of the word. Jiang Chen's aura fluctuated as the eternal immortal wind rushed out from his body. It drifted back and forth, turning into tornadoes. Every single one of the tornadoes was as sharp as a blade. They were terrifying and possessed astonishing destructive power. The eternal immortal wind has evolved perfectly. My cultivation has reached the 9th heavenly layer of the earth source realm. With my current strength, killing a 3rd heavenly layer heavenly source expert is a piece of cake. Jiang Chen smiled. He had always yearned for the path of cultivation where he could constantly advance. He liked the process and the carefree feeling. As a result, when he learned of the existence of an eternal world from Pangu and Hongjun, his silent heart became restless. This trip to an eternal world was a must. Chapter 42:20. The 3 brothers had all reached the 9th heavenly layer of the earth source realm, and each of their foundations were stronger than the last. There was no need to mention Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, but Xiaolong was an anomaly, an existence that could not be explained. The 3 brothers' strength increased once again as they continued to travel through the hurricane heavenly region. Wherever they passed by a hurricane formation, they would charge in and slaughter the hurricane beasts. De Huang Dog would bring Xiaolong along when they came across an ordinary hurricane formation, treating it as a game. At the same time, under De Huang Dog's guidance, Xiaolong gradually began to understand the way of formations and developed a great interest in it. What made everyone speechless was that the little fellow learned everything extremely quickly. He could even comprehend the complicated way of formations very quickly. In the blink of an eye, a dozen days passed. Zhou Xian and the others had arrived at the center of the hurricane heavenly region. After a dozen days of learning, a few simple formations were no longer able to trap Xiaolong. However, Zhou Xian and the others had no choice but to be extremely careful now that they had arrived at the center of the hurricane heavenly region. The hurricanes here were clearly much more violent than before. Who knew how many powerful hurricane beasts were hidden in the many powerful hurricane formations? Over the past dozen days, Zhou Xian and the others' cultivations had increased again due to their constant absorption of the wind origin energy. Zhou Qian's cultivation had all reached the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. What was even more exciting was that the Black King had successfully broken through to the 4th heavenly layer of the Heavenly Source realm. Coupled with the great demons in Dragon Palace, the battle prowess they possessed was enough for Zhou Qian to become the king of the hurricane heavenly region. De Huang Dog and Xiaolong's cultivations were already extremely close to the Heavenly Source realm. After absorbing so much wind origin energy, not only had their cultivation increased by quite a lot, their speed had also increased. There was no need to mention De Huang Dog. His speed was already unparalleled in the world, so there was little room for him to improve. However, Xiaolong was different. This little guy was in the stage of rapid growth. His comprehension in all aspects far surpassed that of ordinary people. This was the time when he improved the fastest. The group flew for another 100 miles. Suddenly, an extremely strong battle shockwave appeared in front of them. A wild roar came from afar and a large part of the hurricane area was stirred up. There's a battle ahead. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. There are other people in the hurricane heavenly region. Let's go take a look. Zhou Qian's aura shook as he flew forward. The Black King followed closely behind him. This was the most dangerous place in the hurricane sky region. Although Zhou Qian's cultivation had been improving, the Black King was still worried. They traveled another several dozen miles in an instant. A chaotic battlefield appeared before them, filled with hurricane beasts. There were at least 200 to 300 of them, and there were several dozen heavenly source hurricane beasts. The leading hurricane beast was several hundred meters long, and its cultivation had reached the 3rd heavenly layer. This was a hurricane beast tide. Within the beast tide, 5 or 6 heavenly source youngsters were charging left and right. They were in an extremely miserable state, and all of them had suffered rather heavy injuries. They were currently surrounded by the beast tide, and their lives were hanging by a thread. There were 6 of them, 1 woman and 5 men. The woman was dressed in purple and seemed to be in her 20s. She had a graceful figure and a beautiful face. Whether it was her appearance or presence, she did not lose to Qin Yiren of the Crimson East region. Even in the Crimson Middle region, such a beauty was enough to cause the downfall of a city. More importantly, not only was the woman beautiful, her cultivation was impressive as well. She had already reached the 3rd heavenly layer of heavenly source at such a young age. Beside her were 2 second heavenly layer heavenly source experts and 3 first heavenly layer heavenly source experts. With such cultivation and lineup, they would be considered as overlords in the Crimson Middle region. There was not a single heavenly source genius in the entire Crimson Middle region. From their cultivation alone, it was possible to determine that they were from the Crimson Middle region. They had come from the center of the Crimson Cloud Star boundary. The 6 of them were currently in a predicament. Surrounded by so many hurricane beasts, coupled with the advantage of the environment, there was only one fate awaiting them if the battle continued. Death. It's over. We're going to die here. I don't want to die. Stop talking. Let's think of a way to help the second young miss escape. Their faces were filled with despair. It could be seen that although the 5 of them had low cultivations, they had been protecting the purple-robed woman with their lives. From this, it could be seen that the purple-robed woman was quite important in this group of people. Arg! A miserable shriek rang out. A young man at the 1st heavenly layer of heavenly source was torn to shreds by several hurricane beasts. The hurricane beasts were extremely brutal, devouring his corpse on the spot. The scene was extremely eerie and terrifying, enough to make one's hair stand on end. The scene was just too brutal. The faces of the others, including the purple-clothed woman, all paled. They were in complete despair. They had never imagined that they would encounter such a scene before entering the heavenly wind region. The hurricane beast tide was just too terrifying. They could not help but despair. The difference in strength was just too great. If they continued to fight, everyone would die, including the second young miss whom they had wholeheartedly protected. Even a third heavenly layer heavenly source expert would not be able to escape. In the end they would follow in the footsteps of the young man. "Help them!" shouted Xianxia. With that, Xiaolong and a Huang dog charged out like sharp swords. With their current strength they could easily crush a first heavenly layer heavenly source expert. Even a normal second heavenly layer heavenly source expert would not be their opponent. There was only one third heavenly layer heavenly origin expert present, and He Wang had directly crushed him. He Wang, a fourth heavenly layer heavenly origin expert, had slain a third heavenly layer hurricane beast. Let alone here, even if they were in the hurricane formation, it would be an instant kill. Oh! Xiaolong and a Huang dog charged into the hurricane beast tied like two cannonballs exploding into a body of water. The waves they kicked up were just too great. They were unstoppable wherever they passed. The miserable shrieks of the hurricane beasts filled the air as they died in large numbers. The Black King whistled. With a flash he arrived before a third heavenly layer hurricane beast and killed it with a single slap. The wind origin energy was in the Black King's hand. This was a truly loyal subordinate. He did not forget to fight for his master's interests even in battle. Next the Black King slapped the heavenly source hurricane beasts one by one. Before the Black King, the heavenly source hurricane beasts were like ants, dying in a line. In just 10 breaths, several dozen heavenly source hurricane beasts had died at the hands of the Black King. Chapter 42:21. The woman in purple and the others were stunned. They had just breathed a sigh of relief, but they were still rooted to the spot, unable to react to the sudden turn of events. They had originally been in a situation of certain death and endless despair. The despair of struggling on the brink of hell and dangling from the gates of hell had suddenly been pulled back by someone. Their only thought was that it was great to be alive. Their hearts were filled with excitement, but even more than that, they were shocked. The three figures that had suddenly appeared were ridiculously powerful, especially the middle-aged man in battle armor. He had killed all the heavenly source hurricane beasts with a single slap. The scene was too shocking, too impactful. It was one thing for the man in black to be powerful, but the 10-year-old boy and a Huang dog were also ferocious. They were like tigers that had entered a flock of sheep, slaughtering the hurricane beasts until they could not retaliate at all. My God, that boy and dog are only at the peak of the Earth Source stage, but they're so powerful. I definitely wouldn't be their match if I were to fight any one of them. Why haven't I heard of such monstrous geniuses before? Some people were shocked, their gazes towards Xiaolong changing. It was impossible for them not to know about such a heaven-defying child in the Scarlet Mid-region, because anyone with such cultivation and battle prowess at such a young age would have long become famous. A few minutes later, a large number of hurricane beasts were killed. The remaining ones fled in all directions, disappearing without a trace. The threat of the hurricane beast horde had been easily dealt with just like that. The chaotic battlefield instantly quietened down as if nothing had happened at all. The Black King turned around and arrived before Xianxia, who was watching the show nearby. He respectfully handed the wind origin to Xianxia, "Master." At the same time, Xiaolong and a Huang dog arrived beside Xianxia, one on the left and one on the right. Upon seeing this, the purple-clothed lady's gaze involuntarily fell onto Xianxia. Based on the Black King and the other two's actions, even a fool could tell that the white-clothed youth was the leader of the trio. They looked at each other as shock flooded their eyes. They began to guess the origins of this white-clothed young man. He actually had a fourth heavenly layer heavenly origin expert following him. However, none of this was important. What was important was that they had to go up and thank him for saving their lives. The lady in purple brought a few severely injured youths to Xianxia. She cupped her fists and said, Thanks young master for saving our lives. Don't worry, we're just passing by. Xianxia said indifferently and didn't take it seriously. Rumble. Before the woman in purple could answer, another deafening roar came from the hurricane formation in front of them. The expressions of Azi and the other young men changed drastically. Senior Brother Zhou, it's Senior Brother Zhou. We forgot about Senior Brother Zhou. Someone exclaimed. What's going on? Xianxia asked. Young master, Senior Brother Zhou is trapped in the hurricane formation. Please save him. Kirin province will definitely repay your kindness today, Azi hurriedly said. Azi quickly said. Her tone was filled with pleading. The others also looked nervous. It was obvious that senior brother Zhao had a very important place in their hearts. "What's the cultivation of your young master Zhao?" Jiang Chen said. "He wouldn't do anything that he wasn't confident about." There were dangers everywhere in Darkwind Heavenly Region, especially now that they were at the center of the region. He had to be extra careful. Before he saved them, he had to know young Master Zhao's cultivation base. "Fourth heavenly layer, heavenly origin," someone said. "Yes." Jiang Chen nodded. It was extremely normal for a fourth heavenly layer, heavenly origin expert to be trapped in the very center of the Darkwind Heavenly Region. After all, there were fourth heavenly layer hurricane beasts in there. Moreover, the largest hurricane formation there was. If an ordinary person was not proficient in formations, they would not be able to escape once they entered. Even without the threat of the hurricane beasts, the hurricane formation alone was enough. "De Huang Black King, go in and save them," Jiang Chen said. "All right. Yes, master." De Huang Dog and the Black King charged into the hurricane formation one after the other. One was filled with excitement while the other listened to Jiang Chen. "Young master, I forgot to remind you that there's a fourth heavenly layer hurricane beast king in the hurricane formation. It's extremely powerful," Azi hurriedly said. She could not hide the worry on her face. Although the Black King was very powerful, his cultivation was only at the same level as Senior Zhao, let alone the dog. It was not even at the heavenly source stage. The environment of the hurricane formation gave the hurricane beasts a unique advantage. If they entered recklessly, they would probably be in danger. "Hey Wang, you're right. These people in front of them had saved them once. If Black King and Big Yellow were trapped in the hurricane formation because they didn't tell them the situation clearly, Z would feel very guilty." "That's right, Big Yellow, Black King, and Big Yellow. It's fine." Jiang Chen smiled. His face was filled with confidence. He was naturally confident. With the Black King's strength and De Huang's profound mastery of formations, they would be able to move through the hurricane formation like it was flat ground. They would not be obstructed at all. Let alone a single fourth heavenly layer hurricane beast, even two of them would be dead for sure. Moreover, there was Senior Zhao as well. The girl mentioned Kirin Province. From the name they could tell that he was no ordinary person. He was probably from a large organization in the Scarlet Mid-region. A genius from a large organization who had reached the fourth heavenly layer of heavenly origin at such a young age should not be too weak. Just the Black King was enough. With Senior Zhao's assistance, the fate of the hurricane beast did not need to be said. Asterisk roar. Asterisk as expected, an earth-shaking roar rang out as soon as the Black King and De Huang Dog entered the hurricane formation. The roar was filled with rage and misery, enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. The expressions of Azi and the disciples of Kirin Province changed a few times. The disturbance in the hurricane formation was proof of the intensity of the battle inside. Soon the roar disappeared. De Huang Dog had ripped a hole in the hurricane formation and three figures walked out. De Huang Dog and the Black King were in high spirits. Their presences were the same as before they had entered, without any changes. Beside them was an extremely miserable young man. He wore black clothes and seemed to be around 25 or 26 years old. His face was pale and his clothes were tattered. Many parts of his clothes had been dyed red with blood. "Senior Zhao." Azi and the others hurriedly went up to him when they saw him. Blood spurted from Senior Zhao's mouth as his presence became extremely weak. He had clearly suffered quite a few injuries in the hurricane formation and was at the end of his tether. If the Black King and De Huang had entered a little later, Senior Zhao would have probably died. Chapter 42-22. "Senior brother, how are you?" Azi went up to show her concern. "Second miss, I'm fine. It's all thanks to the two of you." Senior brother Zhao's tone was extremely respectful to Azi, which was enough to show that Azi's status in Kirin Province was extraordinary. Afterwards, Senior brother Zhao walked up to the Black King and De Huang Dog and bowed deeply. "I, Zhou Xian, am unable to repay the two of you for saving my life." Zhou Xian's eyes were filled with shock as well as gratitude. He had clearly seen what had happened in the hurricane formation earlier. The Black King had been domineering, slaying a fourth heavenly layer hurricane beast with his bare hands. His battle prowess was terrifying. He was a genius, but he could not help but admit that even if he was not injured, he would not have been the Black King's opponent in his peak condition. As for the De Huang Dog that did not even seem to have reached the heavenly source stage, Zhou Xian could not help but prostrate himself in admiration. If it were not for the dog's understanding of the formation, it would not have been easy for the Black King to slay the fourth heavenly layer Hurricane Beast King in the hurricane formation no matter how powerful he was. No need to thank me. Thank my master. Black King crossed his arms in front of his chest, his face cold. Apart from Jiang Chen, he wouldn't put anyone else in his eyes. He would only listen to Jiang Chen's orders. The Black King naturally had the right to be arrogant. He was once a powerful Star Emperor expert. Even though his current strength was less than 1,000th of his original strength, his vision was still there and his noble aura was still there. Back then, the Pagoda army was extremely powerful. In front of the Black King, people like Zhou Xian in front of him were like small shrimps, not worth mentioning. Zhou Xian was stunned before looking towards Jiang Chen. Senior brother Zhao, we were also saved by our benefactor. We were trapped in the hurricane beast tide. If not for the young master and the others, we would have been dead by now. He and Zhou Xian were both prideful people. Normally they would not even spare a second glance at a 9th heavenly layer earth source expert like Jiang Chen. Even now they had no idea how strong Jiang Chen was. Even if he had some talent, he was still lacking compared to them. However, they did not dare to slight Jiang Chen, because this young man in white was the true leader of the group. Even the terrifying Black King had to address him as master. Moreover, Zi knew very well that it was Jiang Chen who had ordered the Black King and a Huang dog to enter the hurricane formation to save the others. In other words, their real savior was Jiang Chen. May I know benefactor's name? Zhou Xian made a fist salute to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said indifferently. A real man would never change his name. Jiang Chen. Why does this name sound so familiar? Zi frowned. She felt that the name sounded extremely familiar, but she could not remember where she had heard it before. Second lady, the Qizhong region is too big. It's normal to have similar names. Someone said. No, that's not right. I must have heard this name somewhere. Zi shook her head. Qidong region Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen continued. He had basically guessed why Zi was familiar with his name. It must have been because the incident in the Qidong region had spread to the Qizhong region. As the second lady of Kirin province, Zi had a high status, so she could hear some news from the higher-ups. As for the others, they probably did not know his name. Qidong region? Brother Jiang came from the Qidong region? Zhou Xian was surprised. It was hundreds of millions of miles from the Qidong region to here. The fact that Jiang Chen could come all the way to the Hurricane Sky region was enough to prove his ability. Qidong region, I know. You are Jiang Chen, the Jiang Chen who wiped out the entire Feather clan in the Qidong region all by himself. Zi suddenly recalled the origin of this name and jumped up on the spot. When she looked at Jiang Chen again, she couldn't help but be infatuated with Jiang Chen, and her eyes were slowly filled with worship. What? Zhou Xian and the others exclaimed at the same time. They looked at Zi in shock, wondering if they had heard it wrong. They did not know about the news in the Qidong region. However, if what Zi said was true, then this Jiang Chen was too powerful. They knew how powerful the Feather clan was. Even in the Qizhong region, the Feather clan was the biggest enemy of the human clan. Wiping out an entire region of harpies single-handedly was an incredible feat. If the second young miss hadn't said this herself, they would have never believed it even if they were beaten to death. It's an exaggeration, but the Feather clan in the Qidong region was indeed wiped out. Jiang Chen said lightly. He did not hide his identity. His identity could not be hidden anyway. Since Zi knew about him, the Feather clan must have known about him. Just as the Emperor of Yunqiu country said, he would be targeted by the Feather clan as soon as he arrived in the Qizhong region. Oh my god. Zi covered her mouth and stared at Jiang Chen with her big bright eyes. She was so lucky to see him in person here. Zhou Xian on the other side. Jiang Chen's words had undoubtedly admitted his identity. Oh my god, the Feather clan in the Qidong region was wiped out. That's amazing. Wiping out the entire Feather clan by himself? That's unbelievable. From now on, I'm going to admire him. That's right. Jiang Chen saved our lives. There's no reason not to admire him. All of a sudden they began to admire Jiang Chen infinitely. They were grateful to him for saving their lives, but after hearing Jiang Chen's story, they felt completely different. Before I left for Hurricane Heavenly Domain, I heard my father talking about this matter. He said that the situation in Scarlet East Domain had changed. A man named Jiang Chen had emerged from the U race and eliminated the entire U race single-handedly. I didn't expect to meet him here, and young Master Jiang has saved our lives. What a coincidence. Zi said excitedly. Brother Jiang, it's your first time in the Qizhong region. Why don't you come with us to Qiren province? With the world-shaking things you did in the Scarlet East region, the higher-ups of the Qilin mansion will definitely welcome you. Zhou Xian said. Yes, Master Jiang. My father said that the Feather Clan has already put you on their kill list. I'm afraid that once you go to the Qizhong region, you will be hunted down by them. The Feather Clan has a special ability. They can definitely find you. Zi nodded hurriedly. Obviously, she hoped that Jiang Qin could join Qiren province. Jiang Qin didn't doubt Zi's words. He had already experienced the special ability of the Feather Clan. What happened in the Qidong region must have been spread to the Qizhong region by the Feather Clan. They even knew his name. As for how the Feather Clan knew, Jiang Qin didn't want to know. There was no need for him to know. Anyway, he and the Feather Clan were destined to be enemies. Chapter 42-23. It's my first time in the Red Middle Territory, so I know nothing about it. Brother Zhao and Lady Azzy will tell me a thing or two. Jiang Qin said. This time he came to Qizhong region with a clear purpose. The reason why Jiang Qin revealed his identity was that he wanted to inquire about the general situation of Qizhong region from the people of Qiren province. Qiren province was definitely not an ordinary force in the Qizhong region. It could be seen from Zi's and the others' cultivation level that they must be filled with geniuses. As the second daughter of Qiren province, Zi even knew her own name. Naturally, she knew the general situation of Qizhong region like the back of her hand. Jiang Qin had to inquire about the situation of the Lin kingdom. This time he had a hidden enemy, the fake Empress Lin in the Lin kingdom. Speaking of the Red Middle region, Mr. Jiang has asked the right people. As people of Qiren province, there is nothing in the Red Middle region that we don't know. Zi swung her ponytail, looking rather playful. Brother Jiang, there are 3 hostile races in the Red Middle region: the Human Clan, the Feather Clan, and the Elven Clan. The 3 are vying for hegemony, and all of them want to dominate this large region. You should know that dominating the Red Middle region is equivalent to dominating the entire Red Cloud astral boundary. I won't talk about the Feather Clan as you've dealt with them in the Red East region, so you know them better. The Elven Clan is a special race. They have a small population, but each of them has a unique talent. They are good at disguising themselves, casting curses, and using all kinds of strange means that are impossible to guard against. To put it bluntly, if the number of the Elven Clan was the same as the Human Clan, the Elven Clan would have dominated the Red Middle region long ago. Zhou Xian said. Another elf. Aha, this eternal world is getting more and more interesting. De Huang Dog laughed out loud. Hearing about the elf clan, not only did he not feel the slightest bit of fear, but he was also very excited. This dog was not a quiet dog. The more lively and extraordinary the Red Middle Territory was, the more complicated the forces were, the more excited he was. His days in the Red Middle Territory were destined to not be lonely anymore. Let's talk about the human race. I heard that there's a country called Lin in the Crimson East region. Jiang Qin asked. I didn't expect Brother Jiang to know about the Lin Kingdom, but this is normal. After all, the Lin Kingdom is very famous. To put it bluntly, the entire human race of the Red Mid region is under the jurisdiction of the Lin Kingdom. Zhou Xian said. Jiang Qin nodded. From what Zhou Xian had said, he basically understood a little. The Lin Kingdom in the Red Middle region was like the Martial Pavilion in the Red East region. It was the largest force of the human race. In this case, it seemed that it would take Jiang Qin a long time to deal with the fake Empress Lin. There are hundreds and thousands of human forces in the Red Middle region, but basically, they are all under the jurisdiction of the Lin Kingdom. The most famous ones are the 4 mansions and 1 battalion, which are directly affiliated to the Lin Kingdom's royal family. The so-called 4 mansions are the Azure Dragon House, the White Tiger House, the Black Warrior House, and the Qiren Province. The Vermilion Bird Camp is the army of the Lin Kingdom. Those who can enter the Vermilion Bird Camp are all true experts. Even the geniuses of the 4 mansions dream of being chosen by the Vermilion Bird Camp one day. After all, the Vermilion Bird Camp is the royal army of the Lin Kingdom. Zi said. Jiang Qin sighed. 4 mansions and 1 battalion, it seemed that the Lin Kingdom was the real overlord of the Red Middle region. 4 mansions and 1 battalion, most of the top talents of the entire Red Middle region were gathered here. Our Qiren province is one of the 4 mansions. Today we met in the Hurricane Sky region. Can be said that we are fated to meet each other. Young Master Jiang saved our lives and Z can't repay your kindness. Now, on behalf of the Kirin province, I would like to invite young Master Jiang to join us. What do you think? Z cupped her fists at Jiang Qin and directly extended an olive branch. The faces of the others were filled with envy. In the Red Mid-Domain, it was a great honor to be able to join the Qilin Mansion. Countless people tried their best to join the Qilin Mansion, but Jiang Qin was personally invited by the second miss of the Qilin Mansion. Of course, no matter how envious they were, they all hoped that Jiang Qin could join the Kirin province. Not to mention anything else, they had a good impression of Jiang Qin. After all, he had saved their lives. In addition, they knew that Jiang Qin was qualified to join the Kirin province. Jiang Qin's fame alone was enough. A powerful figure who could kill the Feather Clan in the Red East region. Once he came to the Red Middle region, all the forces would fight for him crazily. If the Kirin province didn't act in advance, he might be won over by the other three mansions. Okay. Jiang Qin didn't think too much and immediately nodded his head in agreement. Under the circumstances where he didn't have a clear understanding of Lin Guo's situation, Jiang Qin might still have some doubts about the Qilin Manor's recruitment. But now that he knew of Lin Guo's situation, this Qilin Manor was undoubtedly the best place to go. The Qilin Mansion was the power closest to the Lin country's royal family. If he wanted to get in touch with the foundation of the Lin country, there was no other place more suitable than the Qilin Mansion. It seemed that saving them today wasn't completely without benefits. If he didn't know Zi and Zhou Xian, he would have to start from scratch after entering the Scarlet Mid-region. If he wanted to join the Qilin Mansion, it wouldn't be that easy. That's great, Mr. Jiang, we are going back now. Mr. Jiang, come with us. Z said excitedly. That's right. There will be a training in the Kirin province in a month. If we rush back now, we can make it in time. Zhou Xian said. Being able to invite Jiang Qin to go with them to Kirin province was exactly what Zhou Xian wanted to see. I still want to stay in the Hurricane Heavenly region for a while. You guys go back first. I will personally go to the Kirin province when the time comes. Jiang Qin said. He didn't want to leave the Black Wind Heavenly region right now. He had just arrived at the center of the Black Wind Heavenly region, and there were still many benefits waiting for him. Let alone the other things, just the wind origin was a fortune. Kirin province was a place where geniuses gathered and experts were everywhere. Earthly source experts would only be able to do odd jobs there. After all, it was one of the four mansions of the Lin country, the strongest force in the Red Middle region. It was not something ordinary forces could compare to. There was no point in going to Kirin province without reaching the Heavenly Source realm. Moreover, Jiang Qin had already decided to stay in the Hurricane Heavenly region until the three brothers reached the Heavenly Source realm. After all, it would be difficult to find another good training ground in the Red Middle region once they left.